I just want a big old farm scythe that
What
I
do they call those? Tunics?
Scythe or whatever.
Tunics, yeah.
Tunic.
Yes. I'll have some sort of amazing maiden outfit on.
I just want some. I want to come in on in armor on a horse.
With the pointy
Yeah.
dunce cap with
I'm on
the
Well,
silk coming out.
I don't know if they LARP in real horses, but I think you can maybe get what are those called?
I get a horse.
What are those little horses on sticks called?
I can get you a horse.
Oh, like a hobby horse.
Hobby horse. Yeah, we can get you.
Okay,
one of
so
those.
there are plenty of LARPing, like LARPsters.
Yeah.
Surely the Battle of Hastings is a popular one.
Dude, somebody, I think Everett Embry, if I remember correct, who emails in a lot, I thought he said they do a reenactment of the Battle of Hastings. Like, it's a real thing that already is happening. This seems very real and achievable.
That's great. I would love to do it in Southern England, but you know, if we can do it in South County, I'll do that.
Fenton,
Will Fenton work out?
Is there a London, Missouri?
It's kind of Fenton is kind of the Wales of.
Hey, you want everybody put your headphones on right now?
I'm going headphone free.
What?
I've decided to do it for the environment. I don't want to hear anything King Scott says today.
Hey, Rafe, nice to see you over there. Hey, Rafe.
Oh, he said
Talking to
something
you.
so nice about you, Rafe, and you missed it because your headphones were off.
Well, you're the only one I can't hear. It wasn't anything personal.
Oh, man.
He said the nicest thing about you. Don't say it
He
again.
complimented one of your most beautiful features.
Your schnozzle.
Thanks, man. I needed that today.
Well, good morning, everybody.
Hey,
Good morning.
Hello.
Hi, Rizz.
Hello. It's Thursday. Got a jam-packed show today.
This week is taking forever.
Oh, you think so?
Oh, yeah. Yesterday, I thought it was Thursday.
We're in the same
Oh,
ball
I think
game.
it's going pretty quick.
Yeah.
I'm glad it's Thursday
My first
now.
week back. Noted.
What?
I think I've been having fun. I guess because I had extra break. This has been like nice.
Yeah.
Coming back and getting back in the swing of things has been fun for me.
You are still very bronze, this guy.
I can't even look at
We're
him.
like ghosts over here.
Yeah.
This guy is so
You're
bronze.
still celebrating New Year's.
Yeah. Hey, man.
Look at the feet.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Thank you.
Yeah.
He's still Happy
You're like
New
a
Yearing
Ken doll.
everyone in the hallway.
Hey, I was noticing you in the light of the fluorescent light of the kitchen.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Gorgeous.
We're tan.
I'm going to keep it going, I think. I'm just going to like fly to Florida every weekend.
You know, you go to, what's the Hollywood tan?
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, that's
You
where
do?
Hollywood goes.
Hollywood
I used
tan?
to.
That's where, exactly. That's
your
why they call it Hollywood tan.
Playboy bunny, little shadow on your
Is that
hip.
still a place, Hollywood tan?
I don't know. I've not seen one.
It's all about spray tan, man.
Well,
There's
what's the tanning place around here?
Tanco.
The Playboy Bunny sticker.
Tanco.
Oh, I haven't seen one of those in forever.
Circa 1997, 98.
You do a little
Is
tape.
Tanco still a thing?
It is. There are Tanco, and they're updated branding. Yeah, Tanco's still around.
Didn't the dude go to jail?
I guess. I don't know. Did
I
he?
worked at a Tanco.
The women are still going, and some dudes.
Oh, man, I don't want to get that wrong. One of those tanning guys, one of the guys that started one of the tanning companies locally.
Was in
Yeah.
jail, possibly?
Yeah.
I don't know.
remember that.
Should you go to extreme tan or bronze tan?
I would go bronze, right? You don't want to do extreme because then
Yeah, that's
cancer.
extreme. Bronze.
Bronze.
That
Just a
sounds
nice dusting of gold on your skin. You know what I'm saying? You guys ever do the thing where you put duct tape on your body and you, like, you know, tan yourself? You, like, brand yourself in a tan?
No.
No?
With
Oh.
duct tape?
Yeah, like-
Here it is.
Oh.
For times, the long, violent fall of tanning mogul Todd Beckman.
Oh, Todd.
Tanning mogul.
Tanning mogul.
I don't know, Todd.
What was he
Yeah,
doing?
he was a Tanco guy.
This tax stuff?
No, it was way worse.
Was he tanning people's hides?
Was he filming naked
No.
people? Okay.
No, it was a drug thing, and yeah, it was a wild story.
I like vaguely remember that. I don't. It's not burned into me.
It was like drug dealing and stuff like that. No, I remember when I was in college, the 2 semesters I went, I got a gift certificate for a tan salon. It was like, hey, you know, free whatever. You know, you get one free hour in the bed or whatever, however long you get.
Right.
One free session.
Yeah.
In the tanning bed.
20 minutes.
The clamshell. You
Yep.
go in there.
Feel like a mermaid.
And I remember going to the place. They give you little goggles.
Yeah. It always smells good in there.
They give you the little plastic goggles to put over your eyes.
Yeah.
And they said, what strength do you want?
Yeah.
I said, I don't know. Give me Acapulco. I think.
Did you
Strength what? Of the lotion or of the...
This was a bed, like a
Of the
tanning.
light.
No, but you have to put the lotion on, the tingly lotion.
Oh, yeah,
I
dude.
didn't put
I
lotion
worked
on.
at a
Tingly
tanning
lotion.
place in Carbondale briefly, and I got a talking to from the manager because he's like, you're not pushing the tingle factor, man.
Yep.
I had to have that conversation as an adult, and I go, what'd you say to me, adult man, to another adult man? He goes, you got to push the tingle factor. We make a lot of money on product. And I was just like, I don't want to have to say to other people. First of all, I'm a dude.
Women.
It's mostly women and like a few coal miners who don't get enough vitamin D,
right?
Which was a real weird spectrum of people coming into a tanning salon. It was like hot college girls, and then like one old guy like smoking a Camel non-filter on his way in and flicking it and being like, yeah, I've been underground for 18 hours. I got to get some vitamin D. And he just goes,
And they would really go for that?
yeah, they would say like that was
And people with eczema.
for their health.
Really?
Oh yeah, if you have eczema, I mean, talk to your doctor. But I have nummular eczema, and they're like, go tan because you need more sunlight, And so that's why I like lay out all summer
You
long.
have nuclear eczema?
No, nummular.
Oh, okay.
Nummular. Yeah.
No, well, this place had like different, settings. Or, like Daytona Beach, Maui,
George Hamilton.
Equator.
I was like, I'll take Acapulco. Is what I went.
I'll take solar flare.
Can I have somewhere between Equator and Oklahoma?
Can I get in Chernobyl's open if you'd like to?
Radioactive Mr.
Yeah, to really
Burns.
glow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you'd like to really glow when you get out of here. I'd never done it before. Nobody told me what to do.
Yeah.
They never gave instructions.
Did you leave your clothes on?
Oh, dude, the best thing is...
No, I went naked.
Dude.
Good.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I was going to say the best thing is in the 90s when like all the girls in high school were doing it.
This was the 90s,
And,
yes.
they would do it the day before or the day of prom or
Yep.
something, right? But it would be their first time, and you could tell because they'd be so sunburned because they would say, it was always the same story. They come in tears, and they're like, I'm sunburned because I went tanning, and they didn't tell me that it would take a little bit. So when I got out of the bed and I wasn't tan, I thought I need to go back in it.
Oh, yeah.
So they got back in it, and then they buy another hour, and they're
Yeah.
like, "I'm not tan yet," and they do it, 2-3 rounds.
Yeah, they didn't explain anything.
And then they get out and be like,
I just had a gift certificate. They knew I
I'm
was never
still
coming
pale.
back.
No, I knew because my mom was in her
Same thing.
single mom phase, and she was super like
Jill.
shed this. She had like a whole new look. And Jill would take me into a tanning booth, and she'd be like, "Put these goggles on." So I was like a little kid, and she goes, "You'll go blind if you look at this light." And I'm like, "Oh my God!" Like I'm 6 years old, and I'm wearing these things.
Oh, you had to sit in there while she tanned?
Yeah, because I didn't, she had to take me with her. And so I was terrified. I looked at the wall and like had the goggles
Yeah.
on.
Yeah.
And then whenever I was ready for homecoming and prom, I was like, bring it on, and like, you got to flip. You're like a piece of bacon.
Could you imagine taking your son in there
That
while
would
you
be
strip
fun.
down naked and tan? Like how much therapy he would need?
Yeah. Well, so I go in, again, no instructions. They don't tell me how long to go. They just say you have the room for, 45 minutes or whatever.
Yeah.
So I went in,
Do whatever you want.
turned that baby up full blast, took off all my clothes, probably fell asleep.
Yeah. I mean, it is very relaxing.
Probably fell asleep.
Now-
I burnt my ass.
Don't forget to tell everybody that you put the little, piece of paper star over here and the piece of paper Playboy bunny over here,
Hella
so you
cool.
get the tans.
Yeah.
I did not do that.
Remember the little tan
Yes.
decals?
I didn't do that.
Cutest.
I didn't do that, but I
heart.
burnt my ass so bad.
Oh, yeah.
Well, and then you got the smush.
Because your ass is
lines.
flat.
Yeah.
I remember we got a stand-up bed at the tanning salon I worked at. That was
Yeah, it was
cutting
like,
edge at
it was
the
like a
time. They were
panini press.
How you
People were
supposed to
like
sleep through
calling
that?
to get appointments for the stand-up bed, mostly because you don't, wiping those things down,
Ugh.
and it'd be like
Oh my
I'd
God,
have to
the-
wipe them down.
the
And it'd be
back
like
sweat.
sweat puddles and
Ugh.
thing.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I was the palest guy, and people commented on it. They're like, "Don't you have to be tan to work at a tanning salon?" And I'm like, I put in my 8 hours. I'm not sticking around. They didn't let us tan on the clock.
You didn't get a discount?
I could tan for free, but I didn't want to stay. I was just like, I'm out.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
trying to go
outta
get
here.
hammered. I was like in the throes of college. I'm like, I'm making beer money here. I'm trying to go.
All I remember is that within a couple hours after leaving that place, I went, God, everything hurts. Like stings. Like, my clothes are stinging on my body.
That was the girls at homecoming. They're all in
God.
tears
And-
because their pictures are going to be weird, and they're like, "Oh my God, don't touch me!"
The guy.
They forget about the pits.
Well, I
They
think I
don't
went.
put their pits
I think
up,
I
and
went
then
to go
their
take a
pits are white.
shower, and this was the sound I made.
The stand-up bed looked like the thing at TSA that you stand like this. And it goes,
Yeah, but you got to do that
That's
for
how you're
25
supposed to do
minutes.
it.
yeah, dude.
Nice.
It handles up there. The guy that ran the tanning salon I worked at was, no offense, King Scott, but very ginger guy.
Very fair skinned.
Just could not. He'd put tingle factor like 20. Was like There was like this lotion you could sell that was like, it was like T1 through T20. And T20, it like makes the blood come to the surface of your skin. I don't know if it's like niacin or what was in it, but it would turn you red by itself.
Yeah.
And this dude would slather up because he wanted to tan so bad, and he'd come out of the stand-up bed, dude. And I'm talking so red that I was like, you need to go to the hospital, man. You look bad, brother.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, no, thank you. Yeah, I worked, my buddy, the guitarist in my band, the Wonkas, way back in the day, his mom owned a little salon. And so she paid cash under the table.
What?
And so that was a sweet gig in college, but I 0 times went into those beds. I was like, there's no way I'm going to burn like a crazy man. But the fun thing was next to the massage parlor there in North Springfield, it always got shut down because they massaged too much, I guess.
Oh,
I don't know. They always got
So
raided.
go to massages. And then there were the people that actually had tanning beds at their house.
Oh, the rich
pros.
people. Yeah.
Those are the pros.
Yeah, I remember hearing about that.
R.I.P. those people
Never
because
saw
they're
that.
probably not with us anymore.
No, you know, it's like
Shout out.
It's like a real addiction, man.
Shout out to those people who are
What is?
definitely not with us because of skin cancer.
The tan bed thing. I've known a few people that say that they're addicted, and they just go and we're talking about people that have had 4 or 5 bouts of skin cancer by the time they're 32.
Melanoma.
And it's just like, what are you doing? I mean, didn't it just take one skin cancer thing?
Yeah, yeah.
And you go, I'm done with this.
They're
I'm
not-
selling my
they're-
tanning bed.
They're not done.
I'm on the Tanco website right now, and they have a program called the Tanbassador Program. Wow.
Go on.
The tan ambassador, huh?
Would you like to be those people are Tanbassadors, I guess.
I mean, it is cool looking like leather by the time you're 35.
Sure, like
Yeah.
a handbag. Well, I remember for one punishment, I had to do 4 coats of spray tan.
It was
remember.
5. It wasn't
5,
5.
I guess.
5
You
coats.
looked pretty good, though. I remember you walking around, and I was like, oh, my God.
5
Bahama
coats.
Ridge.
Yeah.
5 coats of the dark. Well, we learned that your skin can only absorb so much.
Yeah, which was the bummer.
Yeah.
It was like
Which
2.5 layers is all I could
I mean, it
he could
was.
hold.
I was because you guys had a gig that night.
I know.
You guys had a gig.
You were supposed to look awful for it, and you didn't.
No, that night I did because
Not as bad as you should have. In theory, you should have. You should have looked like a prune. You know what I mean? Like just like a dried up. You were kind of a bright orange for a moment.
yeah,
We thought you were gonna be just like purple.
Oompa Loompa.
Yeah.
You were Trump-tastic.
It was. Well, it was unsettling at first, I'll tell you that, because my kids were young, and I remember my daughter crying.
Yeah, and the video doesn't do it like full justice because it took about an hour, and when you sent pictures when you got home, I mean, you looked like a cartoon for a minute.
Yeah, well, that night at your gig, is that place even open still? I think it's where the Twisted Treehouse is now.
What?
Mile 277.
Right.
Oh,
off of
that was it.
Watson?
Oh, yeah. It was also dark.
Yeah, all you see was when I went through the crowd, teeth.
George Hamilton.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember when my grandfather passed away, we were cleaning out his place, and we found his reflector, the old school that you sit outside, you put the
Halle Berry in Swordfish.
yes, like the mirror that you put underneath your.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like Jeff.
I think we were moving him to a nursing home. I had to go through his stuff, and what's this? And it's the
reflector
reflector. You'd sit in a lounge chair out in the
Yeah, dude.
out on the deck.
from the 50s.
When I was a kid, if I sat on my mom's, she had that like trifold tanning chair. It had just like 2 legs, and it was almost made of plastic, but it was like weaved plastic.
Yeah.
You guys know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Where it'd be like click, 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 and you could set it, and you'd click it out so you could lay in it.
Was
If
it
that's-
metal, right?
Yeah, and if it sat out in the sun, and you were a little kid, and you didn't have your shirt on, and you laid on it, it was 3rd-degree burns on your back immediately. It was so hot. It was the hottest chair on earth.
Wow.
I'm trying to mitigate any sort of complications I have later in life. So I'm wearing
Yeah.
those Fins
They
Pro
really
Gear,
go.
those Fins Pro Gear long sleeves. I'm wearing those everywhere. And anytime I'm near water or any of that kind of stuff, I'm like, cover it all up.
Well, listen, for our punishment with the Pick'em challenge, we got to take that sexy photo.
Right.
I think I may do a spray tan.
Yeah, I'm going to.
I think I may spray tan a little bit.
Let's give the people what they want.
Heck yeah.
Was that,
We look gorgeous.
that was your first and only time, right?
Yes. Oh no. My wife we were going somewhere, and we were going to the beach or something to an event away, and my wife's like, I need to get a base. I go, what the hell? What? We're going to the beach.
She's
Like you lay out one day, and that's the next day you're tan. So now I got to get a base. A woman's coming over to do a spray tan in the house. I go, what?
They put the tent up.
Yeah, in our bathroom.
Wow.
My friend.
So I did. I was like, oh, let me get in there.
No way.
Let me get in there.
What'd you wear?
I wore my
Jeans.
American flag
Speedo?
Speedo.
Yes.
Nice.
And and had a gal paint you.
Yeah,
Sweet.
in my bathroom.
Wow.
Yeah,
Get down.
Wild
Scott
times, huh?
Rizzuto.
yeah,
That is
getting
very
crazy.
wild.
No, we're spray tanning as a show.
Can I do the reverse? I've always wanted to do this where
you're
I take my
spray
shirt
tanning
off and I'm
especially.
super tan on my chest.
No, I
and,
want to see you tan.
Okay.
I want.
I've always wanted to do that though, where I take the shirt off and my arms down are just white, but everything on the inside is all super tan.
We can go to my friend's place in off Delmar, Amy Jane. That's where I go. It's kind of weird
It's a spray
for a
one?
friend to spray you, like, you know, because you're up like this.
Topless.
Yeah. And she's like, woo, and she's so professional. I mean,
Yeah,
you
of
know.
course. Of course. Yeah,
Mega
let's
babe,
go.
too.
Let's go.
Okay.
Let's do it.
Cool.
She's a babe.
She's a super babe.
If
yeah.
Moon doesn't want to go, I'll take his coats.
Oh, man.
We're talking about free coats?
Free coats, man.
take a free coat.
I'll pay for everybody's
I'll
coats.
pay for these coats.
Hey, does anybody here? And I think I'm not a hoarder.
Thanks for admitting it. Actually, you kind of are. Can I just say, I share an office with you, and you are a little bit of a hoarder.
I have hoarding tendencies. I wouldn't say I'm full on like we need to call A&E and they're going to do a show.
No, you're not that bad.
You know, about your desk.
Yeah.
There's certain things that I do hoard. I'll admit. Old CDs. I got 1,000 old cassettes from old radio shows, which I might gotta throw those out.
No.
Fingernail clippings.
What will you do with them?
Like old radio shows.
Jars
Yeah.
of urine.
What are you going to do?
I don't know.
Audiobook. When your audiobook comes out, you'll play a little bit of it. You can do an audiobook with your memoir? Yes.
Perhaps you
probably.
digitize those.
Somebody said, you know how long that's going to take?
You're going to make your book look like a cassette? Like the cover?
Oh, that's a cool idea.
Like down the side, it'll say noted Scott Rizzuto.
The memoir of Scott Rizzuto.
Make it look like
I don't know yet. We haven't decided on a cover.
Is Cameron Crowe
I want
going
a
to do
piece
the
of it if
forward
you-
of
No.
the book?
No. Anyway. Does anybody else hoard instruction manuals?
I do. I do. I don't know why. I have a drawer, and
I do
it's-
too.
It's full.
And I think my wife's starting to get pissed off
Dude,
because
my
we just bought a food saver.
She watches me do it.
You know those food savers?
Yeah, it takes all the air out.
Yeah, you put the thing in a bag and it sucks the air out. So this way, your meat stays,
Yeah.
okay in the fridge.
You take the nice little booklet and you
In the
walk it
freezer.
over to the other part of the kitchen and you go, whoop, boop.
Yeah, a lot of
You
stuff
put it
doesn't. A lot of things don't even come with them anymore.
Yeah, now like
Yeah.
you scan a QR code and it takes you to a website.
Yeah.
But I took the instruction manual out and I put them where I put my other instruction manuals. I have a drawer dedicated to it. I also have a problem throwing out boxes. I'm
I
like,
do
what if
too
I need to
sometimes.
return it?
Oh, I have three.
Yeah, it takes me.
I have like 3 or 4 guitar boxes just in case I need to ship a guitar. And those are obnoxiously big, and I have no room for these things.
So I have that one drawer where I have instructions from everything I ever bought,
I probably have.
just in case I need to refer back to anything.
Yeah, I probably have a 150-page instruction manual on a shop vac that I haven't had for 3 shop vacs.
Dude, and that's what I'm going to bring up because it's getting crazy for me because I noticed a manual for a 6-volt Black & Decker electric screwdriver, which I got when we moved to St. Louis 21 years ago.
Yeah, dude.
Very important to keep, just in case.
That means that stuff has gone to 4 homes.
It's gone to 4 or 5 houses.
Gosh.
I have
That's
that
amazing.
too, man.
All
You
you
guys
need
don't
is
just-
one event, though. Like, you need one time to be all you need is one self-fulfilling prophecy to keep that addiction going. Like, all you need one time is to need one instruction manual.
Yeah, and you know what it was? It was the Xbox. Maybe it was the Xbox 360 when I got the red ring of death, and I had to send it back to the manufacturer. They're like, "Please send it back in the manufacturer's box." And I was like, "I've got it.
Yeah, I've got it.
It's in the stack underneath every other box I've kept."
That's awesome.
But with the manuals, you guys don't just go to the old Googles now and.
Yeah,
When's the last time
well,
you
now
actually
you
went to your
can.
manual?
No, Scott, you're totally right. And when it comes with like a little sheet that has a QR code that says, "Hey, we've got your instruction manual online," I see it as a favor to me. I'm like, "Oh, thank you, thank you." It's like someone took a drug out of my hand.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Tina was pouring essential oils into a regular humidifier,
Not good.
so I had to get the instruction manual. I was like, this smells like it's burning. She's like, I know what it is, Rafe. I ordered it. And I'm like, okay. And then I was like, well, I kept the instruction manual and I got it out. And nowhere in there did it say it would receive essential oils. It was definitely just a regular water-only humidifier that she was dumping hot oil into.
Right.
Can you imagine? Oh, man. I don't know. The relief and the pain having to just go into that drawer. Don't look at any of it. Grab the whole stack, throw it in the recycle box.
Yep.
Ooh, that's
I'm doing
feel
it today,
good.
and it's going
to in my language.
Could you do
I
it?
may do it today. Oh,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Online
Let's
for
do
you.
it. Let's do it, and we'll film it.
I don't know.
Can you guys bring them in, though, so we can see how many manuals we have?
Oh, I have a full drawer in the
Do
kitchen. And it's double stacked, so it's a deep drawer that goes all the way back to the wall, and it's stack. So 2 full 8x11, 8.5 by 11 stacks in the front and in the back, and they are to the top where it makes the drawer a little awkward to open. That's one. Then I have a bag, an actual like Schnucks grocery bag in the basement that's completely full of the other ones. I think those are my only 2 stashes.
I have an accordion folder,
Oh my God.
like with the ABCD.
You do?
Oh, yeah.
That's psychopaths.
I know.
Literally every
not
manual you need
alphabetize.
is online.
I know.
Tim was looking up his motorcycle manual
chronological.
from the 70s, and he found it online. Like,
Yeah.
it's,
Yeah.
all is well.
Tim's diary is just a bunch of instruction manuals taped inside of a book that you'll never look into. He's like, yeah, throw them away, hon. I'm with you. And then he's like secretly getting them out of the trash and taping them inside
I
of
also have a problem. I put together on Saturday, my daughter got a vanity for her room, and it came IKEA style in
extra
4,000 boxes.
Extra screws. Is that what you're going to say?
Did you have
and
leftover
4,000
parts?
pieces. No, there were extra screws, which of course I saved.
Yeah, I have those too.
And it came with an Allen wrench.
You
and
saved-
I go,
Oh, yeah.
why am I throwing this
You
out?
save the buttons that your shirts come with?
Yes.
I live
I
wildly.
have a problem throwing out Allen wrenches too.
Oh, dude, I have.
Oh, my God.
I have probably 6,500 Allen wrenches and extra screws in Tupperware. And it's above my dryer. It's so stupid.
Yeah, I got a ton of the Allen. I guess that's where my flaw is right there.
Dude, back to the instruction
throw those away.
manuals. Think about this. Those stacks that I just described, the Schnucks bag and the double stack drawer, those are the instruction manuals of the items that I was comfortable throwing the boxes away of. All the ones that I have the boxes, the instruction manuals are in the boxes.
in the box.
With the original, foam or cardboard packaging,
that
just in
too.
case I need to send it back to Sony because something didn't work.
Yep. Just in case. I need to have it for at least a month. I go, we need to have this for at least a month in case it breaks.
Oh, yeah.
So we could send it back.
Oh, God
And it'll
forbid.
go, we'll fly past that month, and it'll still be in the basement.
Do you still have all your old iPhones?
No. Those got traded
Because that's
in.
what we hoard.
We do.
Yeah, I
have
got a
mine.
lot of them.
Those usually get traded in.
I have all my phones
have
from
mine.
overseas, as if those are going to not be.
Those are bricks.
I mean, they're like Nokias and things like that. They were cheap when they were bought. You know what I'm saying? They were like the lowest of the low because it was just like, oh, I'm going to be in Germany for 4 days. This is before FaceTime or
Right.
iPhones. So it was like, oh, and I have the chargers that go into the German walls, and then the chargers that go into the English walls, and then all these different
Well,
things.
that's good to have for
And-
you. I mean,
Yeah, here's the thing, though. I've been back to Germany 11 times. You know how many times I took the phone?
How many?
0
I
times.
buy the phone every time I was there.
that's funny.
I got 4 German phones. So stupid.
Millennials keep the iPhone box, too, for some stupid reason.
That I won't get rid of either. And that's what I was going to say. Heaven forbid there's some sort of code on the side or
Right.
something that you may need.
No, we don't.
Like a private number. And like, I'm talking to customer service and they say, okay, could you give me the code that's on the side of the box?
It's like the OG product that gave up on instruction manuals first.
Yeah. Apple.
You
Yeah.
open up an Apple product, there ain't nothing in there, dude.
No,
just
it's
a
on the
little
box.
space age polymer and the product itself.
Yeah.
I do the
cord,
same thing.
that's
Why
it.
do you think we keep them? I always think in my head that I'm like, well, it does still work, albeit slow and kind of crappy, and the battery's not as good. But if I got in a pinch where I lost my phone, I needed to activate
Yeah,
one.
that makes sense.
But I would never do that. I would just buy a new phone, and I keep them anyway.
Now, why do we keep instruction manuals? Do you actually? I'm an instruction reader,
Me too.
I am too.
or are you a wing it guy?
It depends on the item.
I was a wing
Like
it
if it's
guy.
a power out or outlet or something, I can just plug that thing in. I don't care.
I'm
gonna read.
naturally a wing it guy, but I made so many mistakes doing that you just learn your lesson. You go.
I
You know
feel
what?
like if in the instruction manual there's a thing I would miss otherwise.
Me too.
A feature that I would not know of.
Sure.
No, there was too many times where I put together some sort of crib or a table or something like that, and then you realize that you put it on backwards. And then you have to take it all apart and do it again. And I was like, never again. Never again will I do that. I will triple check these instructions and just be sure it's facing the right direction or I'm using the right screw.
Yeah.
Mistakes
I
were
think
made.
with the Allen wrenches, I keep them. What if I need to disassemble this thing in a hurry?
You have one. All you need is one. I mean, it's all the same.
But don't
right?
you have a set of Allen wrenches already?
I know.
Yeah.
I don't,
And those are such annoying little things because
I
they're all
know.
like cornered. And
this vanity was such a pain in the ass to put together. I did it myself. I like to do it by myself. When the wife and kids come up, hey, Dad, you need any help? No.
we love that you do that too. Fix it. Build it.
Would you rather do it yourself or would you rather have help from people? Especially with one of those 5 million pieces, you got to put the legs and go with the back, all that stuff.
Oh.
I like doing it myself.
I'm not okay. I'm not ashamed to say I would always want somebody else to do it.
No.
It's almost always
No,
going to
you
be done
and
better.
Mal-
You
double
have
team
to
it.
do it.
Say what?
Like, so this is your job. Like, you said you were going to put together this vanity.
Mm-hmm.
I lay out all the pieces. I take everything out, lay everything out.
Oh, do I want help?
And one of the kids comes up and says, hey, can I help you? I go, I'm good.
To be honest, hate to say this, depends on the kid. Depends on the kid.
I like working at my own pace. I'll put music on.
Yeah.
I'll, on Saturday there were the daytime football games. I watch those. Like I did it myself. Like I don't need anybody talking to me. It's me and the instructions.
Yeah, I get sidetracked if that starts happening.
I don't want to have to explain things. I don't want to say you're doing this wrong. Just let me do it.
Yeah, that's fine.
And I appreciate it. You know what you could do? You could take the boxes down to recycling. Thank you.
Actually, no, that's what you could do. Like I'm more of like I had to lug out all the recycling yesterday. We have 3 bins. And man, I'm just, and we have like 15,000 boxes in the, I hate that. I would rather put a dresser together than deal with walking.
And I still wind up putting one of the panels backwards after assembling the whole thing. Oh, and my daughter goes, this is backwards. I go, you're going to deal with it.
Dude, I will say, it wasn't the most delightful job. I think it was like $7 an hour, $8 an hour. But there was a time there I had, actually my whole life pretty much I've had 4 or 5 jobs at one time. But this was like a make your own hours place over on Page.
Oh, that's when you work for nights?
Yeah, that was like the dream
Remember
gig,
that? Okay,
man.
so what
I
you
wanted
do
to
is,
work there.
like I would be leaving one job in North County and I'd be going, out west to another job, but I'd have 2 hours to kill. And I was like, oh, well, hell, I'll just dip in. And you dip in 2 hours and you just, boop, clock in, and then you just go grab a box. There's like a taped off area in a warehouse. You grab it and it basically, your job was just put furniture together.
Yeah.
And this was furniture that was either damaged or somebody returned it or something like that. And then at the end of the quarter, they would have a big giant sale and everybody could come in. It was already put together furniture.
I remember that. I remember they used to, it was in a warehouse. They'd open up the door. And you'd walk in and there would be all this assembled furniture.
All this assembled
furniture. So you
furniture.
were one of the dudes that put that stuff together?
So I put that stuff together.
Oh, we probably bought stuff from there.
And dude, yeah, they had great deal. And
Great deals.
Some of it was just like, this is a perfect thing. It was just missing one screw, and we had the screw, but somebody sent it back. It was one of those kind of things. But dude, what a zen sort of cool job if you didn't want to talk to people. Mm-hmm. Because I would just get a big old dresser or armoire or something. I'd take it in the back corner, and I would just sit there and just take your time and just.
It's doing Legos.
It was Legos. It was giant wooden Legos.
I'll bitch and moan before having to do it. Like, but once I'm doing it,
therapeutic.
It really is.
Yeah,
It's adult Legos.
It's
as long as you have the
meditation.
space.
It really is.
Yeah, it was a
It
very
really is.
meditation sort of thing.
That's how I feel
Especially when
about
you
dishes. Doing the dishes is kind of like a meditative state that I get in. So I understand.
I understand that,
Same.
except for the more dishes, the bigger the chance that I may get wet, and I'm not a fan of being wet.
Well,
You're not a moist
You know what I'm
boy.
saying? When you finish the dishes and you do this, and you're moist on your front, like your hoodie's wet or something, you're just like, oh god.
Yeah, I think that's all part of it. I enjoy doing the dishes too. But yeah, it's adult Legos. And I do get into a zone. And yes, maybe one day these Allen wrenches, when society goes, belly up, and those Allen wrenches will be currency one day. I don't know. I'll be a rich man.
Dude.
sure you will.
Great idea.
Keep thinking that.
All the satellites are down. Go to Rizz's place.
He's got
instruction manuals.
He's got all the Allen wrenches.
I just picture, when they go like try to find ghosts and they got those weird things, the tuning forks or whatever, and that's you with those Allen wrenches like walking around.
No, one day you guys are gonna need an Allen wrench and come to my place.
Yeah.
I'm not sharing.
And an instruction book. We all forgot how to use something.
Well, yes, and somebody says before you throw those instruction manuals out, go online to see at least if there is online instructions.
Yeah,
There's got to be, right?
there is.
I mean, almost. And when's the last time you referred to it, other than the humidifier? Other than that, when's the last time you referred?
I don't
to
really
instruction
keep
manual?
them. I just happen to have that one, and it was vindicating. I usually keep them for like the first couple months we have something. I'm a reader. She's not. She'll buy stuff and just put it out in the house and put it, and then I'll be like, this doesn't look right. Sometimes it's right, but sometimes it's very wrong. And she refuses to read an instruction, like will not do it.
So if she got that,
she'd rather be wrong and be stubborn than to like look.
So if you guys had to put up that, put together that vanity, she wouldn't look at the instructions. You got to.
She wouldn't.
There's so many damn pieces.
Yeah.
This was like a 500-piece thing.
I made too many mistakes.
400 different screws, and you had a hammer. You had to have 4 different tools to, on the instruction manual it says you need a hammer, you need a, Phillips head flathead screwdriver, you need Allen wrenches.
Shot of whiskey. Yep.
I was like, it's go time. Took me 4 hours.
You have a drink while you do it? Like, are you like a cocktail?
No, I did not this time. I had a jug of water.
No,
to hydrate.
This is a hell of an enemy. You've got to have your wits about you.
Yeah.
Well, sometimes I like to play it a little dangerously.
Those vanities, those big old tables, man. That's
a little loose in the cage.
Going in my daughter's room. Safety first.
That's right.
Safety first. Yeah, she's setting up her room. She puts all her products on there.
Cute. Love a vanity.
Dude, go on. There's a lot of comedians like in New York and L.A. that this is how they supplement moving to those cities, is they just get on Fiverr, and that's what they do, man. Rich people. I just bought some IKEA furniture. Come put it together. I'll pay you $20 an hour.
Handyman.
They go put furniture together for people in their house.
Did you see when when she moved back to New York, she had that
Michelle Smallman?
Yeah, she posted something about the couch doctor.
Yeah.
Dude, it's brilliant. Like, there's so many different apartments where you couldn't get furniture up into certain places, but if you have that one couch that you just brought from St. Louis that you really want, they will literally tear it apart.
So they can go up the stairwell.
Take it up, put it back together.
Yeah.
Pivots.
Like nice couches. Like, they will tear them apart and then reupholster and do all that kind of stuff so you can have your nice couches.
Yeah, if you're on a third-story walk-up, it's...
Right.
How are you going to get furniture up there?
We had to cut
You got to call the couch doctor.
When we lived in Maplewood, Tim and I, we bought a queen bed. So, like, when we first started living together in 2012, and we bought a new bed. We're like so excited, and then we couldn't get the box spring up into the loft where our bedroom was, and so Tim had to cut that thing in half.
Whoa!
And then do it essentially whenever he got it up there, and when we moved, we had to like tear it back apart. And, it was really comfortable though. I mean, for breaking a bed.
And were you impressed when he was able to do that?
I was, yes. I was impressed. I was like, I don't have to deal with this.
Yeah, I feel like when my wife walked into the room and said, "You need any help doing this?" and I kind of flexed a little bit. Like, no, I got this, babe. Wow. I got this.
Get out! Don't look at me. I'm
so turned on. I'm so turned on right now.
That is so hot.
It's so hot. You look at you putting stuff together.
Dude's building things so hot
right now.
right
Yeah, I'm building things. That's what it is. Building things. I was reading this thing on the St. Louis message board. It's entitled "Hello, Happy New Year. I need some advice." And I'm glad I caught this, and I hope this person's listening.
Okay.
Because the Rizz Show is here for you with all types of advice.
That's right.
So this woman writes, with the new year upon us, I decided to start reaching out to old friends. I graduated 15 years ago. My life's great. Love my job. Love my husband. Love my sweet babies. I heard back from a few friends, and it was great to reconnect with them. I wonder why. See, I'm just trying to get into this woman's head. Why did she feel the need to reconnect with people?
Nostalgia, probably.
Maybe. Have you ever felt the need to do that?
I do, yeah. I was looking through my old yearbooks the other day, and I was like just wondering about people that I liked, like in grade school, and I was like, I hope they're all right.
I'll wonder, and that's about it.
Do you ever go to Facebook and like a psychopath look them up and see like what they look like and stuff?
No, I don't have Facebook.
Oh, well, I do, and I did that night, and it was super fun. I had a cocktail while I did it.
But did you...
Sensing a theme.
I'm in cocktail mode, everybody.
That's a theme of your activities.
Yeah, she's off chicken and
And I'm on
cocktails.
high roller.
Do you feel the need to like
Sometimes, yeah.
reach out and go, "Hey, how's it going?"
Yeah. To my like close friends that I maybe don't talk to as much anymore. Yeah.
Well, being that you're in a good place in your life right now, it's easier to do that, right?
No.
No, that doesn't
I feel
play
like
into
if
it?
I was depressed and that would maybe make me happier. Like if I was in a low place, then I'd be like,
Now think about the person receiving that message. Going,
this woman.
depressed Lern now reaching out with.
I think what you're saying, if you were in, someone sent you a message.
No, if I reached out to somebody, like let's say I like lost my job and I mean, I don't know if that's the first thing I'd be doing. I'd probably be looking for a job. Anyway.
Well, this woman says, graduated 15 years ago. She's doing well. Everything's good. She said she heard back from a couple friends. It was great to reconnect with them. She said she grew up in South City. Most of her friends are still there. She's out in St. Charles now. She says it was good until I got to one gal. She says, I won't name her. Turns out things have not gone well for her. What started as a friendly chat became a daily update about how terrible her life is. So you open, see what happens.
See what happens when you connect.
See what happens when you try to reconnect and be nice. Now you've taken on other people's problems. She's even asked for money. And this woman says she sent her a couple $100 to get her caught up, but now she keeps asking, and worse than that, she is just laying on so much on me. It's bringing me down.
Boundary setting is what this is.
We're only 2 weeks into the new year. What am I going to do? How can I kindly disconnect now?
Just got to be gentle and respectful and communicate your
You
boundaries.
done messed up.
Fake your own death.
Oh, man.
Immediately.
Go scorched earth.
Yeah. Great idea. Fake your own death. Yes. Next time she reaches out, pretend you're
Like a significant.
You're
other.
your husband. Yeah, you're your husband saying, oh, I'm sorry. I don't know if you heard Sally. She got into a terrible parasailing accident. We were down in Cancun.
Although it does sound like this person would make it about them immediately. Well, now I lost my best friend.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Can I talk to you about it? Now you have to stay online as the husband, pretending to be the husband, still getting dumped on.
And they asked for the funeral details and
The article.
No funeral. Our ashes will be spread at sea as requested.
Yeah, the husband will parasail them up and then spread them.
The saddest parasail of all time. It's like one of those ones with a smiley face on the parachute, and he's just up there with an urn.
Husband's out there with the urn up there. And then he spreads them, in the Gulf of Mexico. No, how do you...
We have a problem with this as a society, with boundary setting, with like being honest but gentle about boundaries. That's literally what this is. And all of us in here have been in that situation where we're like, ooh, like somebody's taking a little too much from us. How do we project what we need without making it a bigger issue?
Well, listen, you reached out, you asked how it's going.
And
it's not going well.
It's not going well.
It's
So
not going well.
You took the risk, and that's
you
happened.
opened up the box.
And it's really nice that this person sent her some money and tried to help her.
Very nice.
And so now she needs to say, you know what? I'm really glad we reconnected. I'm really sorry you're going through a tough time. I'm glad I could help you in this way. Like, I mean, I'm trying. This is all very.
Here's my number.
Yeah, here I'm changing my phone number. I don't know. You just got to be honest, delicately, and.
What would you write, dear? Let's say her name is
Cheryl.
Susan.
Okay. I'd be like, Cheryl, I'm really happy that we could
First of all,
reconnect.
Susan, you already called me the wrong name.
Susan.
And
I got too many friends.
now she's suicidal.
I really think that maybe you need to. Whatever the issue is, like, okay, she needs money. Like, if you need, I can look over your resume for you. Or let me know how I can productively help you get to that next level of what you need. But I'm not the one that can necessarily help you get a job, or I don't really. I'm sorry, I can't offer
She says
you that.
every message is now depressing. Like she sends her she's laying it on thick.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Man.
yikes.
Well, what's the thing? One good way to handle it, because I get in these situations sometimes with people, is to have some resources in your pocket to redirect and say, sorry you're going through this. Here's some resources I found that might be able to help you.
Yeah, like my buddy Moon.
Check in with me every once in a while.
Here's his email address.
Here's Scott Rizzuto's home phone number.
Good
Check
guy.
in with me. Check in with me once a month and set the boundary that way. Of like, you can set a positive boundary where you're like, I care about you and I hope things get better. Do me a favor. Check in with me once every couple of months. Like, give them a timeline to check where you're not cutting them off, but you're saying like, hey,
let's
here's some resources, and if I don't get back to you, don't take it personal. I'm super busy. I don't always check my inbox.
Yeah,
and then
gotta
most people, I think, will get the message. There always are going to be people that just don't. That don't get boundaries.
Or social cues.
Or social cues.
And that's fine.
And those folks, you might have to make a little harder.
Honesty is the policy. And start by saying, listen, I was thinking about you. I was concerned with you enough to reach out and tell you how great my life is, but not enough to actually listen to your problems.
That's what you'd say?
No, I'm saying that's what it sounds like. That's the truth of what happened.
No, it sounds like I'm just trying to reconnect with people and just say, hey, how's it going?
You know.
And now it's, oh, God.
I'm just making a joke.
Here's what I would do. Just ghost them. just
ghost them.
Block.
You man.
Just block.
You people listening, pick your player on the Rizz show. Like,
then you really are showing that you did it selfishly.
Choose your player. Tekken. Well, a lot of times, too,
block and move on.
I reach out to people, like, from my high school, but I make sure it's, like, on a good note. You know what I mean? Like, if I'm like, oh, hey, your daughter just graduated high school. Hey, man, good to see you're doing well. You know what I mean? Like, I try to, I find people in a high moment and congratulate them. That way I can avoid that.
Strategic.
All right, Everett's got it right.
Everett's
got it right.
All right.
He says, here's what he writes. Hey, Susan, I don't actually care. I was just bored texting old friends.
That's what I'm saying.
That's it.
Like, hey, I was concerned enough about you to want to get a hold of you to tell you how great my life is, but not actually.
Everett's right.
Everett doesn't do that.
Everett's
Everett's
right.
cool guy
Everett's
emailing right now. Morning
Everett's
show.
right.
Be honest with them, but be honest with yourself.
Yeah. Just delete your account. Okay.
That's it. That's it. Ghost and move on.
You find that
I'm
a lot
kind of on your
late
page
20s.
a little bit. I like to reach, because when you're in high school, when you're in those moments, when you have relationships with people when you're younger, everyone's messed up. We're all trying to figure out life. Everybody's trying to figure out, it's hard not to be a little narcissistic at that point in your life because you're so scared and you're trying not to admit it to anybody and you don't know who you are and you don't know what life's. So a lot of times you're kind of oblivious to people's problems and you get older and you're like, oh, I should have been kinder to this person or I should have been more understanding. And then you see, and I have a small class. I had 30 people in my graduating class. I don't have a lot of legwork to do. But it's like, I want everyone that from that phase of my life to know, hey, I'm rooting for you. I see good things happening in your life. Good on you. And I think that's a nice message to get sometimes from people from the past who knew you when you were like a kid, as opposed to adult friends who don't really know you at all.
I had a conversation with my buddy Ray Collier, who's works at Casey, and he said, it's weird because when you are older, he's in his 50s, and he said we didn't have Facebook. So after high school, you just disconnected from all those people pretty much, and maybe see them at a reunion.
Yeah.
But social media has reconnected us to where you will know you can know every person you ever meet in your life for the rest of your life. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if it is good or if it's bad. Were we supposed to disconnect from a certain sample size of humanity?
Yeah.
From our youth,
I think it's potentially unhealthy to have that kind of pressure. I mean, think about what people think right now that they're supposed to do for everyone that they ever meet. You know what I mean? What we're talking about is all this kind of pressure stuff.
Yeah.
How many people from high school do you still talk to?
On a regular basis, meaning monthly?
Like that are your friends. Like that are your, that you still are friendly with.
Well, sadly, a couple have passed away. So I'll say, honestly, at this moment.
So not them.
3.
3. Okay, what about you, Lern?
I probably am rolling 10 deep.
10 deep. Yeah. Rafe.
High school?
High school.
Regular chat?
Yeah,
not a ton. I got a handful of pals from high school, but I check in with people a lot. Class of 96, I'm rooting for you. I let them know, because
Screw you, 97.
I think, you know what? I'll go Alvarado High School, class of 90s and early aughts. All of you, because that's probably only still 250 people. I would say that the thing she's talking about to me, and I think I've said this before, like it makes me feel like class reunions are obsolete because you can just see what everyone's up to.
I
just
agree.
type in their name.
I have not been to any of my reunions.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's
Really?
a shame. We
Me
need
neither.
that content.
Yeah,
man.
mine.
I haven't either.
My school hasn't invited me for years.
I haven't either, but I
missed mine
think
last
I think
year.
conceptually,
I was supposed to be in charge,
better.
and I have not done well.
Were you the class
I
president?
was class pres.
Oh, that's your job. Is to,
You went through the best party ever.
I know, and I think that's why I was elected, and I have failed the office. I was like,
Dang it.
the VP was the organizer. Get a hold of her. She kept everything straight. She was the real hero. I was just a puppet. I was just a mouthpiece.
you were the puppet. Yeah. Scott, how many people from high school do you talk to still?
Well, there's Lance, Marcus, and then I've been fortunate enough to see my buddy Eric a lot at funerals. He owns a funeral home, so I get to see him every once in a while when some family member passes away. But
Regularly.
Lucky.
no, I think those are about the three I only talked
Three?
to.
Yeah, I talked to maybe 3 or 4 people from high school. Like my brother, for example, all his his friend group is still his high school friend group.
That's neat.
that's not how it was for me in high school, man. I had a different experience, but I would say the few years just after high school, the band stuff, like that whole scene, probably 50 people. You know what I mean? We were all coming up 17, 18, 19, just busting butt in music in this scene, trying to build a scene here in St. Louis. All of us, if not close, like we're still all communicating and looking out for one another.
Yeah.
That is the scene. In
I
which,
was just curious about high school. High school specifically, not after high school.
Yeah.
Because once the shackles of high school are off you, you're kind of on your own. Because high school, it's where you grew up. You're forced to be with these people coming up.
Yeah, but even throughout high school, right or wrong, I approached it as this is very temporary. And I had a mission. I had my head down, and I had a goal that I was shooting for, and high school had nothing to do with it. So it was pay my dues, pay my minutes, get out of here. I got things to do.
I also don't live where I grew up.
That's true.
So for me, it's a bit tougher to get a hold of me, I guess.
My best friend, we've known each other since 2001, and like high school. I met her in gym class, and I talk to her every day, and I feel like she's one of the people that knows me the best in the world, So it's like, what a gift that she's still in my life every day.
Class of 96. All right, so we missed our 25th.
I've missed a few. And I've had people where you'd be like, hey, are you going to do anything for the 10th? And I'm like, nah.
Did you go to any of them? Or
I haven't. No, I don't. We had like kind of I think there was one like I was on the road and I would have went to it. It was like someone from another class did like a 4-class one where it was like, hey, years 96 through 2000, let's all meet at this. And I would have went home and went to that, but I think I had a gig.
God, our 30th is coming up.
I don't even want to think about that.
Oh, think about it and go.
You know what?
I would go. I just
30th. If they have do they do a 30th?
Oh yeah, every 2
Oh, yeah.
years.
depends on who they
Yeah,
is.
my mom still has her class reunions. And I think
Like a
she's at
30th
150
reunion.
maybe now.
If there's a 30th, I'm going.
Do it. I look forward to
All
hearing
right,
about it.
anyone out there listening that went to Alvarado High School,
Clarkstown South
in
High
the late
School.
90s and early aughts,
Class
let's
of
get a
96.
party going. Message me online. Let's get a big party going.
You know what? And that'll be great too, because the 10-year ones you always hear are just
Too soon.
Right.
so obnoxious. Yeah, it's too soon because the few people that are doing really well are just there to rub it in, and everybody else is like, oh God,
Yeah.
what are we doing here? And then 20, I feel like I hear that it's much better. It's much more relaxed. Nobody's trying to impress or outdo anybody. They're just kind of checking
Yeah.
in with everybody.
Everybody's hooking up at that point.
I think that's what's nice about hearing about those things, because I haven't experienced one really. But like, there's
Who's
like
divorced?
there's like a defined expectation of what it is. Everybody gets to enjoy the evening and catch up,
Yeah.
and then there's no pressure afterwards.
Yeah, I think there's like that was kind of what I was alluding to earlier. I think you get to a certain point where all that's left is maybe empathy.
Yeah,
You've been kicked in the crotch by life
Oh, I got
collectively at that point where you're like, hey, man, you got your head above water, good on you. It's not trying to like overly impress, or you get over that whole like, remember me?
yeah,
The
right,
guy
right.
you ignored. It's like you get over that like superficial BS, and you're just more like, hey, man, good to see that you're doing all right. And
I was
life's crazy.
bummed out. I think I went to either the 10th or 15th. That was the last one I went to. And last year was my 20-year high school reunion. And I remember going to that 10-year reunion and being really sad that the one person that I wanted to know how he was doing
Was not there.
was not there. And I was
Oh,
like,
really?
"You bastard."
I don't know. I
Who
have
was
a
it?
feeling.
Not going to name him.
Well, give us a
He
context.
was the most popular guy in my class. loved him, had one date, and I didn't want to be with him or anything.
Did he break it off with you?
No. We had one date. It was just like, this isn't compatibility. But man, he was so cool and so cute.
He wasn't there.
And he wasn't there. And I was like, damn it. And he's not on social media. So, I mean, he's playing the game right. Nobody knows
whatever happened to Brad Pitt.
Yeah, right.
In my head, it's 30th anniversary. I finally go. In my head, it's going to be, look at the red carpet's rolled out. The prodigal son is returned. The prodigal son is returned. And nobody would get it.
I guess 25th. It's 25th.
Can you believe he showed up in a limo? What a loser.
Helicopter.
But I don't even know how to find out, if those things are being put together.
Usually the class president.
Well, unfortunately.
My bad.
The guy who would do a lot of the organizing, I couldn't even tell you who our president was, but the guy who would do a lot of the organizing recently passed away. So I don't even know how to even, and I don't want to put a ton of effort into this, but like if I found out there was a formal 25th anniversary for Lindbergh class of 99, I would certainly attend.
Yeah.
Hoping that the anxiety.
The prodigal son is returned. Look at that.
That'd be so cool.
I wonder if you could just call up.
Why'd he bring his guitar?
Definitely not. No.
Oh, yes.
No, I don't.
You got King Scott behind you with an amp and a wheelbarrow. You play Welcome to the Jungle for yourself as you're walking in. They're like, did he play his own intro music? That's crazy.
There's an ever so slight fear that that any of that anxiety train that was the high school experience for me would come back, like being in.
That's sad.
Like you'd have like a PTSD kind of.
I don't know, man.
Or go back to that role, like you would. That part of you is still
exactly.
inside all of us.
I don't really fear that, but it's probably one of the things that I'm like, I'm not. If I miss it, I miss it.
Oh, if they have and I hope they usually do it at like a country club, right? Or something like
winery,
that. I hope they do it at the school.
Oh yeah.
Oh heck yeah. Yeah, I want to see those.
What did John Mayer it, huh?
What did John Mayer do?
Wasn't that his song? Like run through didn't he have a music video in the halls of his high school or something? Wasn't that like his big first hit?
Run through the halls of my high school.
I shot a music video, the music video for Greek Fires.
I want to scream from the top of my lungs.
The video for Greek Fires, The Ride, the classroom part that we did, which was so fun. It's such a fun video, was done in the 7th grade pre-algebra class that I was in.
Are you actually in?
At Sparring, which was like
that's cool,
crazy weird to be back there.
I wonder if you can get invited, since my school's out of town, if I can just be an honorary member of John Burroughs' classroom or something,
dude.
And get to go over there and have them.
John Hamm's on his reunion.
I just want to have fancy stuff and people hand me cash. You know what they do over there? I don't know.
It'd be fun to crash a reunion.
Where does one find out? Where does one find out about these things?
Is
this a Facebook thing?
Go to a reunion and start and like gas to give a speech. Be like, who is this dude? I'll never forget the Fighting Hornets. And they'll be like, we're the Falcons. What's he talking about?
Brent brings me back down to reality. Prodigal son, Rizz, you can't even get in your high school Hall of Fame.
What?
Oh.
On the Wikipedia page. Oh, I know. Somebody keeps taking me down. We're not going to go down that route.
I wonder who's doing that.
Maybe somebody from my class. That's why I'm going. To find you. The person who keeps denying me the notable alumni for Clarkstown South High School.
You guys...
denying me, blocking me from the Wikipedia page.
Did we ever talk about this? I'm sure we did. Superlatives in high school at the end, senior year? You had senior superlatives?
I couldn't tell you who was who.
No, but were you part of that?
No.
Oh.
Wait, what's that?
That's where you're like...
Class clown. Most likely to succeed.
Yeah.
Now, I just remember the one kid who, like in his quote or something, made fun of me in my band.
What?
That's all I remember. Hey, Mike.
That means that you really succeeded then.
Yeah, I did fine. But that was
so he dedicated his senior quote to hating on, to crashing on your band?
That's how you know you're doing well.
Yeah, he made fun of me and my buddy and our band.
What's he doing now?
I don't have a clue. I'd love to run into him. I wish him well. He was a super smart dude. Like he was already. I don't know why he took a shot at me. It didn't even make any sense. Like
he's fist, right?
He's
living
you
well.
Want to run into him with your fist in his face?
No. We were acquaintances. I think we played sports together for a minute. Played sports.
Here's one more thing I do want to bring up before we hit the break, and we got to get to the Craigslist Freak of the Week after the break. We're also going to talk to John Hewlett, KC95 legend and Cardinal PA announcer, live from Phoenix.
Live from Phoenix.
Which he's not retired. He's semi-retired.
Right. Well, he calls himself half-ass retired.
Half-ass retired.
Yeah.
So he's wintering in Phoenix now?
He does.
Is that his thing?
His middle daughter lives there, and they just had a baby, and so he is grandfathering it up in Phoenix.
Wow. Does he have a house there, or is he staying with?
He's got I believe he rents, like full-time rents throughout the year, like a condo. Yeah.
Cool. Good for him.
Man, he's doing it right.
I saw him climbing Camelback the other day.
Oh, yeah.
He's doing it right. I mean, it's cold as hell here.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And he's in Phoenix.
He's doing fit body boot camps with like his daughters in this boot camp.
He's always been in good shape.
I know, but it was really cute. He posted on his social media, Johnny Hewlett on Instagram. It's him and like 50 chicks at this fit body boot camp. And he's like, I swear to God, this was a, everybody.
I didn't plan this.
The God's honest truth. God's honest truth is when somebody says, "Hey, who do you want to model your radio career after?"
Yeah.
Oh, Howard Stern? No, John Hewlett.
Yeah, he's the GOAT.
John Hewlett's been with the station for 40 years.
No, almost 50.
50 years. See? 50 years.
Crazy.
50
I'm going to
years.
switch mine from Artie Lang to that.
Yeah.
Mine's Alex Jones.
Gets to winter in the
He's
desert.
had a long time, too.
He's got so he still does the radio thing. And they gave him the system to have down in Phoenix so he could just plug in and be on the radio.
Yeah, he still programs and jocks his classic show every Sunday.
He's not going to be on the phone. He has a whole thing. We're going to pull him up and he's going to sound like he's here.
Yep.
Yeah, dream
Hopefully.
gig.
Clarkstown High.
Clarkstown South High School.
Somebody said you're in. Somebody said you're back in, dude. Notable alumni.
No.
I'm checking it out, right?
No way.
Stop talking about it.
Stop talking about it.
Scott Rizzuto.
Don't do it. You're cursing it. We've been down this
He was
road for
in
a
it.
Baseball,
decade.
second baseman, class of 89. Radio personality and host of the Rizzuto Show. in
Class
St.
of
Louis.
89.
It was 97.
96.
6.
Wow.
Baseball, second baseman. I kind of feel like you wrote this, man.
I did. I swear to God.
You put that in there?
I swear to God.
Oh, every
You play
time we've done it.
baseball?
Who would have?
I
Who went
played
that
baseball.
Not in high school, though.
I played baseball freshman and
Oh,
sophomore
you did?
year.
Oh, okay.
And then
It was a
I was
big
like,
deal
ah.
with him.
Second base.
Deep? Well, you're back in, dude.
All right. Class of 89. I'll take it. All
Yeah,
right.
until Beelzebub takes you
Until
off.
somebody takes me down. Until somebody takes me down. All right. Listen, it's late. I'll get to this other topic later. It's
All
about
right.
kids and driving.
Oh, cool.
It's about kids and driving and what the percentages of 16 and 17-year-olds have their driver's license.
It is way down from when we were kids.
And I have the numbers from now and the numbers from 1997, what the differences are. But we'll get into that later. We got to get to the Freak of the Week, though. That's very important. We'll do that next. But first, today's Team Rizz Member of the Day is brought to you by Hot Shot Sports Bar and Grill. St. Louis is home for Blues hockey. From St. Charles, Missouri, Tim Renz is our Team Rizz Member of the Day. Tim has been a listener to the Rizz Show since the very beginning, attends every event he can make it out to, and appreciates all we do for St. Louis. Thank you for that recognition. It's nice. He enjoys whatever he member brings to the show on a daily basis, and how they're always there to bring him up whenever he feels down. Loves Simpleton Trivia.
Nice.
And even though he misses Jeff every day, he's thankful to the entire Rizz gang for filling all the comedy gaps. Well, thank you, Tim. Tim Renz from St. Charles is our Team Rizz Member of the Day. Get super sweet Team Rizz Member of the Day soccer jersey. Get yourself signed up 1057thepoint.com/Team Rizz. All right, first break of the morning. As I mentioned, we'll come back with the Craigslist Freak of the Week. 3 brand new ads for you. We need you out there in the chat room to help name these freaks, and you'll, of course, vote for your favorite freak on Twitter at RIZZ Show. It's 7:05, Thursday, traffic and weather. Moon coming at you.
Traffic is brought to you by Worldwide Technology Raceway. The biggest race of 2024 is Sunday, June 2nd. Time to lock in your NASCAR Cup Series tickets now at www.raceway.com. We got 3 lanes blocked due to a multi-vehicle crash 70 eastbound just before 270. Severe delays there now, 70 eastbound right at Veterans Memorial Parkway all the way to 270. Average speeds down to about 10 miles an hour. Your point forecast, maybe some snow tonight after 8. High of 39 today. Right now it's 28 at the Point Studio.
It's Rizz, it's Jeff Burton backstage at Way Back Point Fest with Vaden and Donnie from the Toadies. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
How you doing? Hello, how you doing?
See, this is not that bad. I mean, you guys are from Texas, so this swampiness is all right.
Yes. Oh yeah, we need just fine sweaters. This is sweater weather.
This is old hat for you guys. So.
He took off a cardigan right before we started rolling, actually.
I took off my shirt. That's my sweater.
Let's talk about Mort's Jewelry because Moon needs to go to the bathroom.
That's right. Thank you. Thank you.
Mort's Jewelry, ninjabling.com, the exclusive jeweler of the Rizz Show. Before you pee your pants, go.
Oh, dude. Well, you know what? I've been meaning to say that some of us,
His eyeballs are swimming.
Some of us fellas, we need help when it comes to the style game. And honestly, that was one of the things that prevented me from getting like a nice watch. We had been talking about nice watches for like a year or two, and then when I was up there, when my wife and I were having John Royce and Dan Royce like help us custom make her wedding ring, I caught a glimpse of all those watches on the right, and I went and I started asking questions. I say, well, what's the difference between this and what's that? No, not today because my style is not on the game. Match. Yeah, and I started asking questions because I was interested. And man, they are the experts in everything. Not just with the help with the engagement ring, the wedding rings, the anniversary presents, the Valentine's Day presents, but with men's watches and men. And man, Dan Royce set me up with the most perfectly styled watch for me, my dress, my lifestyle, all of it, and I couldn't be happier.
Yeah, your watch did match your dress on your wedding day.
Nice. It did, actually. Yes, very much.
And listen, the possibilities are endless because you could custom build a piece. If you have an idea, like, okay, I want it to kind of look like this, they'll build it for you. It's an amazing experience, an experience like you get nowhere else. Mort's Jewelry, ninjabling.com. Go to that website. Make an appointment. See what we've been talking about for so many years now. Mort's Jewelry, where you get the jewels and not the shaft.
Look at this, your dream home. You're renting right now. How about buying a home and building some equity? Look at you, an adult buying a house, maybe your first house. So listen, there are so many pitfalls out there. You could go with the big out-of-town bank where they treat you just like a number, or you could go with Kevin Putney, the local guy who treats you like a human being. 314-862-0123. He's going to make the whole loan process simple and painless. It's easy. You call, you qualify, you close. 1, 2, 3. Call, qualify, close. That's it. Kevin Putney's going to find the mortgage that fits your needs. A loan is like a fingerprint. One fingerprint, one loan, specific to everyone. Make that call. The process is simple. 314-862-0123. Online at 123mortgage.com. I'm going to my house.
Check this out. There's nothing. It's a blank canvas.
You see that? The plants are coming in nicely. Come a long way since last year.
For Universal Windows Direct. And boy, I got a new window yesterday, and I am pumped about it. It was sorely needed. I had single pane glass, and my room was freezing. Call Universal Direct today, and they will upgrade your new windows to triple pane glass for free. That's 3 layers of glass between you and the frigid Arctic blast outside. What that means to you is extra protection from elements, consistent temperature in your home, increased energy efficiency, and reduced heating costs in the winter. If they're taking you to the cleaners like they are me, I know you'll appreciate that. And air conditioning costs in the summer. With triple pane windows, you're going to notice your home is quieter and more comfortable. Go schedule your free in-home estimate today. And check this out. For every 2 windows you buy, you get the next 2 for free. Plus, free upgrade to triple pane glass, and they'll double your energy tax credit. That's right, you get a tax credit. And if you tell them the Cat and Pork Steak sent you, or Rafe, whatever you preferred nomenclature for me. Tell them I said to call. You get an additional $250 off your project, which you can immediately Venmo to me if you want to. For the last windows you'll ever need, go to universalwindowsdirect.com, universalwindowsdirect.com.
All right, first big summer show of 2018. We've got 30 Seconds to Mars and Wellesley Arms and Walk the Moon and K-Flay. How are you?
I'm doing great.
It's really great to see you. I got to tell you this, though, kind of changing up the interview from where I thought it was going to go. I want to know about the fitness regime in which that you have, how you do it out there when it's 105 degrees, because I need to.
Okay, so we've just started something. We're calling it Witness the Fitness.
Okay.
It's good branding, right?
Right.
We're off to a good start. But basically, like, with a tour like this too, we have a lot of downtime.
Sure.
So we're trying to take like times when we could do bad things and do good things.
Oh, very good. So you're just kind of keeping yourself busy, more or less.
Sort of.
But then also doing something very good for your mind and for your body as well.
Exactly, because I feel like one of the things, there's like a weird cycle that can happen on tour where you get locked into this like never changing like Groundhog Day thing.
Sure.
And this is a good way to disrupt that potentially damaging cycle.
Absolutely so. But I mean, and also too, though, I mean, you're kind of able again to do something for the body as well as.
Yeah, and it's good for the mind.
Yeah.
It's very good for the mind.
You don't do well with downtime, I'm assuming. Like as far as
Right.
like you get bored, probably super easy on.
I do get pretty bored, yeah.
Well, what do you do like when you're not working, when you're not touring? I assume we've had this conversation before where I know you write a lot, where you're always doing something, but I would think downtime would almost be your enemy to a certain extent, just for you personally. You know what I mean? You probably don't dig it.
This is like a therapy session. Yes.
Yeah. I'm good at that.
I have trouble with quiet. So yeah, I'm working on that. I mean, for the most part, honestly, this last like couple of years has been pretty much work stuff.
Right.
Pretty relentlessly, which is, I mean, I also just like making music pretty fundamentally, so that feels like it's always worthwhile, even if it's not going to be a song for me, if I'm just like trying to get better at guitar and recording riffs in my bedroom or something like that. But I listen to a lot of podcasts. I read a lot. I do a lot of crossword puzzles.
Yeah.
Big crossword puzzle fan.
I've turned to the crossword puzzle game here recently, which is because it's never sort of been my thing.
Okay.
But then my two youngest like really got into it as the school year went on. So I found myself like actually buying like a crossword puzzle book at the grocery store in the checkout. Yeah. Now I'm only a couple in and I'm not very good at it, but it's a nice little challenge for the brain. You know what I mean? Like I find myself like actually probably using parts of my brain I wouldn't be using otherwise.
Yeah, we've been talking about this. Crossword puzzles are like an interesting skill, like a very specific skill.
I just want to be at 100%. I want to feel good. I want to just be sharp. And as we get older, fellas, our testosterone levels go down, and we're not feeling as sharp as we once did. We're not operating as we once were. Maybe in the bedroom, you're not operating as you once were. Guys, you could turn back the clock to the man you saw in the mirror 5, 10, or even 15 years ago. Don't wait until tomorrow. Call Mentality today. Mentality Health, Chesterfield, and South County. Myself and Moon, we go to the Chesterfield location. Based on Moon's advice and him talking about mentality for so many years now, all right, fine. I'm in my 40s, my mid-40s now. I went for an appointment, sat down with a member of the team over there at Mentality Health. They did a blood draw. Took my vitamin levels, which were great. Took my testosterone levels, which were low. So we started my custom testosterone replacement therapy. Go once a week over there. And even for the people around me, they could see a difference. Feeling better. Feeling sharper. Just want to be my best. And thanks to Mentality Health, again, you can get back to the man you saw in the mirror 5, 10, or even 15 years ago. They'll work with your insurance, too. Make an appointment. See what I'm talking about. See what Moon's been talking about. Mentalityhealth.com. Mentalityhealth.com. Welcome back to the program. Phone number 314-624-3833 or 618-398-3833. The Mick Ultra Studio Cams. 1057thepoint.com/Rizz. The socials at RIZZ Show. Your emails. RizzShow at 1057thepoint.com. Craigslist Freak of the Week in a second here. We'll get to crap on celebrities. We'll talk to John Hewlett. Hopefully have time for a contest, give away some Point Fest tickets, give away Third Eye Blind tickets. We have Can You Feel the Punk Tonight tickets. Fun little Thursday planned out, huh, guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, super fun.
All right, let's get into it. Time for the Craigslist Freak of the Week. So we got three brand new ads for you. Lern is going to read the ads for us. You guys in the chat room, you guys have been so great. You will name the ads. You guys will then vote for your favorite ad via Twitter at Rizzuto Show, and we'll find out which one of these three will move on to the year-end Freak of the Year tournament. So pay attention. Let's get into it. Lern, are you ready?
I am.
Let's go. Freak of the Week, ad number one.
It's BBW, Big Beautiful Woman.
Right, BBW.
Big Beautiful Woman seeks a skinny mini, woman for woman, 48 years old, Dublin. I'm a big, beautiful goddess looking for a skinny babe for some fun. Bring me food and I will fulfill all of your sexual desires and even some that you don't even know that you have. What we will do together will be earth-shattering. Your world will be flipped upside down. I am a very sexually experienced American, and you know what they say about us.
What do they say?
What do they say?
I really don't know.
What do they say?
I will be eating while you're going at it. I love fried chicken, tacos, burgers, and potatoes of all types. You provide the food, and I'll provide the proper orgasms. It's going to get messy. We'll have fun at my place. If we agree to shag, I'll give you a list of restaurants you'll have to visit to get me my yum-yums. No food made at your place. I don't trust it. Be skinny. There's only room for one big, beautiful goddess in this house. We're going to places that you never knew existed. Write food in the subject line with your reply.
All right. So it sounds like we'll get some food involved in our sexual activities. Mind you, this is a woman for woman.
Oh, yeah.
So this is a lesbian experience.
Ooh.
We'll be going to places you didn't even know existed.
It's a fried chicken experience. I'm excited about that.
So chicken, tacos, burgers, potatoes of all types, bring them. I'm going to eat while we do this. I don't know how food is going to play into it. Is she just going to eat while things are happening?
Sounds like it.
Or are we going to use the food for things? I don't know.
Well, this is if we decide to shag, if we agree to shag. So she's going to be eating and pleasuring, it sounds like.
Yeah. This is like a modern-day Jack Sprat situation we're talking here.
Any questions about this particular?
No.
What are they saying about us Americans?
I don't know. You know what they say about us? No idea. What do they say?
What do they say?
I'm curious.
I mean, we love to eat and we love to pleasure. Yes. This is America.
You provide the food, I'll provide the proper orgasms. It's going to get messy. All right, names for this lovely lady.
Rachel Lay. Rachel Lay.
Rachel Lay, pretty good.
Bet Nibbler.
Love it.
Whopper Goldberg. And I think this one's it. Large Simpson.
Pretty good.
Large, oh man, Bet
Bet Nibbler.
Bet
Nibbler.
Bet Nibbler's fun to
Nibbler.
say.
Yeah.
All righty.
That one got my heart.
Bet Nibbler.
Bet
What do
Nibbler.
y'all say?
Hugh Hefner.
It's a woman, though.
Shout out. Oh, so funny.
Something about Nibbler I really enjoy.
Nibbles.
I don't know what that means for me.
Judge Foodie. Bet Nibbler, though, that's an A-plus name
Yeah,
right
that's
there.
right.
Thank you
Nibbler.
very much. All right, on to ad number 2. Here we go. Lern coming at you.
One woman's trash is another man's gold. Man for woman, 35 years old, Calgary, Alberta. First time poster here. I'm not sure if this is too out there or not. I'm a newly single guy in the market for an open-minded woman. I'm the only guy in a family of all sisters. Am I a monster for being super horny when I see feminine hygiene products in a little garbage can by the bathroom sink? This fed of mine started as a kid after being super curious one day. When I unfolded that wrapper and saw what that tampon looked like, my life changed. I'm so aroused even thinking about it.
No.
My last wife wasn't into it. That's one of the reasons why we're not together anymore. Even if I don't find a lady on here who will accept me for me, maybe you're willing to sell me your used pads and tampons. You're going to throw them out anyway. Why not make a couple of extra dollars? A side hustle. I'm almost 2 years single now, and I miss my monthly gifts. I'm a subscriber to your menstruation. What I do with that I'm sorry. What I do with what you throw out is my business. I can offer you a $25 Visa gift card for every monthly exchange. I'm up to negotiations. Sorry it can't be more, but I'm working 2 jobs at the moment, and it's hard to make ends meet. Alimony and child support are a bitch. Thanks for your time, Roger.
All right.
Raj, man, I like it.
Shout out to the working man.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Ooh, a $25 Visa gift card. Sweet.
Great trade.
Although, listen, you're going to throw them out anyway.
Yeah.
Why not, put them in a plastic
made some
bag and
valid
save them for
points.
Roger?
I mean, there's a lot here to
He made
deal
valid
with.
points, huh?
And also, it's about time that we get paid for our monthly problems that we have, ladies. Yes.
Yeah. Again, you got to throw them out anyway.
Count
Why not?
Trashula. That's cute.
So why not, why not make a little extra money, a little walking around money, huh?
What does he do with this stuff? What
That's his business.
Yeah, it's his.
is he doing with it?
That's his business.
Man.
All right. Names for this particular
Oh
gentleman.
boy, a lot of good ones. John Ewlett. Let's see. Brett the Trash Can Hart. Max Pad. Bloody Holly. Evan Flo.
Oh, man.
I see the winner.
Bloody Gary. Tom Pax instead of Tampax.
Yeah.
Flo Pesci.
Oh, man.
And Pad Sajak.
Wow.
Rafe, what do you like the best?
Man,
Those
Flo
are
Pesci's
great.
pretty funny.
Flo
dude.
Pesci it is.
Flo Pesci.
Nice work.
FLO or FLOW?
I say
FLOW, right?
Yeah.
Well, it could be either. Aunt Flo's in town. Do FLO.
I wouldn't get
FLO.
hung up on the semantics.
It matters.
So much.
Yeah.
It does.
It
What
matters.
do you? But what's in your heart, man?
It matters. FLO is in my heart.
Aunt Flo. Yeah. Aunt Flo's in
Flo
town.
Pesci. All right, and finally, at number 3, Lern coming at you.
Shave You for Fun, male for female, 45 years old, Tokyo, Japan. I have been into haircut fetishism for a while now. I haven't done it on a willing participant yet. I want you to have shoulder length or longer length hair. It must be in a ponytail when you walk in. There will be a chair in the room. Please disrobe fully and sit. An electric razor will be used first to cut your pony, and then a straight razor will clean your head from any remaining hair. I'm a fan of cutting and can't wait to play. Oops, sorry if there's a little blood. I hope you will be sad when you look in the mirror and see your billiard ball head for the first time. I love tears after a performance. Do not ask for the cut hair. I will be using this for something special after you leave. Please wash your hair daily for a week prior using paraben-free shampoo and conditioner. Also, no dye. Please be born female.
Okay.
Wow.
Yes? Questions? Lern?
Well, I mean, I'm like picturing like just a dark room with like a spotlight on a
On
chair.
one chair.
Yeah.
On a barber chair.
Flash dance.
And then like a jigsaw wheels out and like shaves your head. That's what I'm picturing with this.
Yeah, there was a phrase in there that willing participant. I haven't done this yet on a willing participant. What is that?
Oh,
You've done it
man.
on an unwilling one?
Possibly. That's what it sounds like to me. Electric razor, cut the pony, and then a straight razor will clean your head from any remaining hair.
Man, one of the names is a slam dunk in
Oh,
the chat.
there's a lot of them.
Moon, read them, bud.
All right, Moon. What do we got?
Well, there's the typical ones: Harry Potter, Shave Chappelle, Razor Ramon. But then we get into Scotty Clippen, Shavedly Roth,
Oh,
Shavedly wrong.
and Trim Edmonds.
That's
man.
There's Ray Liotta, which I thought was great.
Trim Edmonds and Scotty Clippen
Scotty Clippen.
and Shavedly Roth all made me laugh.
Trim Gaffigan. Quick
What
Carey.
do you like the best, Lern?
I like Shavedly Roth.
Shavedly Roth. Ah, yes. All right, calm down. Wow. Shavedly Roth.
Wow. 3 winners
All right,
here.
we got 3 good ones this week. Time to vote via Twitter at Rizzuto Show. So we got nominee number 1. That's Bet Nidler.
That's a big gal.
Bet Nibbler, yes.
Yeah. It's a big gal and living in Dublin, but she's an American, and you know how Americans are. You know what they can do. She wants you to bring a whole bunch of food so she can eat fried chicken, tacos, burgers, potatoes, and all types while she does all sorts of nasty things to you.
Yeah, take you to places you don't even know existed.
That's right. Flip
what they
your
say.
world upside down.
You know what they say about us Americans, huh?
That's right.
Yeah. Then you heard from Flo Pesci.
This is your winner. I'm sorry.
I was going to say the same thing.
I'm sorry. This is somebody that grew up with a whole bunch of sisters, got turned on as a kid by looking at the feminine products in trash cans, and then took it from there.
Yeah, I think the line of the ad is, "I'm a subscriber to your menstruation."
That's right. And is willing to trade Visa gift cards
Nah.
for a monthly exchange.
Nah.
Is this what the guys do? You like go through the trash?
No,
don't you?
Certainly
We all
not.
do this.
Certainly not. Certainly not.
It's like our thing.
Liar.
Don't you lump me in with this
Oh,
guy.
God.
Don't think this guy is not a representative of all guys.
You're a little tampon raccoon, dude.
Just rooting through the trash.
Rooting through, hoping for a treat.
Oh.
You just heard from Shavid Lee Roth. All right. Who are you endorsing, Lern?
Bette Nibbler.
Bette Nibbler.
Yeah, I'm going Bette
Eating.
Nibbler. For me, I'm like, I love it. I like that it's going to get messy. I like that this lady wants to please, she's representing America really well. She's eating well, she's proud of her body, and she's pleasuring well. And I'm here for all that.
So for patriotic reasons, you want Bette Nibbler
I'm
to
a
move
patriot. Yes. And I'm going to stand at attention for Bette Nibbler.
You ever know that you're my hero?
For real.
All right, so for USA.
USA.
For that Bob Seger button.
USA, greatest country in the world.
Yeah.
Great pleasure.
Vote for Bette. Vote for Bette. Bette Nibbler. Vote for Bette.
One night only.
Rafe, who are you going with?
Oh, Flo Pesci, and it ain't even close. Flo Pesci, and this is not going to be a close week.
Agree.
You're nasty, Peter.
You nasty pun. I don't care.
Yeah, Flo Pesci. God. Come on. This all started when he was a kid and he's got sisters.
Yeah, started with his sisters.
Started with his sisters.
Like, what if he has like a collection of old used tampons? Oh, God.
Well, dude, I'm more upset that what I do with them is my business. I'd rather know. Because now I'm left to my own devices. What's this guy doing with them?
What if this is somebody's like golden retriever typing up this ad?
What? The fact that he's offering up $25 Visa gift cards in exchange for, what you got there. Sorry, can't be more. I'm working 2 jobs at the moment, and it's hard to make ends meet. Alimony and child support are a bitch. This guy's got kids.
This guy's willing to cancel Max and Disney and Hulu for a subscription to your
Maxi Pad.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right, Scott?
Yeah, I feel like this is clearly him. The fact that he says, Flo Pesci says, that it started with his sisters, and that's what got him intrigued with this whole thing.
Yeah.
That even adds an extra element of bizarreness.
Well, Jared brings up a good point. With Shavid Lee Roth, this is his first willing participant.
And there will be blood.
That's a good point, too.
One that's freaky and, it's a hair cutting fetish. That's...
Yeah.
Fine, but
listen, yes, it is freaky. It doesn't change my opinion, though, for sure. Moon.
I'm voting for your winner, Flo Pesci.
Okay. Well, there you go. Lern, for patriotic reasons, is going for Bette Nibbler.
Yeah.
The rest of us are with Flo Pesci. Shavid Lee Roth is out there. So listen, you guys vote. It's up to you guys. Vote via Twitter at Rizzuto Show, and we'll have the winner when we sign on tomorrow morning. Thank you all very much for your votes. Very important that you vote. Probably the most important voting thing you'll do this year. For sure. It's not even close. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back with Crap on Celebrities. It is 7:30. Thursday, traffic and weather, Moon coming at you.
Traffic is brought to you by Worldwide Technology Raceway. The biggest race of 2024 is Sunday, June 2nd. Time to lock in your NASCAR Cup Series tickets now at www.raceway.com. Still have all those severe delays and 3 lanes blocked due to a multi-vehicle crash 70 eastbound just before 270. Your point forecast, maybe some snow tonight around 8 p.m. and after. High of 39 today. Right now it's 28 at the Point Studio.
All right, Lern, what do you got for us?
We are going to squeeze Anthony Kiedis' soul in the best way, and I can't wait. Did Kanye West remove all of his teeth? Do you want to be buried for eternity next to Marilyn Monroe? I have the deets. And the best rom-coms, trying to get everybody in the mood for Valentine's Day coming up, of the 1980s.
All right, we got that. We got your crappy birthdays. We got the porno birthday. All that and more next in your Crowd on Celebrity. Stay there.
Paps, be good to your daughters. That's how you know to be good. 'Cause some will turn to mommies when others will be daughters and dads. That's how your brothers can be mothers too. That was John Mayer.
Men's Health. I've been going there since I started the show back in April, and I got to tell you, I'm feeling great. I'm down like 30 pounds there. Invested in my health, and man, I feel good. And you can too. All you got to do is go to Victory Men's Health. They got 3 locations, one in each O'Fallon, Illinois and Missouri, and one in Town and Country, and they got a 4th location that's going to be opening soon that we'll be announcing very soon. But guess what? If you can't make it to those locations, they also are now offering telehealth. That's right. You can just, all you have to do is reside in Illinois or Missouri. Process is easy. Just go to the website, click telehealth. All right. From there, you pick what service you're interested in, whether that's weight loss, hormones, micronutrient testing, etc. at all. And based on what service you're interested in, they'll ship you a lab draw kit directly to your home. It couldn't possibly be easier for you to take back control of your health, which should have been your New Year's resolution. I'm guessing that's 90% of ours. Once your results are in, they'll do a video telehealth consult, review your results, and they'll get you started on your treatment, and they'll mail it all directly to your house. And they take care of you in a way that is specific to you. It's not a one-size-fits-all at Victory Men's Health. They're gonna get down to the nitty-gritty of what's going on with your body, adjust things properly to get you the best results in the most efficient and fastest way possible. So don't wait. Take back control of your health. For more information, go to victorymenshealth.com, victorymenshealth.com.
Donnie Fandango from 105.7 The Point. Very happy to be joined by Dan Reynolds, frontman of Imagine Dragons. And Dan, we have a lot to talk about, but you are involved in one of my favorite life moments, and I have to tell you about it. And I've been wanting to tell you about it since it happened. It came up in my memories about 3 years ago this past weekend, and I had a chance to take, at that time, my 10-year-old daughter to see you guys live. My daughter's now 13. And some days are rough. And she's an amazing girl. But that day at your show, Dan, for the first time, I got to watch her get completely lost in a show. Her eyes were closed. She was singing the songs. She was completely unaware of anything else around her other than just being lost in the show. And as a music fan, as a father, as a person, it is one of my favorite memories of all time, and I thank you so much for being a part of that. I know you get to do that, you know, not just with me, but man, it's something that I look back on fondly and always, always, always will.
Thank you, man. Thanks for sharing that. That's yeah, I miss shows. I miss looking out and seeing people do exactly that, you know, get lost in it, and that's what it's all about. I think the whole world needs music, you know. That's what unites us. So I love hearing stories like that. So thanks for sharing that.
Nah, man, not at all. So big things going on in the Imagine Dragons camp. The new album coming out September the 3rd. It's called Mercury Act 1. I want to know tell me about this album title. What does that mean, or do we find out?
Oh, yeah. The meaning of the title, originally when I was playing around with ideas and thinking through it, I thought I'd call the album Mercurial. which is a word that basically means volatile or subject to dramatic changes, which is really indicative of the whole record and my state of
New
being.
comfort. Nothing's going to get you thinking about the comfort of your home like last week's weather and just those temperatures, man. And if you haven't called Anton's, now is the time to do it. You get a new system for as low as $100 a month. Ask them about their special financing. No payments on interest for 18 months. That offer is going to expire at the end of January, but you don't even need that long to think about it because you're going to call Anton's today because total indoor comfort is their focus. World-class service. They do everything, too. Installations. They do repairs. They do energy audits. Anton's Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Energy Experts. They're called that for a reason. I've had them do an energy audit at my house to find out. I called in the experts because I knew my house was an efficiency nightmare. My son's room was always too hot. I didn't have enough cold or hot water happening. Plus, I just knew that I was losing air and efficiency all over the house. Anton's, within 5 minutes of being inside my house, they said, okay, here's some issues that you can solve right now. We'll help you with this. We'll help you with that. They've saved me money, they've saved me time, and they've made me a hero over and over. With the new water heater, with the changes that we made within that first 10 minutes of our home, everybody is happier, and boy, do I look good and smart, thanks to Anton's. Anton's Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Energy Experts. Again, those deals are going on right now. Get a hold of them, antonshvac.com, ANTONSHVAC.com.
It's Donnie Fandango for 105.7 The Point, and I'm absolutely thrilled to be joined by Dan Auerbach, the frontman of the Black Keys. And Dan, we got a lot of stuff to talk about with a single and a new record coming, but I wanted to bring up a couple of things first that you have done in the last year that I just loved. And two of the things specifically, the covers record that the Black Keys did, I just adored because it introduced me to a bunch of songs that I didn't know, and I loved that. And then also, too, I know you produced the Robert Finley record, and I loved that one, too. I didn't know anything about that man until, I saw that you had worked with him. So I just kind of wanted to start things off by saying, man, I really appreciated both of those projects that you were obviously very deeply involved in.
Oh, man, thank you so much. That's great to hear. I mean, Robert Finley's the real deal. He's a Louisiana soul and blues singer, and he's touring. He's going to be touring all year. It's really exciting for him.
I will absolutely see that man. I mean, it was like, because as I'm listening to that record, I'm thinking to myself, why did I not know of this man before? Why do I have to live under a rock? You know what I mean? Like, it was that kind of, why haven't I been able to be a fan of this guy sooner?
Oh man, he is just like next level. He just like shines on the stage. It's crazy.
Cannot wait. Well, let's get back to Black Keys stuff. And we just got the brand new song from you guys, Wild Child, all right? And I love it. Now, listen, I've always thought that there was a really awesome groove in all of the Black Keys songs for the most part. But this one, I would even consider it funky, as a matter of fact. Would you yourself, the creator of that song, call it funky, sir?
I would definitely call it funky.
Yeah.
Or maybe funky with an O, funky.
Oh, that's even another level. But I do, man, like there is just a little bit of that sort of infusion in there that really, I think, differentiates it. What was this like the first song that was recorded? Was this one of the last ones that was written? How did this come about, when it comes to the rest of the album?
I think the record is pretty varied. There's songs on there that are like the first take, just like super raw. Improvisation, like we
good people in bad circumstances. Maybe you had a bad year, you were laid off, trying to get your finances back on track, and you need a new car. So you're thinking, all right, I'm going to go to the car dealership, and pick out a car from the lot, even if it's pre-owned. Next thing you know, you're whisked into a finance office, and you got some guy sitting behind a desk. All right, sign this. So what am I signing? Just sign it. It's all good. Sign this. What are my rates? I'm paying what every month? The Auto Loan Pro is going to help you get your life and credit back on track. Instead of just selling you a car, the Auto Loan Pro is going to work his ass off to get you the best rate possible. Anybody could sell you a car. It takes a pro to do it right. Making a big purchase with finance, it's complicated, especially if you've had a hiccup with your financial situation. The Auto Loan Pro is going to help you get back on track. He works with over 50 lenders to help you get the very best financing. He's a great dude. He's going to help you out. financing a car, there's one thing to know. Choose the Auto Loan Pro. AutoLoanPro.com. That's AutoLoanPro.com.
Backstage at Point Fest, and this is, I gotta say, of all of the interviews that I've done, as far as the placement in conjunction with the show, this one is a little different because there's not going to be a show here tonight, but we've got Highly Suspect here to join us. So, gentlemen, hello, and I'm going to make this probably pretty awkward for all of us.
Happy to be here. Grateful to be here.
Well, it's absolutely wonderful to see you guys again, and it has been a spell since we have heard new Highly Suspect music. All right, so I want to know when there's something new work. I mean, what
program. Got crap on celebrities here in just a moment. We're talking about Coachella yesterday. I guess they just announced the lineup, and No Doubt's going to
reunite.
Going to reunite to play. I got stuck in a No Doubt vortex this morning.
I love that.
Old performances. I watched a live performance of Just a Girl from like maybe 97, 98. God.
So good.
So good. And we're also talking about Sublime playing. It's not Sublime with Rome. It's Sublime with Bradley Noel's kid as the lead singer.
Yeah,
Bradley
Jacob.
Noel. Yeah, Bradley Noel died before their big record came out. I mean, like weeks before. You know, the one with Santeria and Wrong Way and all those big hit songs, you know.
Yeah, remember the music video for Wrong Way? I mean, MTV played every hour.
Yeah.
Loved it.
So you got the deceased singer's kid now taking the helm of the band. And man, he sounds good.
It's gonna be great.
He sounds. Here's a little video of Sublime reunites with Jacob Noel. Wrong Way. Let's see. Hopefully no curses in this. I may have to.
Annie's 12 years old and tomorrow she'll be a whore.
That's the guy's kid.
Nobody ever told her it's the wrong way.
How good does that sound?
Amazing.
Don't be afraid of the goodness you'll get laid. Oh, your family get faded is the wrong way. If all that I live, I'm gonna make it hard to live.
Right. Wow.
Down to a chin and it ruins all the makeup and never was. Hey, a cigarette rests between it.
But I'm staring at her stuff.
Yeah.
What's
Staring at her.
You're gonna wanna.
Now,
Trust me, I've played that song so many times. I know every word.
Sublime now
It's
can
the
have
tatas.
the same kind of age range vocals they had in the early 90s.
Yeah.
And they'll have this for years and years and years to come. Wow.
Yeah, it's like
dude shreds.
It's like a new. It's a revitalization.
Yeah.
I mean, because he's so
They're
youthful.
back.
Like
Yeah.
it's actually poetic in that way because we didn't get Bradley in his youth, and then and now his son is carrying the legacy. That's pretty
It's
awesome.
super cool, man. You give that kid a couple months of tour when he finds like a groove, and it's going to be perfect.
But how good did that
Flawless.
sound?
Yeah, he's
That
got
was
tons
awesome.
of energy. He sounds perfect. It's
Perfect.
It's very cool.
Exciting stuff. I love the.
Now I'm not going to
return
go to
the
Coachella.
90s.
I'm not going to go to Coachella to see that.
Now,
Yeah.
if my son could just pick up a goddamn guitar, please, come on, man, keep this going.
Just put it in bed with him. Just like here.
You don't
It's
care.
like just put it in bed. Maybe over, osmosis. I don't know how that works.
I had a long conversation with him about it actually recently, and I said, "So, what do you think?" And he said, "I'm good."
Yeah, he'll get there one
Long
day.
conversation.
Huh.
I'm good.
All right, today is January the 18th. Back in the day, 81 years ago, 1943, the government declared a wartime ban on the sale of pre-sliced bread to conserve resources during World War II. They were worried about the amount of additional wax paper used to wrap individual slices. So from then on, only whole loaves were sold until the end of World War II. 72 years ago, 1952, Curly from the Three Stooges died of a stroke at the age of 48. 49 years ago, 1975, the Jeffersons debuted on CBS. 39 years ago, 1985, Jerry Garcia arrested in Golden Gate Park while freebasing cocaine in his car. He had 23 small bundles of drugs in a briefcase beside him.
He's a businessman.
And the main thing that gave him away was an expired registration. 29 years ago, 1995, Yahoo.com was registered. Now, the previous name for Yahoo was Jerry and David's Guide to the World Wide Web. The founders, Jerry Yang and David Philo, created the website in January of 94 and decided on the name Yahoo in March of 94.
Yahoo!
Yep. Thank you.
Remember those?
I do. 28 years ago, 1996, Lisa Marie Presley files for divorce from Michael Jackson after 20 months of weird marriage. 14 years ago, 2010, Justin Bieber releases his debut single. Anybody?
Baby.
That's right.
Baby.
And 1 year ago today, in 2023, David Crosby dies. And that's what happened back in the day. All right, time to find out what's going on in the world of music and entertainment with your Crap on Celebrities.
And it's brought to you by Bright House Plumbing. Call the best, flush the rest, brighthouseco.com, 636-600-0188. Saw this yesterday, got very excited. Universal Pictures has optioned the rights to Anthony Kiedis' 2004 autobiography, Scar Tissue, to create a biopic. His manager, Guy Osseri, as well as Imagine Entertainment's Brian Grazer, signed on as producers.
Excellent book if you haven't read it.
I have read it. It is an excellent book. And remember, they were going to do this before. Like, wasn't it like FX or something had they were maybe going to make a series, and it was going to follow Anthony Kiedis' story with his dad, Blackie Dammit. And they were going to focus on their relationship. What a story. But then it got dropped. And so this hopefully will not get dropped, and then we'll be able to see Anthony Kiedis' life play out. He had a very interesting childhood.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, so what is this? This is a series?
It's a biopic.
Who's the studio? This guy's
Universal.
Universal.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
And
cool. It's a good book too. If you like music bios,
yeah,
music autobiographies, I recommend this one highly.
Does he read? I wonder if he reads the audio version.
I don't know. I actually read the physical.
Me too.
Like the physical book.
But I kind of want to have him read it to me just because I love him so much. Anyway, Green Day will be here on August 15th at Hollywood Casino Amphitheater. You probably have your tickets already. Well, now I'm going to tell you about the set list because we found out yesterday that even though tomorrow Saviors, their new record, comes out, we're going to be hearing the 20th and 30th anniversaries of both Dookie and American Idiot on this tour. They're going to be playing those albums in their entirety, back to back.
Yeah, Dookie turns 30.
Yeah.
Yeah, American Idiot turns 20.
So this is going to be pretty cool. And I imagine they will play some new music too.
Yeah, of course.
But those are going to be the main focuses of the tour. Andre 3000's much talked about album called New Blue Sun will get the IMAX treatment. Next Tuesday, 22 different IMAX theaters across the nation are going to show Andre 3000 New Blue Sun IMAX live experience. He's also going to be filmed for a live Q&A during the event, so that will stream.
So it's going to be Andre's flute music?
Yeah.
In IMAX?
It's actually not bad. It's very mellow and...
Did you do mushrooms over the weekend?
I did, yes. I microdosed and I listened.
Did you listen to Andre 3000's record?
I did, yes.
Damn it, I knew it. That's the only way that can be enjoyed.
Kanye West got titanium dentures that allegedly costed $850,000. People were speculating that he got all of his teeth removed and then replaced with what looks like blade teeth. I don't even know how to really explain it. If you look at the photo, which we'll have on the blog, he didn't get all of his teeth removed. It's metal that is now attached to his teeth.
Like veneers?
If you wouldn't mind, Moon, pull up this.
I don't know. I always find
it looks crazy.
It's fascinating to me, especially in Hollywood. You hear people literally shaving their teeth off and getting caps so their teeth are perfect.
Yeah.
That's not pleasant. That can't be pleasant in the least.
Mm-mm. I will take my gnarly dinosaur-looking teeth over.
Oh my God.
Shaving my teeth down any day. Yeah, look at the. I'm sorry. Let me move the camera.
That can't be.
It can't be good for your teeth. I mean, and so this is implanted
is that removable?
I don't.
Yes, is this just a grill?
So
I think it's a little bit more permanent, like semi-permanent.
It looks like he used aluminum foil.
They look like aluminum foil Dracula teeth.
This looks like something you would use for a video.
It's Jaws from James Bond. Ugly.
I mean,
not into it.
Okay. Well, newsworthy.
Yep. Do you guys think about where you want to go when you die, like where you want to be buried or cremated or donated?
Well, Rafe has talked about being shot off
a cannon.
Mm-hmm.
Shot off a battleship.
You all know my wishes. Shot and not ashes either.
Mm.
No, yeah.
Full body.
Loaded
no
up
embalming.
Loaded up into a gun on a battleship.
Taking it all with me.
Every once in a while I think about it and I never come to a conclusion.
Yeah, still undecided?
Well, no, I just don't care enough to finish the thought, really.
I always think I'm going to donate my remains and to science, but then I don't want to be in a mass grave. Like I want to be returned to somebody. Like I want them to ash me down, I guess.
Man, I read a story about a guy who his mother's final wishes were to be donated to science, and the government wound up getting a hold of the body and testing her body specifically on bombs. Like they blew up the mother's body, and the son found out.
Wow.
But that's what you said.
Yep. Yikes. Yeah, I want mine to be buried on top of the arch.
Okay.
On top of the arch.
Yeah.
We're going to work on that. Well, if you have...
The issue with science donation is there's a lot of weird science out there.
Right. Well, I mean, that's what you're signing up for, you know? Well, if you always wanted to be buried next to Marilyn Monroe and you were kind of rich, then this could possibly happen. A crypt a few yards away from the screen legend's final resting place is up for auction for the first time in decades. The current owner expects around $400,000 for the spot, which can hold a full body or ashes, and it's located in LA's Pierce Brothers Memorial Park. The auction house is handling the sale, and it says it's the ultimate way to embrace Hollywood's glamour and history to be buried so close to an icon.
This story is so a guy from Arizona donated his mom's body to the Biological Resource Center at Phoenix for medical research. Said he discovered her body was used instead for blast testing after being sold to the military.
John Oliver had a show a few weeks ago, like a month ago, I guess, and it was talking about the business of body donation.
Oh, that's okay. That's strange that you can donate it to a place that says this is for one thing, and then they profit off of it.
Well, and here's the thing though. So this guy, his mom died in 2013. She died of Alzheimer's. So at the time, he had hoped her brain would be used for medical research.
Yeah, to help
into Alzheimer's,
find a cure,
which she suffered from. As well, possible treatments, whatever, to do good.
That is the hope. That's the assumption, to be honest.
But they wound up selling the body to the government, who then used it for blast testing.
So how do you prevent that if that's against your wishes? Do you put it in the donation? I mean, do you have an option to say, hey, you can have this, but you can't sell it. You can have this, but you can't do this.
I don't think so, but I wonder if given different, like for the Alzheimer's Association, I wonder if they have a body donation for that association, that they have like a research wing of their science that you can donate the body to that wing of
science. They have like a little window at their office. You just put the body in.
I was say, do they come with a tow truck and pick it up like the Kidney Foundation?
Dude,
picked
this
up in a
guy
van?
found out what they did to his mom. Like, they said she was supposedly strapped in a chair on some sort of apparatus, and a detonation took place underneath her to basically get an idea of what the human body goes through when a vehicle is hit by an IED, which, yes, that is
beneficial.
I agree. It's beneficial and important, but not what her body was donated for.
Well, and
How
you
did he
should
find this
ask
out?
maybe.
How did he find this out? Like, I mean, that's some.
I think they do have to.
Have to disclose?
John Oliver had a whole episode about this, but I think they do tell you after the fact, like, hey, your body or your spouse's body went to the stomach is the research or something. You find out what actually does happen when they give you back the remains.
So he found out because a reporter from Routers did a deep dive and found out and then contacted him.
Wow.
That's
Dude,
crazy.
Reuters, I'm sorry.
He's out hiking and saw a foot. It's like, man, that looks like my mom's foot.
Mom's foot.
Kate Middleton, the Princess of Wales, is in the hospital following abdominal surgery. She's expected to remain in the hospital for up to 2 weeks. A spokesperson for Kensington Palace said Her Royal Highness, the Princess of Wales, was admitted to the London clinic yesterday for a planned abdominal surgery. The surgery was successful and is expected she will remain in the hospital for 10 to 14 days before returning home to continue her recovery. There's no real specific details on that surgery, but they did say it's non-cancer related. In other royal family health news, Buckingham Palace just issued a statement this morning saying that King Charles has been diagnosed with an enlarged prostate and will attend hospital for the next week for corrective procedures.
Huh.
So that's some royal news for you.
Enlarged prostate.
Richard Simmons, who I still want to know where he is and what's up with him, wants to make it known that he has no involvement in the upcoming biopic starring Pauly Shore, which is now officially in development and coming soon.
Did you see a picture of Pauly Shore as?
I did. I watched. Well, and there's two different things, I guess, happening, right? Like there's a biopic, and then there's this other. It seems like there's two different. Like there's a serious thing and a funny thing going on. Richard Simmons' reps told TMZ that Pauly's project is not authorized by his camp. And Pauly and Richard's team both spoke last year about Pauly portraying him in a film, but Richard Simmons' team saying the timing wasn't right for him to get on board. I have some audio here of Pauly
said
Shore
he tried to get Richard Simmons on board. But...
Yeah, they've known each other for a long time.
All right, this is Pauly Shore?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
What's my first rule? Like yourself. Your weight doesn't matter. If you like yourself, you're gonna be fine. But I've been where you are right now. And where I'm right now is I just love myself.
That doesn't sound like Richard Simmons. It sounds like Pauly Shore.
It does, but I don't know. They're kind of. This is from a short film called The Court Jester, which is coming out at the Sundance Film Festival this week. This is one thing that's already done. The biopic that's more serious is coming later.
Okay.
But what a perfect casting.
You think so?
I do. He looks very.
I can't take myself.
Oh yeah, all those dramatic roles.
I can't. I can't put myself into thinking it's not Pauly Shore. I can't have him portray a character.
Did you watch the preview for the court jester where he
No.
is? We're putting up on the blog. He looks exactly like him. He's got.
No,
the
I
fro.
saw a still shot.
Yeah.
But it's still Pauly Shore, and I can't.
Crazy boys.
I can't not think it's Pauly Shore.
You're still in son-in-law when you look at him.
Well, it's hard to get past it too because
The weasel.
Well, every time you see him, 3 minutes goes by and then there's Andy Dick doing Andy Dick things in the background. Because I'm sure he's in the movie too, right?
You know
Andy Dick's in the movie?
No,
the
I'm
most
just
famous
saying.
extra of all time, that guy with glasses. It's kind of he's the first guy in this trailer. That's pretty funny. The
what?
court jester.
The guy, oh man, he's
The
like the
guy.
most famous extra. He's got glasses. He's in the
been in
background of a lot of
everything.
stuff. I don't know his name. He's
Good
in
for
everything.
him.
This guy.
Nobody knows
I know
his
the
name, but everybody knows
CVS he
his
shops
face.
at.
Page 6 reports that Arnold Schwarzenegger was detained for 3 hours on Wednesday at the Munich airport in Germany after customs stopped him because he was traveling with a watch that he owns that he might be auctioning. The watch is worth around $21,000. The agency stated that criminal tax proceedings is what's happening here. He had to
Complete
pay a fine.
shakedown this was.
Yeah, it should have been registered. It was a complete shakedown, though. Very weird. I like that's how closely they're watching everybody. Like,
Well,
the
they're
watch?
saying he was supposed to auction it off the next day.
Right.
At some auction. And they made him pay taxes prior to the auction at the airport.
Yes.
They walked him to an ATM.
Yeah, he paid for it out of his checking account.
They walked him
Really?
in the airport to an ATM.
That's messed up.
He cooperated, though.
Shaking me down.
Somebody says it'd be a funny cop movie at this point.
How much was it?
21,000.
$21,000.
And finally, I'm trying to get you all in the mood for Valentine's Day. So I'm going to sprinkle in some love for Crap On here in the next few weeks. And today we're going to the 1980s. And the list,
1980s.
The Wrap has listed the best rom-coms of the 1980s.
Okay, all I could think of was two. I wrote these two down.
Okay.
And let's see if this makes your list.
I know what you're going to say.
The Princess Bride.
Yes, that's number 6.
Wow. That's high.
Okay, and probably the number one rom-com of all time.
Give it to me.
Let's say it at the same time. 3, 2, 1.
When Harry Met Sally.
Point for Rafe and Rizz. Yes, that is the
When
number
Harry
one.
Met Sally.
Hey,
yeah,
half a
that's what I was gonna
point
say, when Harry Met
and
Sally.
Everybody gets a point.
a quarter of a point.
Both films, Billy Crystal.
Oh, yeah.
Dang, Mr. Romance.
He is very romantic. What else you got?
And it's
Say
like
anything.
any of those John Hughes movies, yeah. Say anything.
Nope.
Or say
Not
anything,
top
Cameron
10.
Crowe.
Peggy Sue got married.
I don't think that was 80s.
Say anything?
Say Anything was 80s.
Oh, I thought you said other films by Cameron Crowe.
No, that was a Cameron Crowe movie, wasn't it?
I think
like
so.
16 Candles.
Not top 10.
What about is
Teen Wolf on that?
Julia Roberts one? Was that 80s or 90s? Was that 80s?
Dirty Dancing.
No,
Flashdance.
It's not a comedy.
which is
What?
upsetting.
Dirty
But
Dancing's not on there, dude.
comedy.
No,
Ghost.
Rom-com.
rom-com. Yeah, it's
I
kind of
guess Ghost
serious.
on a
Rom-com.
You're right. You're right.
You're talking about
Talking about Pretty Woman.
Pretty Woman.
No, that was 90s.
Okay, I want
Three Men and a
was?
Lady.
Sure.
I think so. I think it was like 1990.
3 Men and a Lady.
No,
It's a baby.
I'll give you
Second one.
number 2.
Baby, that's what it was.
Number 2 stars Eddie Murphy.
Coming to America.
Coming to America. Number 3 stars Molly Ringwald.
Pretty in Pink.
Pretty in Pink.
Okay.
Number 4 stars Cher and Nick Cage.
Moonstruck.
Yes, very good, Rizz. Number 5 is also Nick Cage. He was also Captain Romance. And I don't know
Peggy Sue.
anybody else. No? Good guess, though.
Raising Arizona.
No? That was 90s.
Damn. Nick Cage.
Valley Girl.
Valley Girl.
Valley
another
Girl.
one.
Princess Bride was number 6. Working Girl from 1988
Melanie Griffith.
was number 7. Romancing the Stone.
Great movie.
Arthur.
Is that Michael Douglas?
Michael Douglas,
Danny DeVito?
DeVito, and
Yeah, that one's
what's her
awesome.
name? The deep
She's
voice
from here.
lady.
Turner.
Kathleen Turner.
Kathleen Turner.
Yeah, that series is incredible.
Arthur came in at number 9, and then Tootsie with Dustin Hoffman at number
Tootsie.
10.
Oh, yeah,
Tootsie.
Tootsie.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, Tootsie.
What
Arthur.
about all those Dudley Moore films?
Dude, Arthur.
was.
I've never seen it.
That's a good movie with Judy.
Dench?
No, what's her name? Liza Minnelli.
Liza Minnelli.
I was going to say Judy
Her
Garland's daughter.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. And did they make a remake of Arthur? Or was
They
it
did
was
with
just a
Russell
talk?
Brand. It was terrible.
No, that's not a remake of Arthur. Was that a remake of Arthur?
Yeah, he did
Russell
it.
Brand.
Okay, I think I saw
Is
that in the
Arthur?
theaters.
And it was like Helen Mirren was in it.
I gotta tell you, there's some
horrendous.
I mean, there's some missing off this list that were bangers,
time.
dude. Bull Durham.
Is that 90s?
I'm pretty sure that was 80s, man. Overboard. Kurt and
Oh,
Goldie.
yeah.
Classic.
Please.
Love that film. Mannequin.
Oh, Mannequin.
Kim Cattrall.
They played Mannequin on Comedy Central 24 hours a day when I was a kid.
Celebrities celebrating a birthday today. Jason Segel is 44. Jonathan Davis from Korn is 53. Dave Bautista is 55. Cardinals GM John Mozeliak is 55. Comedian Dave Attell is 59. Mark Messier, the Rangers legend, is 63. Kevin Costner is 69. And Ted DiBiase, WWF's $1 Million Man, is 70 years old.
And today's porno birthday, which is being brought to you by Patricia's, where fun and fantasy meet, is Tristan Kennedy. And today's birthday girl's been in 117 fine films, including The Bubble Butt, Diesel Dongs, 17, It's Okay, She's My Stepdaughter, 7, Mommy and Me and a Black Man Makes 3,
Wow.
3, Plump Bottom Beauty, she was in Private School Nymphos, 4, Unplanned Orgies, 4, Wheel of Debauchery, 6, and Rafe's favorite, who can forget a role in 2012's Log Jammin' at the Cabin.
Oh, dude.
Log jamming.
80s classic.
That's right.
Love me, Sakaro Hungus.
It was Russell Brand that redid Arthur, and it was Jude Law that redid Alfie.
Alfie, yeah.
Remember that?
Tristan Kennedy is 32 years old. That's your porno birthday. Those are your crappy birthdays, and that was your crap on celebrities. All right, quick
I don't
break.
know why I get those two mixed up.
Yeah.
Jude Law and Russell Brand?
No, Arthur and Alfie.
We'll talk to John Hewlett after the break. It's 8:01. It is Thursday. Traffic and weather. Moon coming at you.
Traffic is brought to you by Worldwide Technology Raceway. The biggest race of 2024 is Sunday, June 2nd. Time to lock in your NASCAR Cup Series tickets now at www.raceway.com. We got delays, increasing delays, 270 westbound between 70 and Olive. Average speed down to 20 miles an hour. We also have a right-hand shoulder block due to a stalled vehicle 64 westbound just before McKnight. And delays 270 eastbound between 255 and 44. Your point forecast, maybe some snow tonight starting around 8 p.m. High of 39. Right now it's 28 at the Point Studio.
Backstage at Point Fest, and I'm completely honored to be joined by Ed from Live. This is one of my childhood dreams, to always talk to you every time you're in town.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Been following you. I was telling your tour manager, I've been following you guys since, and I'm sorry if nobody out there cares, but I'm going to walk down memory lane with you. MTV 120-minute tour, Springfield, Missouri.
Oh, yeah.
Shrine Mosque, I think is what it was.
I think so. It was our first tour.
That was your first tour?
Yeah.
Because, I mean, you guys were like, talk about just being with the guys you grew up with. You guys were like 12 at the time or something.
Yeah, we started the band when we were 13, coming out of 8th grade into high school. And that tour you mentioned, that was 1992. So that was our first road experience with Public Image Limited. And
I know you've been peeking at the price of your home, and you've seen that it is truly worth a fortune right now. A little, small, beautiful fortune. And it's very tempting to sell that bad boy, so you could use that money to do great things. Maybe go and buy another home, or, have some money to start traveling to plan it over. But are you really going to swap out your 2 or 3% interest rate and go and find a home and pay 7 or 8% on a new house? There's absolutely no way. Here's what's awesome. You don't have to with the Get Paid and Stay program from Truehold. Now, this is brilliant. With the Get Paid and Stay program, Truehold is going to buy your home now for its best current value. You bank the cash, and you stay in your home until interest rates come back down, or as long as you like. It's your call. Plus, here's even something greater. You won't have to pay property taxes, insurance, or upkeep anymore. Truehold pays those expenses. Learn about Truehold's Get Paid and Stay program. Call 1-855-300-9993 or visit Truehold.com. The smarter, faster way to cash your home's value without having to move. That's Truehold.com.
We are backstage at Point Fest, and I am absolutely honored and incredibly nervous, as a matter of fact, to have the pleasure of speaking to Alice in Chains. Gentlemen, thank you so very much. It's really great to see you here today.
Why is he nervous? Is he owes money or something?
I do not. I do not.
You slept with my wife, you son of a bitch.
Oh. See, none of those kinds of things other than just your random fanboy saw you in '93 at Lollapalooza,
That's all right.
all
That's
of that sort
acceptable.
of thing, you know?
All good, man.
It's really great to have you here. And, one of the things that, in reading about the new record, it seems like the excitement level is more than just kind of like, you know, of course everybody says the nice things when their new album is about to come out.
Not everybody. Not everybody, man.
Well, but it seems like there is genuine excitement about this particular project. Can you tell us a bit why? Yeah.
Well, we don't do records every year, so it takes a while. So when we get one out, it's like, all right, they actually did one. Like, you know, it's been about 5 years since we put a record out, so the response to the one you know has been really strong. We've been having a great time playing it. People seem to enjoy it, so it's all good. You know, we've been lucky enough to be able to still be doing this. You still get to go cool places and show up and have people like want us to play our music for them, and we're still making new music that people like too. So it's great.
Some of this stuff is just cyclical, you know. Like you never know why it is that a certain record might get a little bit more attention or energy behind it or excitement around it than others, but you just kind of weather it either way, you know. And so it's cool that this one seems to have a little bit more, I don't know, some kind of enthusiasm maybe around it. You know, it's good.
Absolutely so. And I mean, do you guys kind of, I mean,
Cold
say that
out. Now, do you have a two-story home and the second floor is not getting as hot as the first floor? So if your entire second floor is not properly getting airflow, you got to call Hoffman Brothers. Hoffman Brothers, your American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer. They'll come out and they'll take a look-see to find out what solutions are available to help better distribute heat to that second floor. You're miserable up there. Now, have you done any maintenance on your heating system yet? There's so many safety issues that could arise, including carbon monoxide, gas leaks by not properly getting your system maintained each year. Schedule your maintenance today and ensure you're safely heating your home. And when was the last time you changed your your furnace filter, your air filter? Probably time to do that. Here's your friendly reminder from your buddy Rizz and Hoffman Brothers. And by the way, Hoffman Brothers, they're hiring. Just some very generous benefits they offer, stuff like paid vacation up to 20 days, free health, dental, vision insurance for you and your family, up to 8% 401k company match just by working for Hoffman Brothers. HoffmanBros.com, HoffMann Bros.com, HoffmanBros.com.
All right, here we are backstage, Wayback Point Fest, with the boys from Lit. Gentlemen, how are you? It's great to see you again.
We're doing great. Great to see you guys.
Okay, first and foremost, I hear that there is illness sweeping through the Lit camp. Can we confirm, deny what's going on?
I'd rather not use the word sweeping through because it's just one guy at the moment, and luckily we're at the tail end. We got like less than a week left of the tour.
Man, so you're hanging on.
We've been out for over 10 weeks, or about 10 weeks, and that's not bad. And
logistical question for those of us that have never had to do this. And obviously the advent of the urgent care probably changes the game a little bit. Yeah. But when you guys are in East Lansing or wherever the hell and you're nowhere near home, somebody gets sick, it gets to the point where you're like, we got to do something. What do you do?
We have doctors we can call, and they'll phone in a prescription. I'm surprised he didn't do that today.
Yeah.
Make it things hard on himself.
That's all right.
It is Labor Day. Yeah. Thanks, Christian.
Well, so new album is out as we speak.
Yeah, album's out.
I find it very interesting to me, and it seems as though the reviewers are the first ones to point out how different a record is, where the fans, and I've seen you guys even talk about this, go, no man, our fans know that our music is a part of everything. We do a little bit of everything. So it seems like the reviewers are more surprised than the actual fans are, yes?
Yeah, I think usually for me, you're just talking about that. Of course.
I'm glad it wasn't me.
Usually, and he answers the phone.
Right, that's like doing.
I was going to say the naysayers usually are the ones that haven't. It's off now. Let me see that phone. Yeah. There it is. You just totally almost hard dropped. Are we going to edit this? Or are we just going to?
No, we're going to keep it in, man. This is how it goes.
I mean, usually people that have kind of been out of the loop over the course of the last 18 years, 20 years, and then they hear a new song. It doesn't matter if it's like, to me, I use the analogy like looking back at pictures of your friends 20 years ago, or like hanging out at with the group you hung out with and the things you did and the things you wore, and then fast forward 20 years, you're going to be shocked by what you see. You're going to be like, oh, Jesus, I haven't seen you in forever. The fans that have followed along, they've kind of been along with the growth of the band, and although this new record has taken a little bit of a turn, it's stuff that we as a band have been indulging in over the past almost 10 years, and riding in Nashville and recording in Nashville. And
Hills, a Subaru. It's a new year. It's a new you. It's time for a new car. And you got to go to Sunset Hills Subaru, the #1 volume Subaru dealer in Missouri for 5 years straight. That's 5 consecutive years. Voted best new car dealer in St. Louis by STL Today in 2023, and there's so much more on the horizon for 2024. It's a fun place to hang out, too. I know that a lot of people dread the car shopping experience, because you go to the dealership, you feel like you're being pressured. It's not like that there, man. They got a great lobby, awesome people working there. One of my best friends from high school works there. I ran into her when I went out there, reconnected. It's been a great experience all around, and it's a pet-friendly place. You can take your pet with you, all the way up to a live peacock. He seems to have a problem with that, but honestly, I'd say try that too. Why not? There's 2 dogs there. You can rub their bellies and pet them while you're there. If nothing else, just go and pet the dogs. But the cool thing about Sunset Hills is you'll never be charged over MSRP when some shady dealers are charging thousands over sticker and doing all these weird tactics. Not at Sunset Hills. They're back to saving people money compared to their competition, and that's important. You can shop online if you don't want to go in. That's how confident they are that they have the product that you need. You don't even have to go into the store, unless, of course, you want to go in and pet the dogs, which I already mentioned. For more information and checking out their inventory, go to sunsethillssubaru.com right now, sunsethillssubaru.com.
Oh, let's do it now.
Let's do it now.
Let's do it now. Okay, so wait, and Columbus, I don't think you have a clue how bad this gun hurts. Would you like an example? Would you like to try? Would you put your butt on the line and?
You guys can shoot me.
Yeah. Have Scott. How about you shoot Columbus first?
Can I take one
shot in the
Can I
tush.
take one of his shots and give him 4?
Happy birthday, Rizz.
All right, welcome back to the program. Joining us from Phoenix, Arizona, the one, the only John Hewlett.
Hey, good morning, Rizz.
Oh, wow, you sound so clear. It's like you're in the room with us.
It is.
I know, top-notch equipment, man.
Top-notch equipment, broadcasting live from Phoenix. So, listen, John, from KC, and of course, John is the PA guy for the St. Louis Cardinals for many, many years. Listen, we're not going to call you retired. What do you call it, half-ass retired?
Half-ass retired, yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty good at it. I'm really getting good at it, I think. Feels like it anyway.
I mean, what's your day-to-day like? You're up early.
Yeah, I get up about 8 o'clock now instead of 5 o'clock, and that feels real good.
Yeah.
And I'll go in a couple days a week and fart around on the radio, and you guys know about that.
Yeah. We know about farting around on the radio. That's all we do is fart around on the radio.
And then. What else? I tape a couple of shows that I do on the radio station during the course of the week, and do a podcast like everybody else in the world.
Right.
And then that's pretty much it until the Cardinal season starts.
But you're just doing things at your own pace. Are you playing a lot of golf out there?
Yeah, I played yesterday for the first time. Played with a couple of Canadian farmers. They grow lentils and canola.
Nice.
Okay, so you went to play golf with a couple lentil farmers from Canada. Okay.
So cool.
Which sounds weird.
A lot of O's and A's. Yeah, it was great.
Are you playing pickleball out there?
I haven't yet, but we're going to be getting into that here pretty soon. There's a lot of elderly people out here too, which includes me. But luckily, I still have the capacity to kick some senior citizen ass.
Yeah.
That's right.
So I look forward to that.
Yeah, I saw you hiking Camelback Mountain. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah. I've done that a few times. Just did it again the other day. Yeah, the other day we tried to do it for speed as opposed to just climbing it.
Look at this guy. Always got to impress everybody.
Look at this guy.
And you were with Rob Naughton, who is the voice of TBS, which we all used to work with. And does he live out in Arizona now?
No, he's like me right now. He's wintering out here, and he says he's looking to maybe buy a place. So
that's awesome.
He's making the transition, or trying to make the transition. Yeah.
Everybody knows Rob Naughton's
that's
voice.
Completely different.
Yeah. So he's the voice of TBS. Yeah, we used to work with him, back in the day at the Emmis days. But the fact that you're saying you're wintering in Phoenix is what an amazing thing.
I just imagine you in a quarter zip Izod sweater as you say that. We're wintering out here. Naughton and I are wintering together.
I got a few fake polo sweaters, but
He's an
haven't
Under
gone the
Armour guy.
IZOG route yet.
Yeah.
Well, listen, as we're all suffering here, it's been super cold, and you're, all nice and cozy out there in Phoenix, laughing at us.
That's right.
Yeah. Well, I'm really not laughing at you because, I still got a home and a daughter who's living in our home right now who's trying to keep the pipes from freezing and stuff like that. So there's still a lot of worry on my mind when the cold weather hits St. Louis, but not like it would be if I were there.
Right.
Did Sophia
Yeah.
tell you that she's throwing raging parties, that I've been attending each one every Saturday night? Or
Yeah, well, that's happened in the past, so we're kind of expecting that. Our oldest daughter, Olivia, one time when we were out of town on a volleyball trip with one of my other daughters, threw a massive party, and the police came and arrests were made.
Oh, arrests were made.
Yeah. One of the stories I've never told on the radio before. So that's what this event we're going to be doing on February 29th is kind of all about. Love, death, and other scary things. Telling stories that never have gotten out on the airwaves before, or in some cases, even to other family members.
Yeah.
Well, let me plug this event for you. So it's KC95 presents Life, Death, and Other Scary Things, an evening with John Hewlett, hosted by Ron Stevens at Sheldon Concert Hall, Thursday, February 29th. So it's basically you on stage telling stories and being interviewed?
Yeah, pretty much that. But it's not just two old guys talking on stage. I mean, Ron's a very creative and inventive dude, and he's putting together all kinds of videos from the past, things that I've forgotten about that have gotten out there. A lot of photos, a lot of other people who will be joining us on stage from the past, broadcasters of the past that I've worked with, who are going to be asking questions of me that they've never could feel like they could ask before, but they're going to ask that night, and I got to answer everything as honestly as I possibly can, as much as my memory will allow. And it could get pretty embarrassing, stressful. If you want to see a grown man break down and cry in front of a bunch of people, it could happen that night.
Get off on that.
Well, and what John is not saying.
Yeah, you guys get off on that. Me too sometimes.
What John is not saying is this is a roast. We are going to roast your ass on February
there's
29th.
that too. There's that element too.
I'm looking at this like a St. Louis version of a Comedy Central roast of you.
I'm coming to heckle.
Yeah. Rafe and I
Finally get to
Moon?
see what it feels like to be on the other side of that.
The three of us will be sitting in the balcony just heckling like Waldorf and Statler from the Muppets.
I'm just bringing baseball-sized tomatoes. That's
Good. Yes, that's what we want.
Oh, we talked about this at the Christmas party, John, but that's a cool venue, too. If
Sheldon?
for people that haven't been, that show, I saw Jeff Ross's one-man show there during our Flyover Festival, and it's just a cool... The stage is really cool. It feels very intimate, and it's just a cool place to see a show, especially this type of show. So I encourage people to get tickets.
Yeah, please do. And, there's a VIP as well, a VIP ticket, and it's brought to you by Michelob Ultra, 2.6 carbs and only KC95 calories in each bottle.
Look, with the tag and everything.
Wow. That's off the top of your head, man? That's crazy.
So, there's going to be a lot of that there. And, in order for me to pull this off, I'm going to have to be drinking.
Yes.
Yeah, of course. You got to loosen up a bit.
Yeah, loosen up. Yeah, drinking before, during. We'll have the beers on stage, and people in the audience will also be asking questions, and the audience will be very much a part of the whole experience. And it's going to be, I think, a fun time.
And listen, I'm sure you got a ton of stories. You've been in the game for how long? How long you been at KC?
I've been at KC 47 years.
47
and then I'm getting ready to start my 40th year with the Cardinals as the PA announcer full-time for the full season.
Awesome.
And there are a lot of Cardinal stories, too, that I've never really been able to tell, that we're going to tell that night. And that'll add to it,
Boy, I tell you, with the Cardinal stuff, you got no plans of giving that up anytime soon, right?
Myself, no. I mean, it's up to them, really, So, as long as I don't... make a bunch of mistakes, like get a batter behind during the lineup of the opposing team coming up to the plate and
listen. How long did Bob Shepard do it? How long did Bob Shepard do it over at Yankee Stadium?
I don't know exactly how long he did it, but I
his
think,
90s.
Wow.
Yeah, he did it into his 90s. Yeah, and then towards the end there, he had some help too. I mean, I don't know that he was doing the full game or all the games. My goal is to do all the games every year. That's my mountain to climb every year. 81 games, no matter what.
Yeah.
And then, of course, playoffs afterwards, hopefully. And so, for me, doing that job means doing every game. And so I've done that 40 years, and I'd like to get to, who knows, 50 or whatever. You never know. And I think the guy before me did it for a couple of years, Joe Myers, who used to work at KSHE, by the way, and went on to have a nice career at NBC Sports, and is a play-by-play guy now for the NBA team down in New Orleans, the Pelicans. And then before him was a guy named Charlie Jones. I think Charlie did it for 40.
Wow.
So
Bob Shepard did it for 56 years at Yankee Stadium. He's the guy. He's the guy. If you don't know Bob Shepard, now batting number 2, Derek Jeter.
Oh, that's
number
good.
2.
Yeah.
Number 2.
Number 2.
Number 2.
In fact, when he passed, Derek Jeter still used his voice.
When who passed?
Oh, really?
When Bob Shepard passed.
It says he's alive, man. Oh, never mind.
He's dead.
No, he's gone.
You're right. He died in 2010 at the age of 99.
There we go.
Could have
Yeah,
warmed.
99. I think he was working up till then.
I don't look forward to the day you retire from anything, John, especially Busch Stadium, though, because for me, it doesn't sound like Busch Stadium when your voice is not there. I've been to one game where you missed out. This has been years ago.
Yeah.
And I remember it's almost like the air is different or something. So, I mean, for real. And
Well,
I bet
when they hired me back in 1981, that's one of the things they told me. Said, we want somebody who's going to come to every game because we want the fan experience to be the same each time, each game.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of what the goal was from the beginning. And I've taken that part of the job very seriously,
Dude, how brutal was it, doing those games? If a game, 81 games is a lot. 81 home games.
Yeah.
And you doing a morning show, so doing a morning radio show, and you got some of these games going into extra innings. Are you
Yes.
are you looking at your watch going, all right, maybe I got 4 hours of sleep, maybe 3
Absolutely.
hours of sleep. All right, I'm just going to go in.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, it's going back in the 80s and 90s and even early 2000s, well, up until just recently, extra innings meant extra innings. I mean, it could go till 17 innings. Nobody was at second base to start the innings to shorten the whole process like they are now. So, I mean, I think there might have been a 20-inning game I did. Got out of there like 2:30 in the morning and then had to get up at, 5 or I went straight to the radio station and slept on the couch at the radio station.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was draining. And yeah, every time you walked in the building, you didn't know how long you were going to be there. And selfishly, I'm glad that they now put the runner at second base to start each extra inning to try to shorten the games, But it was a challenge for a long time here. And then I raised kids in the middle of all that too. And I mean, I'm lucky in the fact that most of the time the Cardinals were in the race. It's been relatively rare that we've had seasons where the Cardinals didn't have a chance to go to the playoffs. Some franchises are just like Pittsburgh and some of those places where year after year after year you pretty much know you're not going to make it.
You're working into October.
Yeah, I mean and I clear my schedule in October every year because of how often the Cardinals have gotten into that month, and I've had to do games. So the organization has been successful, and that really has helped take any kind of pain that might exist out of committing to that many games during the course of a year. Yeah,
and listen, you are, and Lern has said it before. You're pretty. Even for being on the radio for so long, you're a pretty private person. So I know you're going to be, you open up a little bit at the Sheldon on February 29th. And we're going to hear stuff that we've never heard before.
Yeah.
Some stories we've never heard before. I mean, you were hired at the age of 19 for KSHE.
Right.
It's wild.
Yeah. I mean, I was just a teenager, just a couple of years out of high school. Huh?
You've seen it all.
Yeah, and that's a lot of what will be talked about on the 29th. All the different rock stars that we've met, that we've interviewed, stories of things that happened at the radio station behind the scenes that aren't just like funny, silly stories, but in some cases some serious things that happen. Things that happened in my life when I was growing up as a young kid in the inner city, and some of the stories that come out of that might shock some people to hear about what happened.
Yeah.
As I was a young man and a child, really, in a period of time in St. Louis when the Vietnam War was raging, civil rights struggle was going on. And we were in a neighborhood that was kind of wrapped up in a lot of that political
turmoil.
angst.
Yeah,
and turmoil.
And that's where the KSHE studio was back then?
No, the Casey studio was out in Crestwood.
Okay, that's right.
Yeah.
He's talking about where you grew up.
Oh,
in South City.
where you grew up.
Where I grew up. Yeah, where I grew up. Which was now called Lafayette Square, but back then the Lafayette Square area was decaying massively. You know, those beautiful big buildings were just were condemned and just collapsing on top of themselves, and that was playground for us. You know, we'd go in those buildings and help the process of tearing those buildings down. My buddy and I, we tore a building down with just a pick, a baseball bat, and a rope.
Wow.
Nice.
We told him it. Yeah.
Nice.
John,
That was recently.
And don't tell this story because I think you're alluding to a story you're going to tell at Life, Death, and Other Scary Things. But I mean, John witnessed a guy almost get killed. Like, I mean, I've heard some of these stories and of you growing up in Lafayette.
He did get killed.
Oh, he did. Oh, yeah. So I mean, things like that are
Spoiler alert.
part of John's life that I've been interested to hear your life story from working with you for so long. And you are such an interesting person. And I think people that are Cardinals fans or KC fans or just radio fans in general will have a great time.
Well, I want to know, John, what were your parents hoping you'd do? I mean, at that point, usually your parents are kind of involved in, well, little Johnny's going to be a lawyer. Or, little Johnny's going to be a dentist. What did they want you? What did they want you to be?
Where we were growing up, I don't think anybody thought we'd really amount to all that much. I mean, I think they wanted us to grow up and be happy, and they loved us. You know, we grew up in a very loving family, mother, father, grandmother, and grandfather living right downstairs from us when we were growing up. So, but, we didn't have any expectations until I had this dream to be on the radio one day. I don't remember anybody saying anything other than me and my dad saying one time when we were watching the news and they were covering the Vietnam War, and he pounded the table and he said, "Damn it, if your country needs you, you boys are going." And I remember thinking to myself, "Uh-oh."
Yeah. Well, what did the
got to think of something else?
What did people in your neighborhood do? Like, what was did they work in factories? What were your friends' dads doing?
Yeah, I mean, I guess a lot of the people that we were around at that time they didn't do much. They didn't have any good jobs. One guy I think might have worked at Monsanto or something. But and that was another thing that where we grew up too, man. It just the environment was not healthy. The pollution from Monsanto factories. We'd wake up in the morning, we'd smell that. There was a factory right across the street from us. We'd get up in the morning, you'd run your finger across the hood of the car, and the sediment from painting chrome on chairs was in the air. We were kids, we were breathing that stuff. And Russell Bliss, the guy who ruined Times Beach by putting contaminated oil down, he was coming to our back alleys and spraying that stuff in the alleys to keep the dust and the dirt down there. We played softball and baseball in that alley.
I'm just trying to imagine, Lafayette Square in the 60s and early 70s, what it was like.
Yeah, and there was a lot of crime, So, yeah, I mean, like Lern said, there's a story that I'll tell that happened, and then there's like 40 years fast forward after that incident happened. Something happened on the air at Casey connected to that particular crime too.
Whoa.
Lern knows how that went full story, and on New Year's Eve, my father was upstairs, my grandparents were downstairs, my grandfather was coming in the house, and somebody came from behind and bam, bashed in behind him and went in and punched my grandmother in the face and ransacked their house and tried to steal stuff. My dad heard my grandmother screaming downstairs, and he ran down and the guys were running out as my dad was coming in and knocked my dad over and got out. But yeah, it was a dangerous period of time down in the city of St. Louis when we were growing up down there, and that's just some of what we experienced.
And what year did you wander into Casey?
1976. I started in radio in 1974 at KEZK. I was part of their first full-time air shift, air staff, and I was on from 7 to midnight while I was a senior in high school. So then from there, I went to KIRL for a summer, which was a station out in out in St. Charles. Mm-hmm. And then from there, I went from Jefferson City and worked at KLIK, Click, or K-Lick, however you want to say it, and did top 40 radio there for a little while. And then in '76, I ended up at Casey when Ron Stevens, the man who's hosting this show on the 29th, hired me, and he says I turned the job down 3 times. I remember turning it down once. He said 3 times, and eventually I said, "Yeah, I'll come home." And
you
been there ever since.
You got hired, you turned it down.
Yeah. Well, the first time I turned it down, even though I knew of Casey, it wasn't the. Oh, there's my alarm now. See, Lern, I told you I said it wrong.
I know. That's why I called you.
It didn't seem like the format that would be something that I wanted to do, because I wanted to be in sports broadcasting like Jack Buck. I wanted to do play-by-play of baseball, and Casey was so laid back, and it had its drug image too, and I wasn't into that really, that whole scene.
Were you into the music?
Yes, to a certain degree, because Casey was so obscure, and a lot of the time you tuned in, you wouldn't hear what a lot of you wouldn't recognize.
You'd be hearing what the DJs wanted to play.
Huh?
You'd be hearing what the DJs wanted to play.
Absolutely, and I didn't realize how satisfying that would be someday. And once I got the job there and I started learning the music and I started picking the music, and I went, wow, this is fun. This is cool. I like doing this. And that's one of the aspects of the job that I do miss a lot. Though they let me on Sunday mornings on my Casey Classic show still pick whatever music I want to play. And as a DJ, who's somebody who got a job like that after falling in love with the music, that is thrilling. To be able to still play what you want to play, talk about it, and hopefully the listener is enjoying it as much as you are at that particular moment in time.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's going to be one hell of an evening.
Yes.
Listen, it's the extra day of the year. They made it for you, John. February 29th.
That's right. It's a leap year.
It's a leap year. Yeah, it's the
right.
leap year day. So they made this day for you. It's officially John Hewlett Day.
Yeah. There's nothing on your calendar at all because the day was not even supposed to be there.
Yeah.
So this is on your calendar.
That's right.
So KC95 presents Life, Death, and Other Scary Things, an evening with John Hewlett, hosted by Ron Stevens. Sheldon Concert Hall, Thursday, February 29th. Guest appearances by Lern, Mark Close, Favaz, and other surprise guests. Surprise guests as well.
Yeah, there have been some relatively famous people that I've met through the job at Busch Stadium and through the job at Casey, who hopefully are going to be contributing to this event on the 29th. At least that's what we think is going to happen.
Very cool.
Yeah, you get tickets at metrotix.com. That's metrotix.com.
And tickets are on sale now. And hey, count on myself and Rafe and Moon and King Scott being there heckling.
All right.
Yes,
So
indeed.
we will-
Tomatoes.
And throwing tomatoes.
The show is brought to you by
do that.
Michelob Ultra, but the
that'd be
heckling is
awesome.
brought to you by Four Loko.
Yep. John, we love you, buddy. Thanks for taking a couple minutes.
I love you guys. I miss seeing you guys. Thanks for having me on today.
Today, yes. It's
today.
It's the morning, John. I know.
It's still dark out
The
here.
sun is here.
What's going on
St.
there in
Louis,
Phoenix?
yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, the great John Hewlett. John, we'll talk to you soon, buddy.
Thanks, guys.
Enjoy the wintering.
Yeah.
Bye.
That's a guy that winters and
Living the
So
dream,
cool,
dude.
man.
God, he's
Love
living
him.
the dream. Do I got to get him off this access unit?
Yeah, take
over
him
here
out of
because I
there.
know he's going to be on another station.
Yeah, he's making
Stand
the
by,
rounds.
doing things. Hang on.
Doing radio.
John's
doing
good
radio
people, you
things.
guys. I know maybe some people never are too young to have listened to John ever. Your parents love him, so if you want to get your parents a really cool gift, get them tickets to Life, Death, and Other Scary Things at the Sheldon, February 29th. They'll love it.
And go with them.
Yeah,
Because
so
he's a
go
cool
with them.
dude.
Yeah, he's a great guy.
Those stories are going to be incredible.
Yeah. Again, he's a pretty private guy, and if he's going to open up like this,
Oh, and
private.
now that he's gone
Private.
and he's not listening, the behind the scenes stuff they're telling, like those of us who are guest speaking, like what we're going to do to him, it's going to be pretty good.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, great.
I've been wanting to roast
I'm
him.
going.
Yep, it's going to be fun.
I'm going.
Okay.
Is it going to go late because I got to work the next day?
It's going to be like 2 hours, so
Okay.
like 7 to 9, maybe.
Oh, that's not bad.
That's not bad.
That's not bad. Yeah, we'll be here Friday.
All right.
That's Friday, March 1st. Mm-hmm. Friday, March 1st. Hey, I kind of teased this before. We ran out of time. I want to talk about this this title, this headline. Gen Z is killing the car industry by refusing to drive. Gen Z is ruining and killing the car industry by refusing to drive. We'll chop it up next. Also, some of your emails after the break. So I got the percentage of 16 and 17-year-olds who are driving now.
Yeah.
Now, as opposed to when we were that age, 1997.
Yeah, man. I had my license the hour I could get it.
Me too.
Me too.
Yeah, my parents made me. It was one of those, they drove me straight to the DMV, and there you go.
All right, it's 8:34. It is Thursday. Traffic and weather. Moon coming at you.
Traffic is brought to you by Worldwide Technology Raceway. The biggest race of 2024 is Sunday, June 2nd. Time to lock in your NASCAR Cup Series tickets now at www.raceway.com. Got a right-hand shoulder block due to a stalled vehicle 270 northbound just before 70. There's also a right-hand shoulder block due to a stalled vehicle 64 westbound just before McKnight. Your point forecast, some snow, maybe, after about 8 p.m., though. High of 39. Right now it is 29 at the Point Studio.
Well, here we are, Music Record Shop, and it's Donnie. We've got Giannis, we've got Jimmy, and we've got Alex, our grand prize winner. And quite simply, gentlemen, for the next little while, we're just going to go record shop.
Wicked.
Which sounds fantastic. So we'll check in when we get done. Let everybody kind of get after it. But do you have a plan when you're going into a record
No, I'm
shop?
just going to go at it with a frenzy.
All right,
Yeah.
very good. Well, we love that. All right, so here at Music Record Shop, we're getting after it. We'll check in with you in a bit. Did you ever stop collecting vinyl, or have you always done it?
Yeah, I mean, from when I started buying vinyl, largely because a lot of the shows I went to when I was younger were like punk, they were like punk shows, so the bands that I liked, they would just put out 7-inch. So I was like,
Save money on your car and your home insurance. Allstate has some of the most competitive rates out there. You got to call my agent, Tracy Bibb. My agent. Now, with Allstate and Tracy Bibb, you're going to get the personal attention from your agent that you get nowhere else. And it's sad to say that most people have never even met or talked to their insurance agent. Tracy's going to work with you to make sure you have the right type of coverage for when something happens. When, not if. When. We're all going to have a claim in our lifetime with either our car or our home. And when claims do arise, Tracy Bibb is going to make the claims process easy and quick. And Tracy really does care about her community, cares about her clients. She even talks to high schoolers about the dangers of texting and driving and gets them to pledge against doing so. Get a hold of Tracy Bibb for a non-committal quote. It's free. It's easy. 314-328-4260. That's 314-328-4260. It's no fib. You're in good hands with Tracy Bibb.
All right, so the lead-off interview for Point Fest 2019, my guy Claudio from Coheed and Cambria. How you doing, man? Thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you for having us.
I believe the last time that you were here, and I so wish that I could have talked to you while that it was happening. Coheed was playing a show at the pageant, and oh my gosh, the hubbub about your hair was on that day, man. It was so fascinating to watch some of your fans completely lose their minds about that. And I'm curious from your perspective because, I know that the music is so important and everything that goes involved in this is such a big deal. And the hair thing to me seems like it would be something that you would be a little uncomfortable with as far as the direct attention of it all. How do you take it? Do you just think it's kind of a goof and move on with it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was just having a good time. Doing this for a living, you don't want to take yourself too seriously. And I know that that's something that a lot of people think with Coheed and its whole concept and it's just so inflated, but at the same time, it's like we're really just out here to kind of have a good time, and that was just a way to kill time and just have fun. So
what was amazing to me was that you had made a social media post about it, and then an hour later, all of the websites picked up on it. So it was just social media crazy for a few hours. It just really caught fire, and I was like, this is about this man's hair. So I think today, if I'm not mistaken, even though Mastodon is not here, this kind of sort of begins that trek with Mastodon. And when I was reading an interview with you kind of talking about both of you guys going out, it was really cool to read and really kind of feel you a bit fanboy out about being able to be on the road with those guys. So this is nothing that's ever happened before. The first time that you've been out on an extended run with them.
Yeah.
But they've been friends with you guys for a while. You've been mutual friends, kind of thing.
Somewhat. I mean, we've just kind of been in the same circles, and we've seen each other's bands on tour. Whether it's in a festival situation or at NAMM shows or just sort of gatherings. So it just kind of made sense. I mean, both bands being these kind of progressive rock, things that, like, you know, why not? So.
Yeah, one of the things you kind of alluded to it a little bit before. You know, do you obviously have this intricate storyline that's laid out for these records, but I feel as though that you can love these records even if you don't exactly know the ins and outs of the storyline. Are you okay with that?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you know, all the songs are really written from like a personal experience. So right at the creation of them, they're all very real songs. It's just I kind of take them and then, you know, kind of translate them into this other piece of fiction so people can experience the music and the stories in another way. But yeah, it's very personal stuff. You know, if you actually like kind of dive into Coheed's music and actually read the lyrics and get in there, I mean, it's really they're basically love songs,
right?
You know, that's all they are. It's like, you know, just so yeah.
I really appreciated the last time that we had a chance to sit down and talk. You guys had just released the record that broke out of the storyline, and kind of did like the one-off because your kid had just been born and all of those kinds of things. And I think that it was very remarkable to see your band to be able to kind of do that. You know, like kind of jump off, do that record kind of in and of itself as an anomaly, and then come back and kind of get back into things. And I think it says a lot too about the fan base that they are along for the ride, kind of in however you want to do. That's got to be an amazing feeling to have that kind of trust of the fans.
Absolutely. You know, I think they respect us and understand that, you know, again, like the concept stuff was really just a creation. It came about because I had a hard time, you know, singing about myself. You know what I mean? Being the front man of a band and having to sort of wear your heart on your sleeve. That whole sort of idea about telling my own story. I mean, I had a hard time just accepting that, you know, and that's what the concept was there for. It's basically a curtain to hide behind. And, you know, at that moment in time when my son was, you know, all those sort of feelings about him coming into the world, and, you know, it was like, okay, this makes sense. Let's just take a step away from the concept and really allow that experience to sort of take center stage in the record. And to see everybody sort of jump on board and be very accepting of that.
Snow, let it snow. If your tires are not ready for the snow and the ice, you probably know it right about now. Call R&R Tire Express. They are here to make sure that you are driving safe, taking kids to school, getting yourself to work. Whatever the forecast calls for, R&R Tire Express can have you ready. You don't have to blow your entire budget either on all-weather tires. With R&R's pay-as-you-go programs, you can drive away with a new set of snow-ready tires today for just $20 down. $20 down, and that includes installation. We are talking about flexible payment options based on your budget, all at R&R Tire Express. They have 4 area locations, too. Visit rnrmidwest.com. See what I'm talking about. You can call them, you can text them, you can Google them. They will work not only with your budget, but with your time as well. They're so very flexible because they know you got a lot going on. But they also know that safety matters, and I'm sure you know that, too. No credit needed. Everybody's approved. You got peace of mind coverage knowing that your purchase is going to include roadside assistance, lifetime rotation, alignments, and more. Schedule that free tire safety check now. Go to the local R&R R&R Tire Express. There are 4 area locations. And again, online, you're just $20 away from the all-weather tires you need. Go online, rnrmidwest.com.
All right, first big summer show of 2018. We've got 30 Seconds to Mars and Wellesley Arms and Walk the Moon and K-Flay. How are you?
I'm doing great.
It's really great to see you. I got to tell you this, though, kind of changing up the interview from where I thought I was going to go. I want to know about the fitness regime in which that you have, how you do it out there when it's 105 degrees.
Gavin Rosdale from Bush during the break. I guess we just heard a commercial for the Bush show coming up over at St. Louis Music Park. What, tickets go on sale Friday or something like that? And you said you got to meet Gavin Rosdale.
Yes. Well, so my husband, Tim, used to work for The Point in the promotions department, and Bush played Pops. This was like probably 2012, 2013. And I was doing something. He goes, hey, babe, you want to come meet Bush? They're doing a meet and greet with The Point. And I was like, yes. And so just full transparency, growing up in the 90s, I had No Doubt and Bush posters all over my bedroom walls. Like Gavin Rossdale was the guy for me. I was like crying listening to Glycerine every night.
Whereas we had Cindy Crawford posters on our walls.
I did. The
There was
yellow,
no one
remember the yellow
sexier.
one-piece one? That's the one.
I had Rosie O'Donnell ones.
Gavin
Rosie
Rossdale.
O'Donnell.
And like I loved the whole band, but Bush, 16 Stone, Razor Blade Suitcase. I loved them both. Anyway, so I'm like, yes, I would love to come meet Gavin. And so I get in line with all the Point listeners, and I go up and they're signing autographs, and you got to take a photo. And Gavin couldn't have been more dreamy and wonderful. And he was still married to Gwen at this point. So I was like, I love your whole family. Like I had the whole freak out. And I tried to hold it together because I'm a professional. And then after I got out of that line and took the photo with Gavin, I had to excuse myself and go into the Pop's bathroom, and I was crying so hard. And that's embarrassing, but I felt like an imaginary friend came to reality. It was so beautiful.
Yeah, from the pages of the tabloids to real life.
It was so great.
Like you read about him in Us Weekly.
His face was so huge. I had this close up, and
He does have a big face.
Well, no, it was a poster for Bush in the 90s that was black and white, and
He does have a big face.
Cool glasses on,
Very round head.
and I couldn't believe it. I really couldn't believe.
Oh, what's
what
up,
had
big
happened.
face?
He does.
He's beautiful. And
He's got a
very
big.
kind.
He's got a. I'm trying to remember.
What was the catalyst for the tears? Did you just feel like it was an emotional moment?
Overwhelmed.
It was
right?
like
overwhelmed.
You know how the girls in the 60s would start crying when the Beatles came out?
Swooning?
It was literally that. I literally could not handle the influx of my heart explosion.
She just couldn't.
My heart exploded, dude. Like, and he was so lovely to me. And we were looking at each other in the eyes. His widow's peak was still great. Oh, I'll be there when they're in town. He was my guy in the 90s. Loved my mom. I told this story when my mom went to London on a work trip in the 90s. She had ripped out in one of those red telephone booths all of the recording studios in London because she's like, call him up, long distance, find out Gavin's phone number. I still have those somewhere.
Boy, Rafe, so when you step onto Willie Nelson's bus, which somebody sent us a note saying he's playing that Ozark Amphitheater.
Oh, nice.
Ooh.
Time's running out.
Time's running out. So when you step on to Willie Nelson's bus,
I'll cry.
You're not going to get. You're not going to get.
Because I have to do it. I have to smoke with Willie, and I'm not a public smoker guy, and I'll probably get so stoned that I'll.
You
cry.
will weep.
Probably, but I'll make sure like Toby Keith's playing in the background, so I still look tough.
There you go.
I served in the army and I lost his right eye. I'll be crying.
We'll put a boot in your ass.
Willie's like, why is he playing that on his phone?
Get this weirdo out of here.
Get this weird guy out of here. They carry me out sideways as I salute Willie Nelson being carried out horizontally.
Down the stairs out of the bus door.
Yes.
Yeah. Well.
I won't be this way when they're in town. Like if we get to interview
hold
Bush,
it together.
I'll be better.
Hold it together.
I don't know, man. I mean, I'll be excited if I met Willie. I don't know if I'd weep openly. I might let it roll. Blue Eyes Crying in the Rain. He'll get it. He understands it. He wrote a song about it. Won't be raining, but I'll just be a grown man weeping on his tour bus. No
That'd
big
be cool.
deal.
Get this guy out of here. Why are you crying? Get out of here. Hey, all right, Gen Z, headline, Gen Z is killing cars by refusing to drive. Doesn't seem that necessary. That's their Gen Z's take. Is cars, they don't seem that necessary.
Good. Are they using more public transportation or?
Mom and Dad still drop them off.
Kinda.
Oh.
Really?
That's part of it.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's part of it. Okay, so obtaining a license for us growing up was a rite of passage. Right?
Yeah.
From previous generations. Or for previous generations, not just us, even, our folks, when they were able to drive, right away, got their driver's license. Like, my son turns 15 this year. He said, like, man, as soon as I turn 15 and I'm able to get my permit, it's on.
Yeah.
So my daughter was all about getting the permit, got it immediately, and it is, even in just the past few months, the interest has slowed.
Wild.
I can't figure it out. I'm not sure how I feel about it because I am kind of freaked out about it being out there anyway. So.
No, and I totally understand that. Like, my nephews just got their licenses. They went on their birthday, took their driving test, passed, have their licenses, and they refuse to drive.
Wow.
Yeah, and I don't know, and here's the weird thing too is she's amazing. She's great. I'm not saying anything bad here, but teenagers are teenagers. I don't know what's happening, but she was like, "Hey, and I'm gonna need this type of car. I don't want to drive a Jeep. It's too big. I need something a little smaller. Can you get me something?" And I was like, "Can you get me something? I can't get you
I'm not
nothing.
getting anything.
I can't get anything right now."
And I thought she wanted the Jeep.
So I don't know if she was like playing that. Oh yeah, she wants the Jeep, but I think she was like trying to get something else.
I like
something
her
in
thinking.
addition. Like,
We'll just get her something.
And then I think when we were like, no, like we can't afford it. I can't get you anything. Don't think you're getting a car over here, dude. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know if she's like playing her mom on that now, or her mom said the same exact thing. So now, like, she realizes, oh, I'm not going to get a free car, so she has less interest. I don't know. I can't figure it out, but there's not as much interest there, and I'm not pushing
and it's crazy because my nephews, my wife's brother's kids, again, the twins just turned 17, both just got their driver's licenses. I mean, full driver's license, ready to go by themselves, are able to get in a car, pass the road test, and go.
Yeah.
They refuse.
Yeah.
My brother-in-law is like, here, go, I'm going to send you on some errands. They go, nope, we don't want to get in the car.
Interesting.
Hey, maybe that's it. Remember how you said just yesterday off air that you intentionally didn't learn something so you would never have to do it?
Right. They're like, nope.
Maybe these kids are like, if I get a license, they're going to
Full
send me on
disclosure,
errands.
and what he's talking about is I never learned how to do radio production, so I wouldn't be asked to do it.
You smart bastard.
Very intentional.
Yeah, but even for
You've been a great mentor.
when I got my driver's license, I just wanted to drive.
Yeah.
Me too.
Like, hell, you need to go to the grocery store, I got you.
I wanted the freedom. Yeah,
What
yeah.
is a freedom coupon? Yeah. I wonder, this is going to sound like a boomer saying it, but it's like, have we created such a risk-averse environment that it's just not worth it to them anymore?
Or
That they're just like, I don't want the risk of
Getting into an accident.
I'm so scared that something's
I don't
gonna
trust
happen.
myself.
Or have we created such a safer place in the home, such a more comfortable place to be inside that they don't
Both.
want to leave room? Because listen, all the car was for me was a faster bike. Because every day before I got that license, I was on my bike outside, going to a friend's house, going here, going here, going here, going here. I was
now you
always
don't have
going.
to. Now you could just talk on. And my
that's
kids
what I mean.
my son gets together with his friends downstairs in the basement on
Right.
PlayStation.
If I wanted to do something with anyone, I had to go.
Yeah.
And
I
now
was down in,
they don't have to do that.
I was down in Springfield, and all the good concerts were always up in St. Louis, and Mooners lived up here, so that was my ticket to awesome stuff, man.
Yeah.
Driving up here all the time.
Well, now you got like Uber. I mean, and honestly, cars are expensive. It's an investment, So like maybe because they have to buy their own cars and insurance and everything, and they're going, you know what? We'd rather spend our money on public transportation.
I'm just
Uber,
even talking about getting a license. Like going out and
you need to do
driving your parents' car.
Yeah, but it plays a role if they know that they can't afford it. And so, somebody in the chat was saying the kids can afford less these days, and she's totally right.
Yeah, but I never thought about when I got my license, and I'm sure you were the same way. I never thought about buying the car. It was having the opportunity to drive a car if available.
Yeah, but I had a
to
job.
drive the mom's minivan. You said it.
But we could afford it.
It was like
I had
a video
job.
game where you've now unlocked more of the map, right? It's like your bike gave you a circle this big, and you got your license, and it's like that circle. You're like, whoa! Now I can go 3 towns over and be back in an hour.
But even though my parents were teachers, they had a car that was my dad's and my grandpa's, and who knows before that. It had holes in the doors. It was all rusted, but I had it. But the thing is, I had a job before I had that, so I could afford the insurance that they told me I had to pay, and I could afford the gas. My kids can't afford that, dude.
I just think this is their revenge because the boomers are pissing them off so much. The kids are going, we're not drinking beer anymore. We're not having sex anymore. We're not driving anymore. You guys can all suck it. We're not doing anything.
I didn't get a car right when I got my license. I just, hey, can I borrow your car, Mom, Dad? I didn't even think about buying a car.
I did.
A couple bucks scraped together for gas, and that's it. Well, here are the numbers, okay? And by the way, there are some people that are afraid that the lack of new drivers could impact the auto industry. So just 25% of 16-year-olds and 45% of 17-year-olds have a license today. Back in 97, 43% of 16-year-olds and 62% of 17-year-olds were on the road.
That still seems low.
I know.
Like that's just over half, really.
From 25% to 43%, that's a pretty big number.
No, I mean like you said 62%.
Of 17-year-olds?
Yeah, I would have thought like 90%.
I would have thought it would be. I would have thought it'd be more, but it's even less
Interesting.
now.
I always thought it was strange because I'm from Illinois, where we took driver's ed as part of our curriculum in sophomore year, right? When we would become 16. And then when I started becoming friends with people from Missouri, I guess they still had driver's ed, but you didn't have to go get your license. And I felt like it was more, we had to get our license in Illinois. I don't know if that's for real, but that's how it felt in that time.
So here they said in Newsweek, one analyst said maybe they don't want to drive because they're looking for a sustainable option. Public transportation, ride sharing, e-scooters. I don't know if that's the case out in St. Louis County.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think they're thinking environmentally that way here, at least.
Also possible that a sputtering economy and inflation, tinge their entry into adulthood, discouraging spending on a big ticket item as a car, such like a car.
Sure.
So what you guys are saying. The cost of new cars has soared by 30%, while the price of used cars has also gone up a lot.
Mm-hmm. Big time.
Yeah, you could get a piece of poop that was totally teenager perfect.
Yeah, economical.
For next to nothing, man.
Oh, yeah.
For real.
The New York Post sent an article, and they said they interviewed somebody, and their daughter said driving just doesn't seem that necessary. I have other options. Getting a ride from my mom or friends, getting an Uber, or taking the bus. Having a license really isn't life or death for me.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
I had friends like that in high school that were like, were not, my friend Emily, she did not have her license until I think she was like 18.
Dang.
And her mom and her friends and her boyfriends, they'd drive her everywhere. And she was like, why do I need to go do this for myself? I'm not going to have a car, so I'm just going to wait.
Well, it's also funny how they go on to say that Gen Zers who are not getting licenses are pissing off like people our age and older.
Because we're the one driving
Like it's
around.
making us mad. It's not even that we're driving them around. It's like we can't wrap our heads around why somebody would not want to get their license.
It almost feels like you're giving up a freedom. You'd rather stay kind of bound to your little thing instead of being able to you know what? I'm free as the wind. If I want to go to Texas right now, I can hop in there and go down there and it's good to go.
One mom interviewed said, I have a 21-year-old nephew who still has no plans on driving. And my 13-year-old son, I have a truck out in front for him when he's old enough. And he said, I don't need that. You're going to drive me or I'll call Uber.
There you go.
Well, that's interesting.
I mean, gas is high. I mean,
Yeah, facts are facts. These kids have been priced out of a ton. I mean, if you just
Absolutely.
look at the differences, like my 22-year-old, she can't afford to get a place that I could afford when I was 22, and she's probably working harder than I was at that time. I'm telling you, man, like they've been totally priced out from the stock market to housing to cars. Young people have it harder than we did. Period.
Yeah, I agree with all that, but I don't think that has a thing to do with this because it wouldn't be across the board.
Sure, this is just a reaction.
I mean, he just said this person had a car being given to them and they turned it down. So why? Because they can. You think Uber's cheap? They can afford Uber, but they can't afford gas. Like that's insane.
With the amount of money
else.
with the amount of money you would spend in an Uber ride somewhere, you could fill up your tank.
Yeah, this is one kid.
And some of the
We're
kids,
talking about one
it's an
anecdote you just
anecdotal
read.
thing, right?
Sure, but it's also like.
But that's representative of
a sample.
We're also pretending like every single kid we're talking about is from the same class.
Right.
They're not. There's a lot of upper middle class parents who pay for everything, who would happily buy their kid a car, who'd pay for their kids gas, who pay their kids insurance, and these kids aren't driving either. This isn't a localized thing to like lower middle class kids. It seems like it's across the board.
Well, yeah,
there's something else generationally happening.
But that's what I'm saying. There's a lot of layers to it. If you zoom back, the economical differences and contrasts are very obvious and very clear. So if my kid wants to get a car, okay, but maybe they don't want to get a car. They don't want to get a license because they don't want to get a car because the job that they're going to get isn't going to help pay for it. It's not going to have the purchasing power that they can make at a entry-level job isn't the same as it was in 97 when I was paying
but when
for
I
my
was
car
16, I was
insurance.
working at McDonald's, and basically my McDonald's money was going to fill up the gas tank of my mom's car if I was going to borrow it.
Right, but you could pull it off. What I'm saying is the math made sense, and that's what we chased. And here the math doesn't make as much sense, so they clearly they're not going to chase what we were chasing then, because it's not the same. It's not the same goal. It's not the same.
Going to Rafe's point, it's kind of interesting because it would be far more expensive overall to just do rideshare than it is to get your cheap car insurance that's next to nothing. Like you get the cheapest one, and then gas isn't that bad.
On the grand scheme of things, I don't think that's really what's happening here.
This what I've noticed as I've seen things online and stuff, younger people are doing more adventurous living though. Like, I mean, living in vans and going on trips. Like instead of taking, let's say they get out of high school, they take like a year off and they're like, I just want to go see as many mountains as I possibly can, or they're doing things that are more, in my opinion, good for the soul than necessarily like going straight to the job.
Or they're just plain lazy.
Yeah, let's go there.
I don't like that.
I know you don't like it, but
I listened to an economist just last week talk about this, and he was talking about saying the biggest difference is young people in their 20s. The reason that the goals have changed is because we could afford, if we worked hard enough and blah, 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 we could then be homeowners.
Yeah, hard work pays
Maybe
off.
even get into the stock market by the time we were 25, something like that. That was part of the reachable, attainable goals. But because those are so out of reach now for 24-year-olds, 25-year-olds that are working full-time, they are spending
We're
their
talking
money.
about 16 and 17.
They are spending their money on the adventures, on the stuff, because they're putting their money somewhere. So they're getting the adventures, and the travel business is booming because these kids can no longer afford
I know
houses.
you like to defend them. Like you're the defender of the.
I'm just
you're
saying
the
you
defender
have
of
to
the
take
16
in-
and 17-year-olds. I get it. You
have
always
to
do it.
You have to take into account the differences in what they're forced to handle. Then I mean, it's a different thing.
But listen. There are a lot of kids that are friggin' lazy.
Yeah,
Sure.
I would say proportionally the same amount as when we were young.
I also just think it's,
I don't know.
I don't think the world. I don't think people change. The world changes.
external motivators, dude. Like to your point, Rizz. Like I didn't have 2 nickels to rub together. My whole family probably had, including extended family, probably had $37 in their collective bank accounts. But I still mowed lawns and bought a $150 car, literally
you
with
made it
3
work.
wheels. Went to the junkyard because and even if I didn't have that, I wanted the skill. I wanted to know that I had the ability to drive a vehicle if needed, whether it was my mom's or whatever. And I'm like, I don't think kids care about having that skill because everything, and I think it has something to do. There are economic things happening, but there's broader things happening with like society being automated and everything being at the push of a button. Like you just don't.
It's instant
The
gratification.
things I
it's
hear
weird.
kids ask their parents now are things I would never. I never bothered my parents with anything. Like you know what? I just did my thing, and if I didn't have to involve my parents,
I was like you.
if I didn't have to involve my parents, tell me your kids ask you for more stuff for you as a parent than you ever asked.
100%.
Than you ever asked your parents for.
100% because they're reacting to the world that they're in, which is a different world than I was in. I'm from the belief that we are no different than the ancient Greeks. People are not changing. Our behaviors are not changing. It's the world that's changing and how we have to react
away
to it.
the lack of wanting to be
I'm
independent.
I'm not excusing it at all. I think their independence is the same. But okay, so taking Rafe's point, like he wanted the skill set of knowing how to drive a forklift and a truck and a this and a that, because those are the things that we saw in the world that was operating around us. You know what my kid's going to do? He doesn't care about operating a lawnmower. He cares about figuring out how to code, because the world that's operating around him is benefiting from coding.
We've had,
but it is a financial thing.
Listen, we've had stories on this show of hiring managers saying parents are now showing up to job interviews with their kids.
That's the parents' problem, not the kids' problem.
I'm not saying it's the kids. Well, parents are enablers.
Yes, they are. And I guess it's so sick of this that the parents, when you want to talk about a generation being lazy, you don't ever talk about the environment of which they were raised in, which is everything starts in your house. So if somebody's a terrible person, it came from the home first. It didn't come from the schools or the churches or outside of the house. It came from inside that little universe that is the home. And so, yeah, the kids that have mom showing up at the job interview, that is on the mom just as much as that is on the child.
Of course it is.
And the dad.
I'm not. And that trickles down to, well, I can just hit a button and I don't have to go anywhere. Things come to me.
And that's a generational thing that we all wanted when we were that age.
That's the world that we gave to them, though. It's not their fault.
I'm not blaming them
fault.
fully. It's listen, we've created a monster.
Yeah, this is our fault, and what I'm saying is they're paying a bigger price than we.
It triggered for all of us in this room.
But every generation says the same thing about lazy kids. It's the same proportion.
I don't think
the board.
they're lazy. I think that there's something else societally happening where it isn't a priority to them. And whether that is everything is automated and delivery and like we're traveling inward, our lives are online now, our lives aren't out in the world anymore. I think those things are contributing to it more than just lack of financial resources. I think it's part of it. I just don't think that you can just write it off to be like, well, inflation, screw these kids.
I honestly think we could take a little from every column here.
Agreed.
I think we could take a little from every column here, and that's And that's the reality.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I just didn't want my parents to. I didn't want my parents to go anywhere. Like going to the mall without your parents was awesome.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, I'm going to get my friend, and we're going to go down to Carbondale. We're going to scrape together money from the ashtray and buy 2 89-cent cheeseburgers at Wendy's, which you can still get. There's still a $1 menu.
Right on.
And it's going to be the great. And we're going to go to the mall. We have no money to spend on anything. We barely have gas to get home, but we have the freedom of our time we're going to spend together on the road.
How many times did you go somewhere with a pocket full of change?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, dude.
Cashed it in at the bank.
With a pocket full of change.
Bags of it.
Paid for gas.
Yeah.
But you know what else, too? And again, and maybe this will wrap it up. We have such a society now that is visually online and on our phones that, like, they don't have to go anywhere. And that's okay. And that's not their fault. That's just the reality that is now.
Agreed.
And so, you know, I feel like we all sound in our own generations like haggard old
Sure.
hags.
Get off my lawn.
I don't care.
Hey, going back to the job interview, my very first one, my mom went with me because I was 13.
Oh, okay. So
yeah,
she had to sign
she had
off.
to like legally sign
Right.
something.
My
but,
mom had to sign my papers for working at 15. Yeah.
Yeah, that was ridiculous, but I remember that.
But I got that job myself.
Thank you,
know?
Mom.
Yeah. All right. Listen, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll do the emails. All right, 9:05. Thursday, traffic and weather. Moon coming at you.
Traffic is brought to you by Worldwide Technology Raceway. The biggest race of 2024 is Sunday, June 2nd. Time to lock in your NASCAR Cup Series tickets now at www.raceway.com. Right-hand shoulder blocked due to a stalled vehicle, 270 northbound, just before 70. Your point forecast, some snow tonight may begin after 8 p.m., high of 39. Right now it is 30 at the Point Studio.
Backstage at Point Fest, and this is, I gotta say, of all of the interviews that I've done, as far as the placement in conjunction with the show, this one is a little different because there's not going to be a show here tonight, but we've got Highly Suspect here to join us. So, gentlemen, hello, and I'm going to make this probably pretty awkward for all of us.
Happy to be here. Grateful to be here.
Well, it's absolutely wonderful to see you guys again, and it has been a spell.
My early years, car shopping was kind of a chore, and you think you're just looking for a car. And then I ran across David Taylor Ellisville. David Taylor Ellisville is the dealership that gives the service and support that we truly deserve. Ask yourself, have you felt service and support from wherever you got your vehicle? You have if it was David Taylor. Most likely you did not if it was not David Taylor. David Taylor Ellisville is delivering not only an incredible sales department and just incredible deals across the board, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, also a pre-owned division, but they're also there with service and auto body to make sure that the entire journey of your vehicle is taken care of. All on the same campus. A lot of people don't know the auto body and the service are right there. They're just past the sales division down the hill. And they're remarkable. From everything from preventative maintenance to that auto body work if you need it. They are there. And they have service appointments available for you within 3 business days. That is incredible. You can schedule your appointment on the website. Tell them Moon sent you. I love them down there. I just had an oil change and some other things, a nice inspection done. And they're incredible. I mean, truly second to none. And you'll see what I'm saying when you go to the campus there. David Taylor Ellisville on Manchester. Check them out online at taylorstlouis.com.
So aside from rest, relaxation, and a lot of work, another reason we bought the farm was because my wife owns a company called All Things Elderberry, where she makes elderberry elixir and various other elderberry products. So not only are we building a house on the property, but this is the field over here with over 70 rows of elderberry plants, over 9,000 elderberry plants on this field right now. So let me take you up there. Let me show you what it's all about. So instead of buying elderberries from somebody else, we thought, let's just grow the elderberries ourselves. No big deal. So here we are up here on the big field. It's about 5+ acres of elderberries. As I said, 70 rows, over 9,000 plants. So the rows start over here and go all the way down. So last October, all these plants were put in. Now, right now, they look like little sticks. But come late July, come August, these sticks will be about yay high, full of elderberries.
So there are a bunch of different varieties of elderberry in the field here. This is called a Pocahontas. So this will eventually be here, maybe even higher. So come July, August, we'll need tiny hands to come pick these elderberries, put them in buckets for processing. But for the time being, we need to mulch every single row. Every single row. The mulch is going to go onto the rows to prevent weeds from sprouting up and killing the elderberry plants. So yeah, that's the next big thing. Mulching.
All right, it is Memorial Day weekend. We just got up to the farm. Job number 1, feed the chickens. Let's go.
There's 1 turkey, 2 turkeys. Yeah. All right, come on. To the chicken house.
Okay, gotta feed the chickens. Here's what they eat. Look in here. Oh. Come here, camera guy. There we go. All right, chickens. Here we go. Who wants to eat?
Hey guys, welcome back to the farm, and I think it's time to check out the chicken house. All right, welcome to the chicken house. Let's see inside. Check this out. Look in the nest. Duck eggs, those will hatch in about 28 days, and we'll have 5 more ducks hopefully on the farm. So here's the pen. The ducks hang out here, the chickens hang out here. The door's normally open because they just wander around, but this is home base. And that little door there closes at 7 o'clock automatically, so everybody better be inside. So now you saw most of the animals. Next week, out to the field. We're gonna do some work. Thanks for coming to the farm.
Do a home improvement project, a big one, like redo your bathroom, or you want to pay off higher interest debt, or you want to finance education, or you pay for other major expenses. You know, a home equity line of credit can provide the money you need using your home's equity. So I recommend calling 314-862-0123, that's Kevin Putney's phone number, and ask about Equity Express. Equity Express process is fast, it's secure, it's fully automated. 5 minutes, you apply, you get 100% of your loan amount in as few as 5 days. Now, what about home ownership? Kevin wants to put home ownership within your reach. Kevin Putney and the Community Promise can provide $6,500 in down payment assistance if you live in a qualifying neighborhood in select cities. So you may qualify for $6,500 in down payment assistance. Call Kevin Putney, 314-862-0123. That's 314-862-0123. Online at 123mortgage.com. It's Kevin Putney, Equalizing Opportunity. All loans subject to underwriting approval. Restrictions apply. Call for details. Cross Country Mortgage, LLC. NMLS 3029. NMLSConsumerAccess.org. 123mortgage.com. 314-862-0123.
This is Rizzuto. Not only is he rich, but he also has a lot of money. And he's looking to invest in the next big idea.
Hi, my name is Rizz, and I have a lot of money. I mean, almost too much money. So I'm looking to invest, and I've asked the fellas to come on down to my office and pitch me their ideas. Do they have what it takes to be in the biz?
Meet King Scott. By day, he's the producer of the #1 morning show in St.
Program. All right, Moon, let's get some emails done.
Alrighty, your emails are brought to you by Kloss Furniture. Lowest prices guaranteed. We have something for everybody. Hey, guys, and Lern.
Hello.
Hey.
Hi.
My friend Donna recently had brain surgery. She was at Washington County Hospital waiting for a ride to the rehab center. The sheriff's deputy was supposed to drop her and her brothers, and she hasn't been seen since. Her family and everyone needs assistance getting her home. I shared the link. Thanks.
Dude.
Now, this story, I got this email very, very either late last night or early this morning. And
There's an update on the story.
Rizz has the
It's very sad. I know Scott and I were talking about this yesterday, trying to follow this. Headline, and I'm sorry for your loss. Body of missing Missouri mother found in Washington County.
Wow.
And this from Fox 2. The search for a missing Missouri mother has ended in heartache for a Washington County family. Donna I., who was reported missing on January 11th, was found dead Wednesday afternoon near a farm less than a half mile south of Route 8. She was 44. So the sister, Ronald I., Donna's brother, had, I guess, told Fox 2 that his sister had a medical condition that would sometimes limit her ability to walk and that she had mental health issues. She had been in a hospital but decided to leave late in the evening on Monday, which was January 8th. I guess sorry. So I guess a deputy picked Donna up from the hospital to bring her home. Donna gave the deputy the address. When the deputy arrived at Shirley School Road, Donna told the deputy, "Hey, let me out here." And the deputy let her out, thinking it was the brother's driveway.
Okay.
And it wasn't?
The brother's driveway was about a mile away from where she was dropped off.
Oh, man.
And she never made it.
And so there's no foul play here? She just passed away?
A missing persons report was not filed until 3 days later. Think about how cold it was.
Right.
Oh, my God.
Think about how cold it was.
And if she
And they didn't
couldn't
know she had
walk?
left, right?
Yeah, they didn't know she left.
Oh, yeah,
they didn't
yeah.
know she
No,
left the
no.
hospital, and the deputy
Oh.
didn't
The bummer
know.
is
The deputy didn't know, it seems like,
Right, yeah.
that she had
just-
issues.
That she was like a person
That-
with disabilities, or
she said, this is my brother's driveway, let me out here. And okay.
he didn't like watch her walk in anywhere? Okay. Well,
Yeah, it's interesting they didn't pull down and make sure the person gets in there safely. If
That's
they just came
awful.
from a hospital.
What a bummer.
Yeah, I hate that.
Yeah, so it's a sad ending to that story, and I'm sorry for your loss.
Yeah.
Next.
Where do we go from there? Let's see. Well, let's go into some food emails.
Sure, I love
have
food
been-
news.
These have been
Let's cleanse
piling
the
up.
palate a little bit.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Last night I tried something out, and it worked spectacularly. I had a homemade bowl of chili. I've been doing the peanut butter toast with it, as I heard on this show, the Rizzuto Show program.
Peanut butter toast, okay.
Well, last night I did a peanut butter and honey sandwich, dipped it in the chili. Life changed. You have the savory from the chili, the creamy peanut butter, and the sweet from the honey. It worked out well. It was a life-changing event moving forward for me. Keep up the good work, everybody.
What happened to just tortilla chips?
Hey, man. I'm into this.
What happened to just give me a bowl of chili and some tortilla chips, maybe put a little shredded cheese on top. We're good.
Peanut butter and honey, dipping in
That
chili.
seems like a whole nother thing. Now we're making other things.
Sign me up. I'm salivating right now.
Yeah, give me a try.
I've already put my all into the chili. Now I got to make a peanut butter sandwich with honey.
Sounds like a texture nightmare for you, Moon.
No.
Like holding a peanut
much.
butter and honey sandwich and dipping it physically in a bowl of chili sounds like a nightmare.
How much marijuana did you
ridiculous.
smoke before you decided to do that?
It would have to be, you know what you do? You take one piece.
You would have to put a glove on. Like one
Yeah.
of those yellow kitchen gloves
Well, I would
for
take
you to
one,
enjoy this
I would take
meal.
one piece. You put the honey on first so it soaks in a little bit to the bread. Then you put the creamy on, and then you fold it very particularly, and then up, it just goes right in. No, there's no mess, nothing on my hands.
Why is the chili just not enough? It's chili.
Sometimes it is and sometimes it's not. Sometimes you need
When is
something
chili
extra.
not just good enough by itself? Now you need other complicated things. Not saying that peanut butter.
We would have nothing in this world if we didn't try wild combinations.
Yeah.
If we just stopped
But
at
chili's
good,
just so good.
if we just stopped at so good, we wouldn't have great.
Yeah.
We wouldn't have
So many
pineapple and pizza
flavors.
if we stopped.
We
at
don't
So
need
Good.
that.
If we stopped at great, we wouldn't have spectacular.
It's like, you know what it's like? It's like, hey, here's a hamburger, and we'll charge an extra $5 to put a fried egg on top. What are we doing? We don't need that.
Well,
Hey,
sometimes you
we
do
don't need
it.
that. What a
I'm not a bean
ridiculous.
queen.
I brought my own egg.
Stop it. Never stop, never stopping.
What a waste.
Yeah, I can't go with you on this one, man. I'm a big dunk guy. I'll dunk anything and anything. I'll dunk in right now. Just give me something.
I'm
I'll
out.
Dunk. I'm
Hand him
dunking.
something.
You would be.
I'll try a dunk. It may not go well. I've had bad dunks.
Who hasn't?
Where I've dunked something in and I've regretted it. We've all dunked in and regretted it.
But it's always worth it. It's always worth the try.
Wow.
That's
You need
living,
to
babe.
try.
So I
Livin.
became a parent.
Nah.
You're so crotchety.
Well, I got the perfect meal.
Chili's good. Chili is good,
No,
but we
it's
don't
not.
need other things like that.
Stop hyping chili
Chips.
so much. I'm sorry, it's not good.
What?
Sour cream. You need to listen to what chili is. Okay, everybody makes it 10,000 different ways, and then you need dairy on top of it, and then you need chocolate or peanut. It is not
Sour
good on
cream.
its own. Okay, there's no good chili anywhere forever.
There's great chili.
No, it's all different.
Well, kissing's good. You didn't stop there, did you?
That's right. Ooh, good analogy.
One thing doesn't have to do with the
Dunk
other.
in, brother.
We're gonna sexualize chili here for you
No.
for a second.
Next.
You didn't tell
Get
me
Rizz
there were
dunking in.
rules. There's some, hey, Mr. Food Rules.
Listen, you can do whatever you want. I'm just saying.
Yeah, sure.
I'm just saying a lot of this stuff is very silly.
Okay, so Mr. Food Rules. Here's a perfect next email.
Go ahead.
Hey, guys and gals, and Mr. Food Rules. As I'm cooking spaghetti for dinner tonight, I'm reminded of Rizz's periodic mention of making, quote, a red sauce, often on the weekends. Do I just assume that every Italian family has their own pasta sauce recipe? Being one that grew up with ragu, I envy having a family recipe for this sort of thing. Could you share a good one? Ragu is perfectly fine for me, but maybe the sauce is sweeter in the other pot? I don't know what that means. Also, are we leaving the noodles and sauce separate or combining together before serving? I prefer separate, but as a dad, I'm all about the efficiency these days. And does the answer change with different types of noodles? A devoted and often hungry fan, Steve.
I'm ready for this.
You want a quick
red sauce?
a quick red sauce.
Give it to us.
Quick red sauce. Here it is.
Write it. Everybody get a pen.
A quick weekday red sauce. All you need.
You rolled up your sleeves.
My sleeves are rolled up.
Subconsciously,
Here we
he
go, guys.
pushed your sleeves up before you said this.
Here
I'm
we go,
excited.
guys. All you need is garlic, and you need basil.
How much?
And you need
Sauce?
and you
How many
need
cloves?
I not too garlicky. Let's do
Minced?
2 cloves.
Okay.
I like to slice. Minced is not minced. You can mince if
Okay.
you want to mince. Get a sprig of
Basil.
basil.
Great.
Sprig. Here's what we do, and you get crushed. You get a whole. I like whole peel tomatoes.
Yeah.
In the can.
32 ounce.
Yeah, the big can of whole peel tomatoes, or you can get already tomato puree.
Wow, you're a canned guy?
How else would you get them?
This is his
You
quick
grow them.
red sauce.
It's winter.
You buy them on the vine.
It's winter.
You buy them on the vine,
I've
you
done
lazy.
that too. I've done that too.
I'm surprised you don't have a tomato closet at
I'm
your
saying
house.
I do have plenty of cans of tomatoes in my house. Just so you know.
You cheap
We're
ass.
always ready for red sauce at any time. At any time. Here's what we do, okay? You listening?
Yeah.
Write this down.
Okay.
You cut your garlic. You slice it. Okay, you put it in a big, I use like stainless steel, big 12-inch pan.
Is it okay to get the diced garlic?
Like already,
in the
don't do
Yeah,
that.
yeah, the minced.
No, don't
No?
do that.
Why is
I thought
that?
it was okay
It's not
earlier.
the same.
Now we're not doing
No,
it?
the
Because it's
mince
in a jar.
already minced in the jar.
I hope
Yeah,
somebody's
yeah, yeah.
writing
Why?
down everything
That
we're
stuff is
saying right now.
wonderful. Save time.
Why are you not mincing it yourself?
Well, why are you not cutting your own tomatoes?
Maybe I don't have a garlic press at my house. 'cause
Maybe
I'm
I
not rich.
did. Maybe I did harvest my tomatoes and then put them in a can.
And sell them at Schnucks.
Maybe I did mince my own.
No, you didn't.
Garlic
okay, so
and-
you cut your garlic. You put olive oil in the pan.
Yes.
Medium heat. Olive oil, garlic, basil.
Oh, really? With
Okay.
the aromatic. All right. Aromatics.
You let that saute a little bit, soften up the garlic. Don't let it turn brown.
God forbid.
Because then it turns bitter.
You relying on the natural sugars? Or you
The
throwing
garlic?
sugar in
I
there?
never throw sugar in my.
Yeah, don't burn the garlic.
All right, then you take your whole peeled tomatoes out of the can.
Yes.
I put them in a separate bowl and I crush them by hand.
What?
I crush the tomatoes with my hands.
Okay, that grosses
These
me out.
hands. Or you could buy tomato puree, doesn't matter.
Okay.
So once your garlic is soft and just slightly, you could also put some red pepper flakes in too.
Sounds good.
Then you pour your tomatoes in. Okay, and you let that bubble.
Yeah.
And you cook that down. You cook it down.
Simmer.
You crack them. You crack
You
them
could crack.
pepper.
It's not necessary, but you could if you want.
Oh yeah, I do.
You could if you want. So you cook the tomatoes down a little bit. I would say maybe between 15 minutes and 25 minutes. You cook those tomatoes down.
Okay.
You just let it bubble. You let it bubble. And now remember, you're on a
12-inch vat.
12-inch cast iron pan.
Yeah.
And you just let it cook down. You let it cook down. You let it cook down. And then you say, "Thank you, basil. You've done your work," and you throw that out.
Oh, so the whole sprig is in there.
The whole sprig. You don't. Yeah, just put the whole thing.
Okay.
The sprig, the leaves, everything. Just put it in. Let that wilt down. And then you say, "Thank you, basil. You've done your job." And then you
You're
pull it
dismissed.
out. You're dismissed, and you throw it in the garbage.
Very good.
Okay. Once you reduce the red sauce, I would say almost by half. Then you put your pasta in whatever you want. Your spaghetti. Your rigatoni.
You didn't boil that on the side?
It's on the side. You boil it.
Oh, from how you're describing it, it's almost like you put the dry pasta.
No. And you're separate.
Thank you.
So you pull out your pasta about a minute before the box says to pull it out.
Pull out your noodle
Al
early.
dente.
Pull out your noodles. About a minute before the box says to pull it out. Then you put it directly into the sauce.
Dunk your noodle in.
And finish there.
You put directly into the sauce.
Mm-hmm.
I would even take a ladle or half a ladle of that pasta water and you put it in there.
I know.
Wow.
Yes.
And you thicken that bitch up.
Woo!
And you finish the pasta in the sauce.
Yeah, and while you stir, while the pasta's finishing, you take that minute to rinse out the other pot. That's what I do.
That's what I do too. Good job.
That's my move.
Don't throw away the pasta water because you may need it.
Yep.
Yeah,
You may need it.
it's over.
It's not over.
I'm on a cleaning.
Sometimes it's over, sometimes it's not over.
What kind of Parmesan you putting on this after it's all
I
said
grate
and
it
done?
from the block.
Wow.
Because I'm not a bitch.
Wow. This
And
is
that's
great.
how you do a weekday red sauce. You're welcome, St. Louis.
You don't even want to know the weekend red sauce.
Oh, the
my
weekend. The
goodness.
weekend. Yeah, and then we're going we're going meatballs, we're going sausage, we're going I'll sometimes even use like beef bones.
Oh yeah, you got your broth.
That starts at like 8, 9 o'clock in the morning. That goes pretty much all day.
Wow.
I was writing this down. I misstepped 5. Can you repeat that one?
No.
Absolutely not.
You forgot the onion. I don't use onion in my weekday sauce. Thank you,
Thank
Joe.
you, Joe.
Thank you.
Very good.
I'll use onion on the weekend sauce, but not the weekday. We're doing a quick red sauce. Next.
Feet lifter checking in.
Oh.
Thank you.
Hey, feet.
Thank you so much for Tuesday's sock show.
You're
You should
welcome.
do a small segment every day, perhaps, on what's on Lern's feet today.
Nope.
No.
I'm here to tell you, I'm ruining it for everybody. That's how my feet look every day. Those are the socks. I wear the same black socks every day.
Maybe you would consider doing like once a quarter for this guy. So if it's every day, it's not going to mean anything.
I agree.
I think it means something to feet lifter. They also finish it up with, yes, I am a weirdo.
Yes.
Yeah, we
Well, I'm
know.
happy that I could help you with your needs.
He had emailed a couple of days ago asking to see Lern's feet in socks.
In socks, and I obliged.
Very quickly, too.
I got boots on.
With no like.
You know what?
You could have put
Sometimes
your
I don't
Venmo.
care.
You could have put your Venmo out there.
No, I don't want to sell it. I don't want to make money. This is a charity thing.
That was a charity. That was a gift.
Yeah. This is volunteering. This counts for my January
Enjoy
volunteering.
your Make-A-Wish, pal. A socked foot.
All right.
Next.
Send help. The Gen Xers, oh, you love this. The Gen Xers with teenagers are not okay. I have 2 teens who are quite kind to their old ma when I interrupt their chatter with, wait, what does that mean? May I present to you the newly learned word, eaten? I will now use it in a sentence. She's eaten out outfit, eaten it up and left no crumbs. Eaten, she was hungry and decided to eat her clothes? Shockingly, no, that isn't what it means. It means she slayed it. I, quote, cringe using slay as the word, but I know that Moon and Rizz have teens as well. Have you heard any of this?
No.
She's eaten it.
Have you?
No, but I did hear this yesterday. I was playing Call of Duty. One of my favorite things is to just, you can hear comms, like you can hear other people talking,
Yeah.
and there's a lot of young folks just kicking our butts in there, right?
Yeah.
And we just kept laughing because this one team, every time they were killing people, they were like, "Oh, I'm cooking these kids over here. I'm cooking these kids."
See, I get in context. I know what that means.
Right,
like,
me
I'm
too.
killing them.
And I was like, "Oh," and of course we all died, and we all went, "Man, we just got cooked.
We got cooked.
We just got cooked." And it reminded me of this email. It's been sitting here for a while, but I have not heard eaten it yet.
It makes me think of a wedgie. Like she's eating it, like her butt.
Her butt is eating her underwear.
Butt crack is
Right.
in your underwear.
My kid came in the kitchen the other day. Said, "Well, what are we eating, cuh?" Cuh.
Oh my
You
God.
and I are
As in,
dealing with
like,
the same
cousin.
thing.
I'm like, what?
I'm your father.
She corrected me.
Yeah.
We're not gonna be doing that anymore.
Yeah, my son was bummed that I came in and was talking to him about his computer, and I left, and he goes, "Hey man, shut the door, cuh." And I was like,
Nope.
What did you call me? Shut your own door, cuh.
That's hilarious.
Shut the, yeah. Hey, what are we eating tonight, cuh? What? Your father is
think
making
that's awesome.
his red sauce. So
Dude, do you have did you like lay down the rule right there and say, "Don't call me cuh"?
yeah.
Because that was dude for my dad. My dad, I duded him once. It's the exact same thing. See, that's what I'm saying is nothing is different. We're just sounding like our parents now because that's what
I know, I
every
get
generation does. And I said, I go, "Listen, dude," or whatever I said to my dad. He instantly, it was like do not ever call me dude. I am not your dude. And to this day, if I say dude around my dad, I want to make sure he knows I'm not talking to
Oh,
him.
dude, I had one of
You
these
say
moments.
bro or something instead?
I had one of these moments 2 days ago where my son and his friends were out on the lake. They were playing hockey. I had to call my son in for dinner. I could yell from my deck, "Hey, time for dinner. Wrap it up." And I said, he walks in the door, and he goes, I said, "Hey, make sure you put the hockey net not where, because your mom's got to pull into the garage. Make sure you're not blocking the garage." He goes, "I left it down on the lake." I go, "What?" I go, "You can't leave the on the net. You can't leave the net on the lake. Go get it." He goes, "You better relax." I go, "Whoa."
Yeah. I can respect that. That's awesome.
Relax, cuh.
And
man.
he had and I think he saw the look on my face. And I don't know if your son does this. Like he's got all these weird hormones coursing through his body.
Sure.
He's going to be 15 years old. Things are happening. It's weird. I get it.
He's ready to fight the old man.
He's ready to fight the old man.
Almost ready.
But I hope he finishes
He's
this
testing
way.
the fences.
Just relax.
But
Because I'm going to go get it.
he knew that he messed up.
Yeah.
And he immediately went, sorry.
Yeah. Dude, my son does the same thing.
And I go, "You better get the hell out of here."
Your son cracks me up because I love that he won't cuss. I love that like your daughter is more like you. Like she is a little you.
Oh, yeah.
And like and you and your wife are very similar in your personalities, and so I can see your son being the one that's like, all you people just need to like relax.
He goes, "You need to relax." I go, "Whoa, man."
Oh,
like it.
dude.
Woo!
That's awesome.
Oh boy, we're going there.
My son does the same thing.
He took it back right away, and I still said, "You better get the hell out of here."
Dude, our boys are so similar. He won't say relax. He'll say calm down. Like, "Hey, man, why don't you calm down?" And he'll be, instant, dude. It's like, "Calm down." "Oh man, I'm sorry."
Oh, sorry,
"Oh, my
I'm
gosh."
sorry, I'm
Like,
sorry.
Listen, I didn't mean it that way. I'm just saying,
He's going through
Chill.
the change, Rafe.
I
He
tell my
is.
mom that now. I'm like, "Mom, chill out." Like, but I'm 38.
I
You know.
could see him measuring you up. Last time we all hung out, I could see him like kind of, when you weren't looking, just kind of looking you up and down. Like, I guarantee the whole walk to the lake, he's like, "Lucky I didn't swing on you, cuh." He was just talking trash the whole way to the lake. He's just like, "This fool's lucky. Caught me on a good day."
All right, one more. Cuh.
If you were all being sold as action figures, what 2 accessories would you come up with?
I answered this in a meme the other day. Mine is a cat and red lipstick.
I would have a karate chop, like it had the thing in the back with the arm karate chops.
Nice.
That's not an accessory though. That's a bonus.
Oh,
You
okay.
got 2 accessories that
Accessory.
come with the pack. Yeah, but
Yeah.
the things
Like a lasso.
The things that make you, but the kid's
I
gonna
don't-
lose
I'm-
immediately anyway.
I'm getting, just like He-Man, I need give me a sword, I think, and that tiger.
Nice.
No, I'd come with a microphone.
And
No,
what else?
You'd come with a
Headphones?
microphone and a pocket knife. and the little voice box, if you tap the shoulder, it goes, "Want to see my pocket knife?"
No, I've got you get one accessory.
What about you, Moon?
Everything else sold separately.
Me, man, I guess I'd come with a guitar, and a plane ticket.
All right. Rafe?
Oh, 2 hot chicks.
Right on.
Nice.
His arms don't
Birds are
move, though.
good,
They're
man.
just like this.
My arms are just hideous. Chicks sold separately.
No, those chicks sold separately. What's coming in the box?
I mean, my mic and a stool, probably, or
Yeah, probably mic and a stool.
I would say, or maybe a
Pork steak?
maybe a pork steak,
An edible pork steak.
a scratch and sniff pork steak,
And Scott, what are you coming with?
tongs.
Well, definitely, I'm going to go with an Aussie.
Oh, that's so
Yep.
cute.
An Aussie
And an
helicopter.
accordion.
And a helicopter. No,
Yeah.
again, the helicopter's coming in the.
It's got to be smaller than the
It's gotta be
figure.
smaller than
Gummit.
the thing.
It's gonna be
Okay,
an
well then,
an accordion.
a whistle.
Why?
I don't know. This sounds fun. They're great.
like a slide whistle.
Yeah.
Why?
What the heck?
By the way, the 2SG's new album is action figures, so this is pretty cool.
Oh, that's
Thanks for writing
right.
it in.
The album is called Action Figures.
Yeah, and they've turned us all into action figures.
When are we going to hear
wait.
something? I've been hearing about this thing.
For a year.
Well, it's a very good album. Sometimes masterpieces take a second, you know?
It's so good that you guys can't hear it.
Right.
Yeah. It's
The world
epic.
is the world not ready? You've been teasing this thing for 2 months.
Yeah, and I apologize, but it is we did some touch-ups this week too. We were in studio. A very nice studio. It was awesome, and
Everything's
it's getting
very
closer.
top shelf about this.
You got a cover?
You don't know my studio. She goes to another school.
No, we released it. Yeah, the album cover and all that stuff's been
Oh, you do
released.
have a cover? Does it have accessories with the action figures?
She's
Yes.
real.
Do we have a date that we're going to hear a song?
Hey, first of all,
I'll
don't you
find
know
out
that
if we
music
have a
isn't the product anymore? It's just the business card.
Yeah, but when you're teasing things,
He's actually going to come out with a perfume and a couch, a line of furniture prior to the music.
jeez,
Not a bad
Based on the
idea.
brand that he's built with
I
the
kind
music.
of love it, though. I kind of love that. We're
That's what
never
I'm
gonna
saying.
hear
it's
it.
driving me crazy, honestly.
Yo, he's going to have his shoe line like Kanye, but instead of Yeezys, it's going to be Cheezies.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Man,
Can't wait.
That's an idea.
some of us
since
have
before
guns
the
and
Christmas
weapons.
break,
I feel like we've been talking about this since Rafe and I joined the show, honestly.
Yeah.
Write
new
that down,
2SG
though.
record.
The Cheezies. The
Do we
shoes.
have a date?
Jeez, we do not have a date. Yeah.
Soon. Is
Soon.
not a
I
date.
mean, it is.
2024.
It's basically there.
King of the tees.
It's basically out already.
It's basically, it's going to be huge.
Yeah.
I can't
When?
wait.
But go to free the
don't worry about
2SG on Instagram. You can see the album cover right there. It's beautiful.
Well, I'm signed up for updates, so.
Hang on, I gotta see this.
All right, let's do some sports. Moon, what do you got?
Well, I was going to free the 2SG. Somebody go there and send it to me so I can put it up here. Hang on, I gotta put it up now. Sports is brought to you by DraftKings at Casino Queen. Play, stay, dine at DraftKings at Casino Queen. Update. I love this. Follow along. Jason Kelsey told his Eagles teammates on Monday night's post-game locker room that he's retiring, per league sources. He was overwhelmed by emotions as he watched his team, the Eagles, lose to the Buccaneers in the final moments of Monday, January 15th. I got all this information about him crying on the sidelines and talking to his
Oh
teammates.
yeah, I mean they I think even Troy Aikman during the game was like, "This is a man that's probably his last game. He's Eagles are about to lose, they're crying."
Yeah, I mean, this dude, dominant for Philadelphia the past 13 years, featured in 7 Pro Bowls, 5-time All-Star, All-Pro across his distinguished career. Tons of Twitter love and all sorts of people just reaching out saying, this guy was so great, thanks for everything. Well, after every show talked about this yesterday in the retirement, this just in, update, again, Jason Kelsey is now still weighing his options. He went on to his podcast with his brother.
I got the audio.
New Heights. Oh, sweet. Yeah, show me.
Here's the audio.
I'm not trying to be dramatic and continue to draw this thing out. I'm really not. It's just something that I think when it's time to officially announce, what's happening in the future, it'll be done in a way that's, definitive and pays respect to a lot of people and individuals that have meant a lot to me and, what has led to the career I've had. I don't think that it would be respectful or even accurate to be able to do that right after a game like that.
Okay, so
So he's not retiring, or is he? We don't know. He hasn't made a decision. Which, honestly, I think that's a pretty good
Hell
way
of
to
a
put
career.
it. Saying, I don't want to make a decision in that emotional distress moment. Everybody wants to see this matchup go down, though. The Lions' first playoff victory since '91 averaged 35.8 million viewers across all platforms, including 31.9 million on NBC stations, to make it television's most watched primetime show since February's Super Bowl on Fox.
and that was a pretty good game too.
Yeah, those numbers were up 25% from last year's Sunday primetime wildcard game. The Lions 1-point victory over that the former Detroit quarterback Matthew Stafford and the LA Rams at Ford Field is the third most watched NFL wildcard game on NBC since 1988.
Hey, did you see the Cowboys news?
No, I didn't.
Mike McCarthy will be the Cowboys coach officially next year. Come out with a statement. Jerry Jones got his back, saying he will be the Cowboys coach next season. 100%.
Yes.
Not a job opening.
Lions and Buccaneers at Ford Field. The average ticket price on the secondary market is $1,186 for that game. That's higher than any divisional round playoff game ever. Kickoff is 3 p.m. on Sunday. Who do you want? Bucks or Lions?
I'd like to see the Lions win.
I think everybody would.
Although Baker Mayfield and the Bucks, that's a pretty good story.
It is. Speaking of that, I mean, check this. This is a cool little additive to that story. Baker Mayfield, smoked the Eagles on Monday night, and he made some extra cash, but maybe not as much as you think. The Buccaneers dominated the Eagles 32-9 in the wild-card round of the NFL playoffs at Raymond James Stadium in Tampa. Now, he finished 22 for 36, 337 yards, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions. By leading his team to a postseason victory, Mayfield earned an extra $250,000. After cashing the incentive, Mayfield has still earned less than $7 million on the entire season. To say he's been worth every penny would be an understatement. Remember, the Bucs were the only team in the NFL that gave Mayfield an opportunity to start this year.
Well, he also had to fight for that starting job. It was not a guarantee when he got hired.
Yeah, so he had a deal. He had a deal that I think it was it's like a $250,000 bonus for every postseason win.
Good on him.
Very good on him, and he may be the highest performing, least paid quarterback, I think, in the last couple of years here, if he goes a little bit further.
Well, I tell you what, I am excited about that Bills-Chiefs game.
Yeah, it's going to be good. 5:30.
That is going to be a good game Sunday. And that's Mahomes' first, aside from the Super Bowl, first ever away playoff game.
That's wild.
Wow.
Wild.
What a career, man.
Do I got a few minutes here?
You got about a minute or two.
Okay, talking about the money when it comes to like these head coaching jobs. You just mentioned McCarthy here. As he interviews for a potential head coaching job in the NFL, Jim Harbaugh is negotiating potential contract extensions with Michigan, University of Michigan, despite the school's previous 10-year, $125 million contract offer, which would make him the highest paid coach.
$125 million. Wow.
He wants more in concessions. Get this. Here's the new contract offer that he is offering. Harbaugh is seeking language that would grant him immunity from termination from any finding or sanction that could arise from multiple current NCAA investigations into the football program, unquote.
Well, right, I don't know if you're following this, guys, but he may be suspended at the beginning of the next season.
So, Harbaugh is also seeking a delay in the start date of the new contract to maintain a lower buyout that NFL teams would have to pay Michigan to hire him away. So he's like making sure he is all set up for all scenarios. That's Michigan wants to increase Harbaugh's buyout number to $4 million. However, he wants to keep it at the current buyout, which is only $1.5 million through February 15th, when the coaching cycle for the NFL is expected to end. So he's like keeping it safe where he can go if he gets an even better deal. After leading Michigan to his first national championship since '97, Harbaugh expressed interest in returning to the NFL. So he's interviewed with Chargers head coach. They're saying that he interviewed at the Falcons. Don't forget, Big Ten suspended Harbaugh for 3 games at the end of the regular season for his involvement in the school's sign stealing scandal. So he's basically making sure that if it comes down where he's guilty and he's found that he's not going to get fired for any of that kind of stuff. Pretty interesting if you ask me. By the way, do you want to know the best and worst chances as far as Super Bowl winning predictions go? I have the 8 teams that are in it. Who do you think has the least chance of winning the Super Bowl? So they say
the Bucs
out of the 8. That's right. 8 is Tampa Bay Buccaneers, followed by Packers, number 7.
Lions.
6 is the Texans.
Oh, I forgot the Texans.
The 5th best chance is the Lions. The 4th is the Chiefs. Top 3. Who do you think they are ranking for the top 3
Baltimore,
best chance?
number 1.
Baltimore is number 1.
San Francisco, number 2.
San Francisco is number 2, and 3, the Buffalo Bills.
Wow.
Got some information on Joe Aquini for St. Louis City SC. Looks like he might be headed back to Italy. I'll throw the details up on the blog. I'm Moon, and that's your sports, because doing the bull dance, feeling the flow, working it. All
right, one final break. We'll come back, wrap her up.
105.7 The Point, everything alternative. We are backstage. We are at Busch Stadium. Kirk Hammett from Metallica joining us today.
It's here, and it's time to take advantage of Zero Rez's best deal of the year. Carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery, basically every surface in your home can be Zero Rezified. So it's time to call on the cleaning pros at Zero Rez. And don't forget about your air ducts. That's Dirt and Dander's favorite hiding place. So when you get your air ducts cleaned out, it's going to help with allergies. It's going to help with asthma if you have somebody with asthma in the house. It's going to help with dust around the home. Lower your energy bills, and your home's going to stay cleaner longer. Zero Rez, they got the Gotta Love It guarantee, makes it easy to get what you pay for. They have a 4.9 rating on Google with over 5,100 reviews. Don't miss this deal. Get 3 rooms, Zero Rezified, starting at $119. And don't forget about Dirt and Dander's favorite hiding place, your air ducts. This month, $50 off when you get your air ducts Zero Rez clean. Give them a call, 314-474-2020, or book online anytime, ZeroRezSTL.com. Say you want that Rizz Show special. Spelled forward or backward, spells the same. It's Zero Rez.
House of Pain on 105.7 The Point. You are live with Liv, and I am backstage at the Hollywood Casino Amphitheater with Breaking Benjamin, getting all of our swears out so we don't do that on the air right now. Gentlemen, how are we?
We're good. Great. It's good to be here.
Good. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here. And I'm going to start off by saying something I said to Brent Smith a couple days ago of Shinedown. I'm a fan before, being a DJ and having a cool job. And I'm sure you guys can relate to that, too, that you're a fan first with so many of these acts. What does it mean for you guys to be out on the road with Bush and Alice in Chains?
Well, we grew up with them, you know, so it's like surreal, They go back before our musical endeavors into our real life as, whatever you want to call that. So it's really surreal to be talking to them and hanging with them, and they know who we are, as people, like, oh, hey, Ben, or hey, Jason. We're like, oh, my God.
It's still getting used to it after 2 months.
Yeah, and it's been like 2 months.
Yeah, I mean, there's a moment of breakdown, I would think, between, being a fan and they seem so distant, and now they're a peer. And I think that probably takes a while to digest.
That's your word.
Yeah, it took some liberty with that word, but
closer than maybe the average.
It's awesome. Yeah.
Quiet and respect. We're getting all the fans set up here because it's
toasty.
It is hot as.
Good thing it's not hot today.
Yeah. It's fine.
Because that would be uncomfortable.
It's fine. You can still get your tickets. It'll cool down when the sun goes down.
True. Hot and no swearing.
Where's all the fun in
Why
that?
am I here? I'm just kidding.
I will say, again, as a fan, some of my favorite concert experiences have been at Breaking Benjamin shows. And I saw you guys last winter for your Unplugged tour. And that was cool as hell to have such an intimate experience with you guys after seeing you guys on such a huge stage like this. So what is that like from you guys to go from a tiny venue to a big venue? What's the pros and cons of each?
I think every band will say the same thing, It's more intimate, like you said. And then this is just like, who wouldn't want this? So it's totally different animals, but they both have their allure, and we like to do it all. And we like to play acoustic because it's like bare bones and what do you call it? It's
more
raw.
stripped down. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
it's
really
something we
is.
enjoy doing. We get to kind of be ourselves a little bit more. There's not as much of the pressures with productions and time frames and budgets and
it's
things
more like
that.
hanging out.
That's how it felt as somebody that was at a show. I remember, I think, Ben, you were like, I got to take a piss. You walked off stage, and then you guys just busted into Hunger Strike.
When you gotta go, you gotta go.
That's true. But it's not as easy to do that when you have, 15,000 people.
I still would do that.
Encourage you or somebody that you know to become an install floor layer with the Carpenters Union. Visit the careers page at carpdc.org and see what I am talking about. As a member of the union, you're going to have more than a job. This is a career. Excellent classroom and on-the-job training. Hands-on, creative work in a lucrative industry where you are in need. And it's going to mean that you're going to continue to have opportunities to learn, enjoy fantastic opportunities like benefits, and make money towards your pension for you and your family. You can apply to become an install floor layer with the Carpenters Union. You can begin that new career today. Again, carpdc.org. That is the website you want to go on. This is a massive opportunity. Hands-on real-life work that's lucrative, creative, and meaningful, like I mentioned. It's also going to provide you with that peace of mind. And once you get started, you start making money right away. As you learn, you earn. Check it out today. carpdc.org. That's carpdc.org.
And if only you could make a deal with God, I know we'd eat places. Been running up that road, been running in my heels, been running on the buildings and those places. If only could. That was Kate W. Bush, Running Up the Hill.
Of Pain on 105.7 The Point. You are live with Liv, and I am backstage at the Hollywood Casino Amphitheater with Breaking Benjamin, getting all of our swears out so we don't do that on the air right now. Gentlemen, how are we?
We're good. Great. It's good to be here.
Good. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here. And I'm going to start off by saying something I said to Brent Smith a couple days ago of Shinedown. I'm a fan before, being a DJ and having a cool job. And I'm sure you guys can relate to that too, that you're a fan first with so many of these acts. What does it mean for you guys to be out on the road with Bush and Alice in Chains?
Well, we grew up with them, you know, so it's like surreal, They go back before our musical endeavors into our real life as, whatever you want to call that. So it's really surreal to be talking to them and hanging with them, and they know who we are, as people, oh, hey, Ben, or hey, Jason. We're like, oh, my God.
It's still getting used to it after 2 months.
Yeah, and it's been 2 months.
Yeah, I mean, there's a moment of breakdown, I would think, between, being a fan and they seem so distant, and now they're a peer. And I think that probably takes a while to digest.
That's your word.
Yeah, it took some liberty with that word, but
closer than maybe the average.
It's awesome. Yeah.
Quiet and respect. We're getting all the fans set up here because it is.
Here, so how about a change? How about a life change? How about a career change? Maybe you're sitting in traffic right now. You're miserable. Oh, can I go into that office with those people? I hate what I'm doing. I hate who I'm working for. Well, how about a career in IT? Centric is an accelerated training program that prepares you for a new IT career in as little as 4 months. Not 4 years, 4 months. Hands-on training, certified instructors, real-world situations. Centric offers cybersecurity and coding classes to fit your schedule and learning style. Day and evening classes that are online and in person. Cybersecurity is one of the most in-demand technology jobs today. 1,500 companies have hired Centric grads. Learn about the cloud and hacking and password cracking, network sniffing, digital forensics, and many more technologies. New programs starting all the time. And now they have a new flex option, which is designed to get you into a cybersecurity career on your schedule and at a pace you set. Centric.com/Rizz, CENTRIQ.com/Rizz. Okay, so Rafe has our official bucket list.
Yes. That's right. We've talked about bucket list on here so many times, we thought, and we're getting ready to implement a new, stay tuned, we have a new contest with punishments coming up, and we thought maybe as a flip side to that, we talk about bucket lists so much that we would, instead of just being in competition with each other, we would also have a series of videos where we actually try to help each other check things off our bucket list, which is a nice thing.
Lifting each other up.
That's right.
To help us check things off our bucket list.
And to soften the blow of the horrible things we're going to do to each other in the other competition.
Yeah, come the fall, which we have a big Rizz Olympics announcement to make come the fall. Yes, let's lift each other up first.
Yes.
Build up, and then we break down.
That's right.
Okay.
So, I forgot. Eat at Golden Corral was on my bucket list. We'll check that off next week.
That's right.
Next Monday.
Which, by the way, is it Monday or Tuesday?
I think we changed it back to, did we change it back to Monday?
I'm going to murder all of you.
Let me check the calendar.
Tuesday?
Well, no, it was a Moon's schedule that was the wacky one.
Yes, it was my schedule that was the wacky one. It was supposed to be on my gotcha day.
Well, but I thought we were also kind of celebrating Jeff.
Let's see. You know what? Just tell me what to do, guys.
Well, you're the one that's
Tuesday.
You're the one that was the weird schedule.
Well, yes, but remember, I also said, hey, I think that's open if we want to switch it back.
So what day works better for everybody? Next Monday or Tuesday?
I'm open either day.
Well, let's go over, while we're checking schedules, let's go over your bucket list.
Okay.
And I'm going to give you a little mini interview of what some of these things are and how they might be accomplished.
Okay, go ahead.
Rizz, I had each member of the cast give at least 12 items they want checked off their bucket list. Now, some of these things are a little pie in the sky. They're going to be hard to achieve.
Right.
Maybe listeners can help. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe sponsors I don't know.
These are all the things that we've all dreamed of doing.
Yes, and some of them are very achievable, and we're going to make it happen.
Okay.
On your birthday, we're going to knock a few off of these, I'm telling you. Number one, on Rizz's bucket list, you want to drop kick someone.
Yes, I was a big fan of the video game Double Dragon.
Yeah.
Yes. Tight.
And
So
you know
you're
what I'm
talking about the full
side
side
drop kick.
chest head area.
Yes. Listen, I'm almost 200 pounds. I ain't getting up to head level.
Chest to abdomen
Never know.
level.
Maybe crotch to.
Abdomen.
Where's your solar plexus?
We'll start with that one because I got good news for you on that one. I talked to JP Warhorse, and Wednesday after our program.
Tomorrow
after our program, I'm taking you down to Glory Pros Wrestling School, and they're going to teach you how to drop kick.
How to properly drop kick somebody.
So that when the time comes, you'll be ready. And that time will come soon, my friend. He did say you have to get knee pads and elbow pads.
By tomorrow.
I don't know how to achieve
Where
that.
the hell? Scott, where do you get your knee pads at?
I buy all mine over at, you can get them at any sporting goods store pretty much.
Okay.
His exact words were, let's see what he said. Hell, I don't know.
So knee pads.
Where am I going to get knee pads? and
Lowe's.
elbow?
Just swing by, don't you live close to the Dick's
Them
out there?
Dick's?
He said proper gym attire, preferably amateur wrestling shoes and Converse and knee and elbow pads. And I said,
Proper wrestling attire.
I said, where the hell do we get knee or
Stretchy
elbow
stuff.
pads by Wednesday? And he said, Dick's Sporting Goods works. Look for volleyball pads or anything that's soft.
Okay, all right.
With
So
a
I have
thick cushion.
I have a Dick's right by the house.
Please show up in some sort of spandex.
Yeah.
Like a singlet?
Yes.
Yeah, you need your underwear on the outside.
Yeah.
With the knee pads on the inside of the
What's
spandex.
wrestling attire?
You got to paint your face up.
I don't know, man.
Well, just dress like the Hulkster and you'll be fine.
You gotta
Better
wear a
ask
wig.
somebody in Dick's Sporting Goods. I bet
Excuse
they
me,
sell.
sir. I'm looking to drop kick somebody
well,
soon.
just show up in a gi. You want to go double dragon? Go full double dragon,
right.
dude.
Yeah.
I do have a gi.
I was going to say, we both have geese.
There you go. Show up in a gi.
Get away for the winter. RVing is a cheaper way to travel. Check out this new study. They studied a totally outside independent firm found that RV vacations cost much less than other types of vacation travel, even when factoring in fuel prices and the cost of RV ownership. According to the study, there are average cost savings of up to 60% for a 4-person travel party. Guys, that's where Byerly RV comes in. I've been talking to them and just doing the math and figuring out, as a dad, as a parent, I take it very, very seriously, my responsibility for making sure that my kids are just having an adventure, all about family adventures and getting around and seeing as much as possible. And Byerly RV is the center of the RV world. We're so fortunate to have them right here. They've been serving the greater St. Louis RVing community for over 75 years. Not only are they absolutely amazing with sales, but the service, the parts, the storage, the RV rental services, we are taking advantage of the rental services this spring for a big spring break family adventure, a Moon family adventure, all thanks to Byerly RV and just what they can provide for all of us here in the area. One of their jingles is for the rest of your life, because they are there for the rest of your life with the vehicle forever in all things. You got to be there is another one of their famous slogans. So if you're trying to get there with Byerly RV, the home dealer, what a home dealer should be. ByerlyRV.com.
Check this out. There's nothing. Nothing. It's a blank canvas.
You see that? The plants are coming in nicely. Come a long way since last year. Oh, hey, you want to come in? Let's go. It's night and day from what you guys saw before. I mean, this is an actual house now with rooms all framed at. But here's the cool part. We kept basically the frame of the old garage. I mean, that's all old garage. So this is going to be a bedroom, huh? Can you see it? Can you see it? I'm going to be sleeping right over here. Oh, let me show you my favorite part. The bathroom. And I'm going to be right here, you know.
It's Thursday. How's your testosterone? How's your tea? Is it great? Oh, you don't know. Oh, you've not gotten on board with Victory Men's Health yet, huh? Well, hey, I'm going to keep reminding you every week for the rest of your lives as long as I work for this show. And the deal is I want you to be living your best life. I want you to be having excellent sex. I want you to be able to run miles and feel great after that. I want you to be whatever type of shape you want to be in. Like if you're wanting to lose weight, that's great. If you want to just have more vitamin D in your body, that's great too. I want whatever you want for your life. But I want you to be healthy and be living until 100 with all of us here on the show. So if you have yet to do it, you can go to victorymenshealth.com. You can get an appointment on the books. It's going to cost like $100 to get this blood test done. They're going to tell you what's going on a micronutrient level, and then you're going to get your vitamin deficiencies taken care of. That tea, we're going to make sure that's all good, and then life is going to be gravy after that. victorymenshealth.com.
Hello, my name is Jeff from the Rizzuto Show, and I'm standing here underneath the beautiful Hubbard sign. This is our, quarter mile, whatever it is, to keep clean, and because I lost real and fake again, I have to clean up the highway. So we're here at 270 in Olive, and I'm going to go clean up the highway, so enjoy. Hope they made it home okay. When's the break? There's a room key from the Hilton. I wonder what guy threw this out of his car window on the way home. Patrico. Smells like exhaust. Actual reason why we're out here, actually. Let's get this crap off the highway. Here we are at the sponsor highway section.
Son's eye doctor. That's Dr. Vasella over at Fenton Family Eye Care. Dr. V, great dude. One of only 2 pediatric specialists in St. Louis affiliated with Treehouse Eyes that does myopia control for kids. Now, here's my son's story. He's nearsighted. So I'm yelling at him all the time, dude, where's your glasses? Where are your contact lenses? Oh, I forgot my glasses, forgot my contacts in. His prescription keeps getting worse every year, too. So with myopia control overnight contacts, so my son puts these contact lenses in before he goes to bed every night. Dr. B's not only stopped his prescription from getting worse, when he wakes up in the morning, he doesn't need to wear glasses. He doesn't need to put in contact lenses. He could see all day long. And I think every parent should know about this. Dr. B's great with kids, great newly remodeled office, double the previous spaces before. You would be doing your kid a disservice, I'll be honest with you, if you don't at least have a consultation with Dr. V. Consultations are free, absolutely no obligation. Go to FentonFamilyEyeCare.com. That's FentonFamilyEyeCare.com and book your free myopia control appointment. FentonFamilyEyeCare.com. For us, Donnie Fandango is next. Excellent job today, guys. It was a lot of fun.
Back at
and we from the freaks to the
recipes,
to the serious conversations about teenagers getting their driver's licenses. Right. I mean, we really ran the gamut today. Today's podcast is titled,
Here it is, a quick red sauce.
There it is.
Enjoy.
A quick one.
There it is. A quick red sauce.
A convoluted red sauce.
Convoluted? You guys were interrupting.
Super quick.
Yes.
No, you pretty much talked uninterrupted and kept adding ingredients and changing.
I didn't change nothing.
My hope is somebody takes the audio and then they just show themselves trying to cook with you narrating what we did.
It's a great idea.
Okay. Well.
Okay.
We dropped 2 segments today because of your quick red sauce.
Yeah. Y'all can go to hell, honestly. Don't ask me for anything anymore.
But it was great.
Okay?
It was good.
Tomorrow, Friday Fail Stories, will crown the Craigslist Freak of the Week. If you missed any of the freaks, make sure you go back and listen to that podcast and vote via Twitter at Rizzuto Show. Race in memoriam tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
First one of 2024.
First one of 2024, and we'll play just 2 of us. Big Friday show. All right, Moon, anything else? Go.
Get your tickets now to Can You Feel the Punk Tonight? An early show at 3 p.m. and a late show at 8 p.m. Family friendly. It's going to be a lot of fun. Super group of musicians playing punk rock versions of your favorite Disney classics, old and new. Last year, both shows sold out and was huge, incredible. Had a lot of people bummed that they didn't get tickets when they had the chance. Well, now's your chance.
All right.
May
Awesome.
11th at the pageant.
Learn.
Follow me on the socials at Lern versus Radio, and I want to say thank you to Walter Knoll Florist, who I believe is who sent me this gorgeous bouquet for my 12th full-time on-air host anniversary.
Nice.
That was very sweet of them. So thanks.
Rafe.
Congratulations to 2 ladies in my life. One for 12 years in radio, and my mother's birthday is today. So happy birthday,
Jackie.
Happy birthday, Rafe's
Jackie
mom.
Ford Williams. I'm sure you're on the chat right now. So happy birthday. I love you very much.
Happy birthday. King Scott.
Yeah, just follow me on all socials at King Scott Rules. And I want to say thank you to the many who have been following me on Venmo. I very much appreciate it.
Have you made any money?
It's very.
Yeah, made $4 so far.
All right.
Yeah, I'm the first guy to $1 million. It's only. I've also had requests though for money. People have been requesting me for money.
Just send him a request at Venmo.
All amazing journeys start with a single step.
That's right. So I'll be the first guy to have 1 million followers on there. So join the journey. It's gonna be good.
All right. We leave.